that was causing the majority of the damage? I don't know.
Tests have been done and everything is correct.
It's in Somerset. 62 for
Well, good morning everybody, welcome to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day 2 of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Ball by ball commentary being brought to you by BBC Radio's Derby and Leicester. Dave Fletcher and Richard Ray, your commentators as ever. We may or may not be joined by various guests throughout the day, but just for starters, it's Dave and myself. Leicestershire about to resume their first innings on 423 for 9, having been put into bat yesterday, and Leicestershire, should hasten to add, would have done exactly the same thing, Pete Hanscom, had he won the toss. Wayne Madsen hoping to take advantage of a little bit of a greenness about the wicket, but by and large it played pretty well, and the Leicestershire contributions came pretty much up and down the order. 4 half-centuries, including on debut from Logan Van Beek, who is out there at the moment getting ready to follow umpires Hassan Adnan and Chris Watts out into the middle in the company of Tom Scriven, Leicestershire's number 11, but rather better batsman than that. So the Derbyshire team about to follow them over the ropes know that they'll be hoping for an immediate breakthrough, Fletch, but both these guys can bat.
Oh, certainly morning. Derbyshire need to take this final wicket ASAP and get batting. So it'll be interesting to say, only 27 runs away from that 5th batting bonus point as well, which I'm sure, as you mentioned yesterday, they'll be eyeing up.
Yep, Logan did mention it in his post-play chat last night. Came up and spoke live on the BBC Leicester Sports programme. Sol Budinger also had a chat.
Was he surprised by the number of stairs?
Well, I think he's young and fit still, and sprang up carrying his bag fairly happily.
You didn't mention to him just how many steps there were. Oh, no, just come up and join us upstairs. Yeah, okay, yeah. There's just up there.
There's 40. I always hoped there'd be sort of 39 just for to go with the book, but apparently there's. Well, I've counted them. I make it 40. I ran out of fingers after that, toes after that point, and thumbs.
I should hope so.
We both have our updates to do. Well,
yes, I've got one immediately.
Fletch more than I, although this afternoon we have a few for BBC Radio Leicester into the sports programme. I'm not sure Leicester City playing today. I think they are, aren't they? Down in Hove, or actually Brighton.
Yeah.
In fact, the outskirts of Brighton, isn't it? The whatever that stadium is called these days. Amex. It's still the Amex. It always has been then, hasn't it?
So, yes.
I've only been once, I must admit.
I've never been.
Dean Saunders was Brighton's manager, believe it or not. He wasn't manager there for long, but I was impressed with the stadium.
The delay at the start of play, that's always good, isn't it? Wayne Madsen talking, you'd have thought they might have formulated, it's not Wayne Madsen at all, it's Blair Technic. You thought they might have formulated something.
Zach Chappell then from the Bennett end is into Van Beek, outside off stump, steered down into the ground, bounces up nicely for backward point to make the stop, and he does. Martin Anderson, that is, two-handed to his left.
Have a third man. You know how many runs were scored through third man? It's 118.
It's a lot, isn't it?
They'd obviously been told as well, because Athletic mentioned that figure in his interview post-match, or post-today's play. I better go.
Chappell lopes down the slope and bowls very straight. That now familiar grunt of effort as he bowls, and Van Beek just leans forward, plays it back up the pitch to him. Seemed a very amiable young man when we had a chat to him yesterday. Much travelled. Logan Van Beek is air miles, if they are still a thing. Must be quite impressive if he collects them. Chappell then. In past umpire Adnan. Bowls short, goes for a little short-armed hook, really. It was high enough to hook. And didn't get anything on it as it went down the leg side to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. But something for Van Beek to think about early from Chappell. 2 for 74 for Zach Chappell. Probably the pick of the Derbyshire bowlers, and didn't quite get the rewards he deserved. So if he can make it a 3-for, he'd be tolerably content, I suppose, with that. In he goes and bowls to Van Beek, who is defending on the back foot, just outside off stump, steering it again down towards backward point where Anderson Fields doesn't have to jump into the air this time. Just to reiterate our apologies for our absence in terms of audio from the stream for a couple of sessions yesterday. Just a few early season gremlins involving the necessity to change a cable, but that has been done, and all being well, we are loud and clear in your ears as in goes Chappell bowls, and Van Beek's going to pick up a run. He was down a touch late on that thick inside edge, pushing the delivery out towards deep square. In comes David Lloyd to field, getting there before Harry came running back from mid-wicket, and Van Beek is up and running. 54 he moves on to. As Fletch mentioned, the 5th batting bonus point very much in Leicestershire's mind. Van Beek did mention it. 26 now needed from this last pair. They've added 23 so far for the final wicket. Chappell into Scriven, bowled, full, clipped in the air, but wide of square leg, behind square, down almost towards wide, long leg, runs across to his left to field, Jack Morley that is, slides, picks up two-handed, gets his throw away. Scriven picks up a single. He moves on to 13, keeps the strike. So singles from each of the last 2 balls of the over. Chappell waving at the pavilion, saying, can you bring out a drink, please? Which means a long trip around the boundary for the 12th man, or whoever it is who takes him that drink. Chappell fielding at long leg by the electronic scoreboard, for the impressive electronic scoreboard, I think, for those who know Grace Road in its modern format. Lewis Rees is going to take up the attack for Derbyshire from the pavilion end as Fletch returns alongside me, having updated BBC Radio Derby for the first time today.
Yes, not the last, sadly. Not a lot to say, really.
No,
3 runs.
We've had 2 balls and
3 runs added to the score. The 2 of them came during a 20-second update, so they didn't even get a mention, unfortunately. Caleb Jewell just doing some twisting, stretching and turning at cover. Maybe his thoughts will already have turned to batting, I'm sure, along with David Lloyd, who is continuing to patrol the vast acreage of the cover boundary.
I don't know whether you have your digital calendar synced with the ECB's fixture schedule.
I do. Here's Rees in and bowls to Van Beek, who turns it into the leg side, straight to Pat Brown at mid-wicket, no run.
But it describes the county every day of the county championship. Enjoy the game for the purist. It's
as if they believe it. Yes, I do actually. I don't remember seeing that. I'm going to look it up now. There it is. Enjoy the game for the purist.
There you go.
Buy tickets and follow live using one of these 3,000 links below. Here's Rees. Van Beek drives out towards David Lloyd. In fact, a long way away from David Lloyd. He's got a chase on. He's not going to get there. And it's 4 more runs to Van Beek. That went a long way further back of square than I imagined it had done initially. And, well, another boundary through the sort of third man kind of area. Well, that's quite a square third man. 430 for 9.
David Lloyd's interval training commences early. Little sprints up and down that. Must have done a fair few yesterday. Yeah. Yesterday evening, he seemed to be up and down that road non-stop.
Non-stop. And he'd run one way and then move a little bit further that way, and then they'd hit it to the other side of it, but he'd have to race around the boundary again. And he's more young. I'm surprised he spent as much time as he did out there, if I'm entirely honest with you. They're now trying to plug the gap that Logan Van Beek just found by putting a backward point in. That's Caleb Jewell. Martin Anderson is sort of third slip. Wayne Madsen next to Brooke Guest. And in comes Rees again and bowls a full toss that's driven down the ground for 4 by Van Beek. That wasn't a good delivery at all. I know he's trying to give it every opportunity to swing, but it just swung straight to the middle of Logan Van Beek's bat. He moves on to 62, 434 for 9. Find out what Logan Van Beek's high score for Derbyshire was. So I should have done, really. If I'd have been a professional, other than in the sense that I'm getting paid. As Rees is in again, and there's a swing and a miss this time from Van Beek, who put the front foot right down the pitch and tried to send it with a little bit of fade right down the fairway. Shakes out his right hand. 4-3-4 for 9. Not quite as big a crowd as yesterday, but people are still coming in. We've decided there's no way in the world those seats have been painted. I think they've just been washed. In the iconic Uptonsteel standards, this next delivery is driven and over the head of Martin Anderson, down to, yep, you guessed it, third man for 4 runs. Van Beek is just going along nicely. Did he touch it?
I'm
not sure that he did. It was hit very hard.
Oh, this is miles behind.
Van Beek to 60. That's still yesterday evening.
66. Why is the showing yesterday's on the stream?
Is that what it's doing?
Well, that's Rehan Ahmed, isn't it?
No, I think you pressed the wrong button then. You need to go to the live one.
Okay.
I don't know. You need to refresh that page.
Possibly.
Yeah, I think so. It's all a bit technical here in the commentary box.
I hope so.
We found a wire yesterday, or somebody found a wire. That was good. Rees is in, left alone by Van Beek outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. So not the start that Lewis Rees was looking for, but Logan Van Beek is making hay, continuing to make hay. I think he got 3 4s in that over. I'm fairly sure he did. 438 for 9. Van Beek has added 13 already in just 11 deliveries to his overnight score. He's on 66, Tom Scriven. 2 more than he had overnight. He's on 13 off 20. And this partnership now worth 37, which is not going to cheer anybody up, seeing as the 9th wicket added 64. So that's 101 runs for the last 2 wickets. Which is very good.
It is.
If you're the batting side. 12
more needed by Leicestershire now to pick up that 5th batting bonus point. Obviously, Derbyshire already got their maximum bowling bonus point return. Chappell in from the Bennett end, bowls to Scriven, shapes back in a touch to him, and on the back foot Tom Scriven plays it back down the pitch, not quite out of the middle, judging by the sound of ball on bat, slightly tinny, but plenty of bat on it. Chappell feels in his follow through. Scriven remains 13. Van Beek 66 now, as Chappell is in and bowls. Punched away. Very nice on drive from Tom Scriven. May pick up 4. No, it is going to be dragged back by Reese. Just inside the ropes at a wide-ish long on position. Put in the dive, flicked it back, picks himself up having tumbled over the ropes and gets a good throw away to Brooke Guest. But Tom Scriven with a very nice on drive, confirming what we've been saying about him as a bowling all-rounder, if you like, but a genuine bowling all-rounder who can bat more than a bit. And that was an on-drive of some quality. He picks up 3, moves on to 16, 4-4-1 for 9. Chappell into Van Beek, who defends, digs it out, plays it out to mid-wicket. Kane picks up and there's no run. The fact that Leicestershire aren't just playing to add runs here, they are looking to add points as well, or a point. It will be slightly annoying as Derbyshire, as far as Derbyshire are concerned, because they are defending as well. They're not just looking for scoring shots as the final pair. They are conscious of the need to get over that 450 line. In goes Chappell and bowls. Van Beek defends again on off stump this time, plays it out into the offside on back foot. And again, there's no run.
If they were tempted, Derbyshire to start with Jack Morley. The ball's only 8.5 overs old. No, it isn't. It's 18.5 overs old.
Chappell turns that very straight run and bowls a good ball that bounces and comes back in a touch to Van Beek. Thumps into the pad. He's staying on the back foot. Bounces out into the offside. A grunt of effort from Chappell. Does that with sort of every delivery really, but that was quite a loud grunt, an indication of the effort put into the delivery.
Well, he'll be disgruntled at bowling today, I'm sure. As much as he enjoys bowling.
In he comes, bowls. Van Beek trying to flick him away off the pad. Little inside edge, I suspect, onto the pad, because any shout or appeal was quickly choked off. It trickles out towards Kame, and Scriven and Van Beek don't try for a run. It's the end of Chappell's over, his 18th of the innings, 2 for 80. As I say, he's bowled a little bit better than those figures suggest. A 3-for would assuage any sense of injustice on his part, I suspect, but not in that over. 4-4-1 for 9.
Lewis Rees to continue from the pavilion end, 2 for 98. Lewis Rees in his 22 overs. The run rate is a very pleasant 4.5 an over, which is about the rate that Durham went for most of the season that they got promoted. Put teams under tremendous pressure. Some quick scoring, and that's what Leicestershire have done here. As Rees is into bowls, Scriven, who pushes that one out to Kame at extra cover. There's a 3-man slip cordon, but they're very spread out. The gaps are easily big enough for the ball to get through down to 3rd man. I say that only because the ball seems to have spent a lot of time going towards 3rd man.
Morning to Stephen Howard. We've got commentary. Woo! Great to hear you, he says on YouTube.
We were back for a short spell yesterday afternoon. As Rees is in, that one is driven at. It looked like he was trying to drive it into the offside.
I might go, you know.
It's got an inside edge that's gone all the way to the boundary for 4. This outfield is lightning quick.
Well, we've both walked across it now, and it is rock hard, isn't it?
Well,
it is rock hard.
445 for 9 now, Scriven up to 20. On day 1, I was a bit concerned about wheeling my my gear out. I don't think it would make any impression whatsoever, would it?
I think you could wheel a steamroller across it and it wouldn't make too much of it. Well, they do, don't they, from time to time?
Whatsoever. It is bone dry out there, as you would expect. We haven't had any rain. As Rees is in, and was left alone by Scriven to go through to the keeper. You can tell, really, I mean, it's beautiful out there, the dark greens and slightly lighter greens of the square, and then the outfield. But the outfield is already, to my eyes, started to show a little sign of of being very dry. It isn't burden.
I was thinking that walking across it almost could do with a soaking.
Yes, it's got that little tinge of an outfield that you might get in July. I don't know about August, because of course we don't play in August. Here is Reese. Ian bowls a wide one to Scriven outside the off stump.
But it is April, surely the rain will come.
Well, the forecast,
due course.
the very latest forecast is it's going to be fine tomorrow, and it'll be a little cooler than it has been, which is no bad thing. There is a 50% chance of rain on Monday, it says, which to my mind suggests that they haven't got the first idea what's going to happen. So I don't think we need to concern ourselves too much with the weather. The advertising signs are showing signs of being bleached. As Reese is in, that one is driven to Kame by Scriven. There's no run. Still can't find this final wicket. 5 more runs for Leicestershire to get their 5th bonus point. Just a few conversations being had. People meeting up for the first time on a Saturday here at Grace Road this season. It was good to see people that you haven't seen for 6 months. Jack Morley at mid-off with his hands thrust deep into his pockets. Takes them out now because Reese is on his way in to bowl to Scriven, who drives it to Morley. So it's a good job he did take his hands out of his pockets, and the over comes to an end. Just that one boundary off it. 445 for 9. Scriven 20. Van Beek 66 off 77. Very healthy strike rate. Just looking around to dear. Just looking around, I'm fairly sure that Anuj Dal isn't on. Mitch Wagstaff will be on somewhere. Or is it Pat Brown?
Pat
In fact,
Brown.
Pat Brown's on down to our right.
Is he at third man? Yeah.
There's a slight back spasm issue for Anuj Dal.
Zach Chappell in from the Bennett end. Bowled to Van Beek, short outside off stump, chopped away to the cover boundary 4-4. Enough width. Van Beek seeing the ball very well this early Saturday morning. Well, actually not so early, is it really? We're not so very far from the afternoon. Anyway, Van Beek saw it well and put it away. He moves on to 70, and Leicestershire now just 1 short of the batting bonus point. Said to the skipper yesterday as Chappell is in and bowls. Van Beek defends a fuller delivery out towards mid-wicket. Good day, Pete. Great day, mate. And I suppose when you've been put in to go sort of over 400 on the first day, you'd always take it, surely.
Oh yeah.
And as you say, a pretty respectable rate, 4.5's the run rate at the moment. They ran out of time at Glamorgan. Well, they ran out of wickets as well, which was a double problem. More of an issue, as you say. In goes Chappell and bowls down the leg side and flicked at by Van Beek. No bat on it, and Guest takes it, moving smartly to his left.
We're into Gary, who's sitting down below us, somewhere Gary Charlesworth. The guys were lightweight last night after an early session.
Lightweight.
Lightweight might be.
How does that?
Might be inaccurate.
Chappell is in and bowls from Big again. Solid defensive push. Plays fairly late and likes to stay on the back foot if he can. Pushes it out to Kame at mid-wicket.
To Kate in Holland as well as 74 pictures of tulips. Without wishing to stereotype a nation, enjoying tulips whilst listening to.
Whereabouts in Holland?
That's a very good question. I'm sure she'll tell me.
It's just my son lives there, so I'm curious. In goes Chappell and bowls short, very high down the leg side, bounces over Brook, goes to the boundary. 4 wides are signalled by umpire Adnan, and Leicestershire have their 5th batting bonus point. Plenty of time as well, 100.4 overs, 454 for 9 the Foxes, and that's a real bonus, I think.
Sort of sums up Derbyshire, doesn't it, really, at the moment. give up 5 wides just to get Leicestershire over the 450 mark.
Chapel in. Van Beek gets a delivery down the leg side. Guest takes it and actually doesn't quite take it cleanly. Ends up just it rolls through the gauntlets up the arms, and he sort of grasps it to his tummy down the leg side. No chance of it going past him, and he'll have been pleased to see the wide signal. Well, pleased to see a wide signal instead of a bye as a signal, but it was miles down and high as well.
Apart from that, though.
Yeah. Chapel bowls outside off stump, cut away by Van Beek to the boundary for 4 more. Well, that was not the best over that Zach Chapel has bowled on this ground, and I can see Tickner just rolling his arms, perhaps giving a hint to the skipper, and he's gone to the crease and just scraped at it, and Madsen just has a word with him, touch his hands as they walk past. So whether Chapel's just going to get those 3 overs, but
wheeling his arms around now already. Blair Tickner. Kate's also impressed that well, 50% of the time at least you're calling him Van Beek. The other 50% you're calling him by the name that he told me that he wants to be called.
Well, when you come in, I tend to switch back to. Well, we had a chat to him about it yesterday on air, and he said he has no really strong feelings about it.
No. It's Rees beginning a new over to Scriven. That one's pushed out into the offside for a single. Scriven moves on to 21, 459 for 9.
But he said the Dutch had said it's not Van Beek, but they actually Van Beek.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You like Van der Hochten.
Yeah.
So we struggle a bit with that, getting the right. So
it's the most glory in the fact that they can pronounce it, because a lot of their words sound like that as well.
Yeah.
There's Rees into Logan Van Beek. Ball goes through to the keeper. He's from New Zealand. He's as Dutch. Well, he's actually slightly more Dutch than I am, clearly, but not much more.
I wonder if he's beginning to eye a possible century on debut here. Van Beek has only got 2 first-class centuries, and his best is 111 not out.
Yes. Long way to go. 74 not out he is. He's on strike now as Rees comes in and bowls to him, and he defends into the offside. And this will be really irritating. Caleb Jewell and David Lloyd, Harry Kane, Wayne Madsen especially as the captain and number 4 bat.
His and that was 10 years ago, his best.
Really?
Indeed, 2015.
Which is why he's not really an all-rounder.
For Canterbury against Otago at Christchurch. That was a good match for him, because he also took his best bowling in that match, 6 for 46.
I wonder what number he had on his back for that one. Next delivery from Rees is played off the back foot nicely out towards David Lloyd on the cover boundary for a single. Moves on to 75, 460. They're just going to come in and do something to the. I reckon they're going to set the camera up here. The boys.
I doubt it.
The boffins are in, so we've got to be careful now. The boffins are in. Yeah, I don't think it's attached to anything, is it?
Nope.
Just pop it in the bin, and everybody will be happy. Nobody wants to see us. Here is Lewis Rees in and bowls to Van Beek, and the ball goes out into the covers where it's fielded by Kame, and there is no run. You can get in touch the usual way at Fletch Sport, fletchcricket@gmail.com, and something else on Blue Sky at Rich23, at RichR23, I beg your pardon. And the old Blue Sky.
On Blue Sky.
Or indeed the new Blue Sky, as it probably should be more correctly known. I am on Blue Sky. I think I'm Fletch Sport on there, actually. Here comes Rees and bowls. That's played nicely off the back foot, out into the offside by Scrivener for a single.
You can also find me on Instagram.
Really?
I kind of forgot yesterday, but no, occasionally on Instagram.
On the old Insta.
Richard R23.
And on TikTok?
No.
No, not TikTok.
Isn't TikTok for sort of videos?
I have no idea.
I don't think I've ever looked at it.
It's for people lip
Anything
syncing
on
and
TikTok.
dancing, isn't it? I have no idea.
Sounds like it should be.
Yeah.
Email, you can find us both, of course.
I'm on Facebook. I'm everywhere. I'm very much a multimedia kind of guy. What, 460? I'm not. 461 for 9 at the end of the over. 75 to Van Beek and 22 to Scriven. Sorry, Richard.
No, I was just saying how much I enjoyed the video, the pre-season video that you did.
Becoming something of a tradition. It didn't do quite the numbers that last year's did, which was the brilliant video. And it wasn't a brilliant video, it was the one where everything was brilliant, inbuilt brilliant. It was a pastiche on that. This was the Jazz Club, John Thompson's magnificent creation on the fast shout.
Nice.
Smooth. And in fact, Derbyshire used it as a GIF when they won last week, which was very pleasing.
Blair Tickner from the Bennett end is into Tom Scriven. Decks out the Yorker. Good delivery to start with from Tickner. Didn't bowl many, if any, of those yesterday. He was more interested in his own half of the pitch in terms of hammering it in, often throwing himself off his feet with the effort. But it was by and large wasted, the bouncers. 2 for 75 though for Tickner. That high stepping start to his run before coming in and bowling on off stump, line and length. Scriven works it out into the offside reasonably comfortably. Stopped at extra cover and there's no run. This partnership up to 60 now. Quickly today. 401 when Ben Mike went first ball to Lewis Rees last night. Being watched by Dad and Grandad and everybody.
Yeah, brilliant.
Unlucky. It was a best ball that Rees had bowled, I think, as well. Swung back in. In goes Tickner, bowls to Scriven, who clips him away nicely through mid-wicket. That's a long chase for Kame, who loses his cap in the protest, but the ball actually does come to a halt, and Kame slides, picks up and throws. But Scriven, quickish between the wickets, had already turned for a third and made it comfortably enough. I was expecting that to make it to the right, but it slowed a bit. Might be a bit of dew still around. I don't know.
That's perfectly timed. There's some.
No.
127 runs the last 2 wickets have added so far.
A little signal, a little like salute.
It was for us actually.
It was for us.
I can't see anybody else.
Cubs used to signal to salute like that with 2 fingers. Tickner is in and bowls on off stump. Good delivery. Madsen's hands started to go into the air at slip, but it was also well played.
Well, they got 3
by
fingers.
Logan Van Beek. No, 2 fingers.
Sure.
Well, it was a long time ago, but I seem to remember.
For me, longer for me, I would suggest. Let me check.
Were you a 6er?
No. I hated the Cubs.
Paramilitary organisation.
I don't like being told what to do.
In goes Tickner and bowls short, and it comes off the blade of the bat of Van Beek, runs down to third man. I'm not sure he was looking to play it. I think it came back into him a little bit. And Tickner and Van Beek, they didn't exactly exchange words, but they'll be very familiar with each other. Perhaps something rueful. A rueful comment from Tickner. Van Beek onto 76 for 65 for 9.
A scouting salute momentarily.
You're still looking it up?
No, I've got it.
In goes Tickner and does bowl a bouncer, and Scriven just ducks underneath it. Didn't really get up too much. He had to duck at the waist, bend at the waist, and he went over his back end of the over. 465 for 9. Scriven 25. Van Beek will be on strike. 76. Tell us about the scouting salute.
Well, we're both right, as it turns out.
Okay.
It says the Scout Association uses a 3-fingered salute for all sections, including Cub Scouts. However, Cubs may also use a 2-finger salute, which was originally meant to represent the 2 ears of a wolf.
I definitely remember being taught at 2.
The whole origins of the organisation slightly dubious.
It was Baden Powell.
Well, yes.
Scouting for boys.
Well, not just that. Here's Rees into Van Beek, who gets a slower delivery, short, and pulls it around the corner, out towards Zach Chappell on the...
have to say I got quite a lot out of it. Not so much cubs as scouts, because being on the coast, we were sea scouts, so they taught us how to sail, which was in little mirrors, little single sail.
Still do a lot
blunt.
of sailing?
No, not so much, but I can't. You know, I know the principles.
I think it's the boat.
Once or twice I've
The
crewed.
boat does a lot of the heavy lifting there. In that.
You'd be surprised, actually. Boat just sits there.
466.
You have to tug quite a few ropes to get the thing to shift.
I can imagine. That's what the Scouts is all about. In comes Reese Ball to Scriven, who defends this one into the onside.
So in darkest Lancashire, you weren't Sea Scouts, or?
When I was in the Scouts, I'd have been in Yorkshire.
Oh,
which
okay.
is probably why
Well,
I didn't like anything to do with my time in Yorkshire. From the age of 9 to 18 was just hell. As most people in the country can imagine. Obviously not you, but yeah, I didn't enjoy it at all. My upbringing is a mystery to me. 466 for 9.
Proper virtues were installed, I'm sure.
Around the wicket comes Reese to bowl to Scrivener, goes back and guides that out.
Guess where?
Oh, it's got the third man again. Initially, I thought I didn't see it come off the bat. I apologise. I thought it was going out to David Lloyd close to the point boundary, but it's gone down a third man again. I dread to think. I hope Henry. I'm not sure Henry's working today, but if he is, I hope he gives us a final tally at the end of the innings, because it has been ridiculous the number of runs that have come down there. It's up to 407. The number of runs down there isn't up to 470. The score is up to 470 for 9. We're almost into the realms of discussing why you should be restricted to 5 batting bonus points when you're inside the 110 overs, because they're going to pass 500 here as Reese is in, and that one is driven, and this one is in front of square, out into the offside, fielded by Lloyd, and they come back for 2. Whatever Derbyshire's plans were at 11 o'clock, at 11:31, I think it's safe to say they're not working. 472 for 9, 31 to Scriven now, 77 to Van Beek, and the partnership is up to 71.
The last wicket, it's a long way from being a record, though.
Is it?
Still got a bit of work to do.
Right. I was just about to check that, but I won't bother now. As Reese bowls, that's clipped very nicely. Well fielded by Tickner, sliding away to his right at mid-on. Scriven might have expected to have got a boundary off that particular shot, but only gets a single. 473 for 9.
Actually, curiously, a current member of the Leicestershire coaching staff, if he counts as a member of the coaching staff, was involved in the existing record, which is in fact shared by 2 partnerships, both for 96.
Against Derbyshire.
Yes.
As Reese bowls to Van Beek, who defends it straight back to the bowler. There's no run, it's the end of the over. 77 to Van Beek, 32 to Scriven, 473 for 9.
Claude Henderson and Matthew Hoggard at the County Ground Derby in 2011 put on 96, as did Messrs Gidley and Maguire. That was at Grace Road in 1991. And I'm embarrassed to say, I don't know their first names. I don't know the first names of M.I. Gidley or J.N. Maguire.
Matt Gidley, not the Australian rugby league player.
Be surprised, but you never know. Scriven on strike on 32 to Blair Tickner, who comes down the slope and bowls. Drive and wide of Wayne Madsen, down to find third man for 4 more. Well, Madsen has his chin in his hands momentarily. Can't quite believe these edges aren't going to hand, but it was a genuine edge. It was low, and I suspect it, well, I'd have to try and follow that on the replay to see if it actually would have gone through around about second stroke third slip at a catchable height. I don't think so. It went very low and very quickly. Scriven moves on to 36. Tickner bowls to him. He's driving very pleasantly again, but a very good diving stop away to his right by Caleb. Is it Caleb Jewell? There it is, yep. Falling across to his right on the one used pitch. It was used for, I don't know if it was both the pre-season games. It was certainly the first against the students, and it is now used for warm-ups, and looks very battered, so that might have just skinned his elbows a little bit. A nice shot from Scriven for nothing. Tickner is in, bowls to him, the bouncer, and just ducks his head.
Have you had any communication with the streaming people?
Yes. This morning they were the streaming, they were involved.
Well,
what's up?
Well, I've just got a message from John Cross in Sky, as Derbyshire supporter and Chesterfield fan. I can hear you by the BBC, but there is no live stream this morning.
Go to YouTube. It's on YouTube, John. If you're listening, go direct to YouTube. For some reason, no, I couldn't get it via the NV Play site. Tickner is in, bowls and worked by Scriven, just wide of Jewell. In fact, stepping up from point. Point gets there before cover, so comfortable enough single for Scriven. Moves on to 37, extends the partnership to 77, which is also Van Beek's score at the moment.
Right, so there you go, John. If you're listening to us via the BBC, get directly onto YouTube. You'll be able to see the action as well.
And why would that be? You can actually direct on YouTube, but not on the actual. Who knows? In goes Tickner and bowls, and Van Beek is, I think he's looking at three figures now, because he's really playing within himself. He's playing like a quote unquote proper batsman. Martin Barry's been in touch to tell me about Mr. Gidley, who is still playing in the same team as Martin, namely England over 50s.
Excellent.
Tell you a bit more about that at the end of the over. As in goes Tickner and bowls short, nicely helped around the corner, really real controlled pull, paddle pull almost from Van Beek. There is such a thing along the ground all the way to Lloyd, and a single is taken. So 36 minutes into play, Leicestershire have extended their last wicket partnership from 22 to 78, 56 runs added already.
36 minutes.
Jeepers. Impressive stuff, 479 for 9. Depending on which side of the fence you're standing, of course.
This is interesting because there are three people deep in conversation. Blair Tickner and Wayne Madsen, who have spoken a lot together, and Pat Brown, who's a substitute fielder for Anuj Dal. We're going to see some left arm spin now because Jack Morley is going to come back into the attack. Picked up a wicket yesterday, his first of the season. But when he came on, he exerted a bit of control from the pavilion end, certainly before lunch yesterday, when Saul Budinger was rattling along.
Yes, just to confirm, it is Martin Gidley, off-spinning all-rounder, who now plays in the England 50s team.
Logan Van Beek on strike, and it's going to be Jack Morley to bowl to him. Left arm around the wicket. Morley, back into his crease goes Van Beek, just guides it out square on the offside for a single. Jewell picks the ball up, lobs it left-handed, as you might expect. And Harry Kane in discussion with Jack Morley. 480 for 9. Scriven on 37 from 43 deliveries is on strike now as Morley comes in and balls to him. That's clipped very nicely into the leg side, out towards Pat Brown on the mid-wicket boundary. The Derbyshire coaching staff are bringing stuff out, but I don't want to do much because they'll be batting next. At some point, as Morley bowls a quicker delivery and beats Van Beek outside the off stump, as he went back and tried to just guide it in the vague area of third man, which Wagstaff has taken a drink to. David Lloyd away to our left-hand side as Morley in again, bowls, that's defended by Van Beek. So they could get up to 550. It's a long way off, I know. They might think about just batting once. It's certainly taking Derbyshire out of the equation here, as this one is driven down the ground and straight, as it wasn't quite down the ground, it was straight to Martin Anderson, who's at a straightish mid-wicket.
I was expecting to see that sail over,
Yes.
long gone.
I think Van Beek probably was as well. Final ball of Morley's first over of the day is guided very nicely out into the offside square by the New Zealand-born Dutchman. He moves on to 80. Van Beek. Scriven has 38. And at the end of the over, Leicestershire are 482 for 9. So we've had 10 overs. How many runs have they added? 4, 8, 2,
4-2-3 they
59,
started.
59. Yeah. We're going along at nearly 6 and over. Ouch. It's not going according to Derbyshire's plan. Very healthy for Leicestershire.
I guess the consolation is the pitch looks to be playing pretty benignly, and they'll be thinking, well, our turn will come. Tickner is in and bowls to Van Beek, who just dabs the delivery behind square on the offside, but only as far as Anderson, who's well positioned at that slightly backward point. Slightly deep as well, because he does like the shot, Van Beek. Anderson, a couple of gentle looseners. Might be getting the word shortly. Tickner is into his 20th of the innings. And he comes and bowls on off stump. Just leans forward. Plays the delivery Van Beek out as far as Jewell, who's at extra cover in the dust of that wicket that I mentioned earlier, the pitch I should say that I mentioned earlier. No shirts off yet. There's a bit of high cloud around that is just taking the edge off the temperature. Not quite as hot as it was yesterday yet. We are promised, Griff says, temperatures up into the 20s. In goes Big Tickner and dabbed out into the offside. Jewell runs onto it and overruns the ball, and consequently there's going to be 2 instead of what looked to be a risky single. Anderson running back from point covers for the error in as much as he can. Jewell just reaching down with his left hand, maybe took his eye off it or got a little bobble on that pitch and wasn't able to pick it up. It just ran through another 10 yards. So Van Beek on to 82 now. Tickner in to him, bowls again, played off the back foot defensively, slightly angled back. This time it runs more or less straight to Anderson, and there's no run. He's bowling slightly differently, but what's he going to do? He's going to have a go around? Yes, he is. Right, I'm going to... The message being I'm going to bang a few into the ribs and see if I can get you out that way, which means a couple of field changes. Lloyd, is it Lloyd? No, it isn't Lloyd heading out there. Lloyd's already out there at deep backward square, so Kame's going deep.
And Caleb Jewell at mid-wicket, and Lewis Rees at a wide mid-on or straight mid-wicket.
Right, we're going to try the body line attack.
The slip has moved very wide. Wayne Manson, he's almost a gully.
Tickner then round the wicket is in, bowls, and that is the body line, sort of chest high down the leg side. Comes back in a bit, but Van Beek plays it well, steps across his stumps and lifts the bat. Make sure it is well away from the line of the ball. Now what's Tickner saying? He maybe wants a leg gully as well. No change as a consequence of
this is the 10th
whatever
wicket,
he said.
It
is.
Yeah.
83 it's added so far. Last ball of the over is in and bowls down the leg side, and again Van Beek just steps across and lets the effort be wasted, if that's the right word. I suppose it is, really. End of the over. 20 overs, 2 for 87 for Tickner. Just a little bit running out of ideas. That
I would suggest.
implies.
I know what we'll do. We'll try and bounce out a man who's got 2 first-class centuries. Who isn't really. He's a bowling all-rounder. And we are reduced to this. Jack Morley. David Lloyd picked up a wicket yesterday, picked up Peter Hanscom.
He got as much out of the
He might be
pitch as
worth giving
anybody,
it a go,
actually.
mightn't he? Absolutely. Here's Morley then around the wicket, bowling to Scriven, who pushes this one up to Tickner at mid-on. And there's no run.
Scriven too now will be conscious of Pat Bacon 3 figures, won't he?
He's not that far off another 50 himself. That's struck on the pad, big appeal. I think more out's always been given. He's been given. I thought it was out of desperation because it seemed to stop, and Scriven is finally out for 38, leaving poor old Logan Van Beek stranded. I'm not sure stranded is the right word as he runs off to the applause. He's got to get ready to open the bowling, presumably. He's just jogged at quite a brisk pace off the field. He makes 82 from 103 deliveries.
LBW Jack Morley for 38.
Tom Scriven,
Logan Van Beek not out.
the last man out. 484 all out. Decent effort from Leicestershire. It's taken Derbyshire 46 minutes this morning, during which time Leicestershire added a further 61 runs on the partnership, ended at 83 for the last wicket.
Slightly weary looking Derbyshire side leaves the field, led by the skipper with that splendidly weathered hat. I'm quite surprised looking at it from much closer range that it's still holding itself together, to be quite.
Sorry, but just one small correction. In the Leicestershire extras total of 28, there were in fact 7 whites and not 2.
and Derbyshire in a whole heap of trouble. Lost one of their two openers. David Lloyd perishes for 5, and Harry Kame is the number 3 batter. I suppose it's I mean, there's an awful lot of scoreboard pressure on Derbyshire, obviously, which has been created by how well Leicestershire batted in both halves of their batting innings. In the second half, especially, adding up all those 61 runs today. 147 for the last 3 wickets, which included a first bowler for Ben Mike. So Derbyshire backs to the wall. David Lloyd and Caleb Jewell put together by Mickey Arthur specifically to get Derbyshire off to quick starts. Caleb Jewell's faced just 2 deliveries so far and has yet to score. David Lloyd beaten a couple of times, if not more.
Oh, apparently we're not. The sound has gone on the stream again. Please no. Let us know if you can hear us. Van Beek is in. 2 Kame, bouncer down the leg side. Kame just ducks out of the way of it.
Not ideal. We're still on the BBC, the old trusty old reliable BBC Sport website and app there, I assume. If we're not on that, we would get messages. I think that's fairly plain.
Van Beek is in, bowls 2 Kame, who leaves and wasn't so very far away from his off stump, but that was a lively and successful first over for Van Beek, whose Leicestershire debut is going like a dream, and a very good dream as well.
Yes, turning into something of a nightmare for Derbyshire. Haunted by their former player. He's been elsewhere since, of course. He's been to a number of clubs because he wore 37 for Derbyshire. He's now on 87, which means this is the 5th club he's played for, the 5th team he's played for since he played for Derbyshire. I know he had a spell with Worcestershire as well. Here's Holland bowling to Caleb Jewell, who believes a very, very wide delivery alone, and it is indeed signalled wide. You don't see many wides given in first-class cricket. I don't think umpire Watts had much choice there, Chris Watts. Caleb Jewell is he's not a very tall man. He'd have done well to reach it. He'd have done well to reach it if he had Harry Kame on his shoulders. Holland is in again, and that one is off an inside edge down towards backward square leg. They've run 1, Jewell's off the mark. Derbyshire move on to 7. 4-1. Looks difficult to bat out there all of a sudden, as it so often does when you're facing 484. The first innings target, if you like. Harry Kame nearly fell over. He does that thing where he gets down on his haunches and stretches things out, and he almost fell over as he sprung back to his feet. He's ready now as Holland is in, bowls. That one is defended by Kame towards Scriven, who's fielding it mid-off.
Well, Hamish says he's just turned the stream on and the sound is fine, so let's have another look at the comments. Not quite what happened there. Oh, it's back, says Guy.
There we go. Don't panic, everybody. Guy. Don't panic.
Don't panic like I did.
It's not our stream, though, is it? Holland bowls, that strikes the pad. There's a big appeal, and he's been given, and Kame's gone as well, and the 2 opening bowlers have got a wicket each inside the first 15 deliveries, and Leicestershire are so on top in this game now it's not true. Derbyshire with Kame out for a duck, 7 for 2.
Yeah, it didn't get up quite as much as I thought it had, and he was only half forward there looking at the replay, and he wasn't outside the line. And I think he kind of walked off as though he knew his fate. No, it's usually away, isn't it? Or look disappointed. Well, obviously looks disappointed, but they have a way of imparting a certain disappointment at the decision rather than the dismissal, but there wasn't any of that from Harry Kane.
Ladies and gentlemen, Wayne Madsen. Please, Wayne Madsen coming up to join Caleb Jewell, who's got one, and has watched the carnage largely from the other end as he's only faced 3 deliveries. We were talking this morning about a friend who's booked to stay on Sunday night in the hotel, so well, at least he'll be safe now. Or well, Willie. 7 for 2. Dear, oh dear.
Oh, Wayne, cometh the hour, cometh always Wayne Madsen against Leicestershire.
He got a century last week in his only time out in the middle.
And I was told that his red ball average against Leicestershire over that, was it 20 years career, 20-year career?
Like that, 60
is 67.
Yeah. Yeah.
John Mallett saw me this morning. He said, well, no doubt we'll spend a fair chunk of today watching Wayne Madsen bat. You never know. This is not an easy situation for the experienced South African. They're captain of Derbyshire.
Yes, returning captain, last captain the side in 2015. Holland is in to bowl too, and he leaves that one alone outside the off stump.
Nice movement from Holland. Swing. He just sort of wanders to the wicket, but there must be it's in the action. It comes through at a really lively pace, but the movement is marked at Cardiff last week. It absolutely stood out from both sides for the movement he obtained.
Particularly long run up either, and bowls to Madsen, who just angles the bat and guides it into the offside. Ben Green with the fielding, tumbling down to his left-hand side. Even game at Canterbury, where Middlesex were bowled out for 222, and they've now bowled Kent out for 218. One innings shootout down there. You'd expect a result from that one. Northamptonshire batting on 413 for 7 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. And Gloucestershire 436 for 6 against Glamorgan at Bristol. Holland is in at bowls to Madsen, who drives, not a conventional looking driver, certainly in the aspect of where the ball ended up. It ended up at mid-on. He was looking to play it into the offside, got a inside half of the bat on it, and that felt like a wicket maiden. Or was there a single off the first ball? There was a wide in it as well, so forget that nonsense. 7 for 2.
Hamish adds about the sound. The sound is fine, he says. I mean, it's completely out of sync with the pictures, but the sound is good. And yeah, Springsteen also tells me that it's out of sync, but
we can't do anything about that. We can't do anything about anything to do with the stream.
It's all out of our control, unfortunately.
We have a number that you could get in touch with the club to tell them rather than.
I'm sure that they read the comments and are doing their darndest to get it all as it should be. In goes Van Beek and bowls outside off stump, and an expansive attempted cut away off the back foot, of course, by Caleb Jewell. Does not connect, taken low down by Ben Cox, and as a consequence, all the slips, Ahmed, Cox, Hanscom and Kimber, just sort of remark where they should be standing. They all go a touch closer. Ahmed standing a good 1.5 to 2 feet in front of Hanscom, very close. In goes Van Beek and bowls. Jewell, you heard the call of no, was on the back foot. He defended that one out to the sun-hatted Budinger. He and Cox, as ever, the two Leicestershire players who favour the sun hat. Looking around, everybody else in caps. Long leg and third man both posted. Bake bowls, hurries Jewell a little bit with a delivery that he prefers to stay on the back foot, blocks it out off middle and leg out towards mid-on, where Holland is the fielder. 5 minutes until lunch. I think they'd have taken 2 before lunch. 3 would be a real bonus, or potentially more. Important partnership though, Madsen and Jewell. Van Beek is in, bowls to Jewell, who is slightly squared up, comes off a thickish outside edge. Budinger quickly onto it in the covers, and you heard again the Australian no, no, no.
I'm fairly sure he'll be feeling tied down here.
Already?
Jewell. I know he's faced 7 deliveries, but just 1. He does like to get on with it.
Run rate 1.9 at the moment, but it is only 3.4 overs bowled. Van Beek is in and bowls outside off stump. It's a nice action. It was too wide and Jewell let it go through. Quite smooth and fluent. And
yeah, it is.
nothing too jerky about it. It looks like the sort of action that, well, it's enabled him to bowl a lot of overs and touch wood, famous last words. Be reasonably injury free. Turns, sort of crouches into his run and bowls straight and played out towards mid-off by Caleb. Jewell sees that mid-off Scriven has a bit of work to do to get to the ball. Scriven does run onto it and picks it up, but doesn't bother throwing at the stumps because both Jewell and Madsen, of course, he loves a quick single, went straight away and made their ground comfortably.
I think he's loving them less and less the older he gets, but yes, I know what you mean. Nice to keep the scoreboard ticking.
And he's extraordinarily fit.
He certainly is.
There's that sprint yesterday to the towards the electronic scoreboard in the last session showed it was very athletic.
It's remarkable, really, isn't it?
Does he still play a bit of hockey? He still coaches a bit of hockey, doesn't he?
In the winter.
In the winter.
Holland begins a new over from the pavilion end, bowling to Jewell, who leaves this one, which is quite wide, well alone outside the off stump. Jonathan listening. I'm fairly sure Jonathan's in China. I think he sent this at 12 minutes past. Yes, so it is these two. Hoping that these two could put a good shift in for Derbyshire. And positive note, looks glorious in Leicester. Mercury still hovering around 0 over here. You still have mercury in your thermometers, Jonathan. Holland is in, and that one is driven in the air, out towards third man and dropped.
No.
Dropped down at, well, backward point really on the boundary. He played a relatively loose shot. In fact, it ended up being a one-handed shot. I think it's Lewis Hill down there.
Lewis Hill.
Lewis Hill has dropped Caleb Jewell on 2. And, well, expensive or not.
Oh.
You never know, do you?
First drop of the season. Didn't drop anything at Cardiff.
It was tough. The way Madsen's just stepped away, there's a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. First time that's happened in this match. It was tricky in the aspect that it would have been, the ball would have been rotating quite a lot because it sliced off the bat. And he had to run in from the boundary and get down to catch it. But once he got there, he seemed to get there, if you know what I mean.
And knocked it up, and I thought he'd grabbed it the second attempt.
Here comes Holland again, and that one is left alone by Madsen.
That would have been a real bonus for Leicestershire, wouldn't it? Just driving at a wide one.
Yes. I'd say Jewell likes to get on with it and will play shots. So I think it's one of those. We're going to enjoy watching him do it if he comes off, but if he doesn't come off, then there could be issues. There's Holland again. 3 slips, Madsen defends in the Madsen way. Straight back to the bowler. Morning to Anthony from Hina as well. Real anticipation around my part of the world is about how Derbyshire's batters performed today. Yes, indeed. As for the football, it says adopted city playing against his home city on the south coast today. That's Portsmouth against Derby County. Says he thinks he'll concentrate on the cricket as Holland is in and bowls to Madsen, who pushes this into the offside. There is no run. Yes, a bit of extra work for the commentators today as well, with football going on. largely to, I know my place, largely to pad out the football content. All in the name of keeping people informed. Final ball of Holland's third over, 1 for 4 his figures at the moment, should have been better, and he bowls to Madsen, wide of the off stump, he lets it go. That one didn't bounce particularly, not like the first delivery of the innings, which shot up and passed at David Lloyd. 9 for 2 after 5 overs, Derbyshire. I mean, I know it's about survival, but they have got to score as well, and the run rate at 1.8 is very much the antithesis of what they were doing last week against the Gloucestershire bowling attack.
Van Beek into Jewel, beats him on the outside edge comprehensively on the back foot. Maybe just held its own. Jewel walks away, head down towards short leg, and looks down, just pokes at the ground, examines his bat. Not finding it easy out there. 3 not out off 12. Should have gone in the last over, could have gone in the last over. Can he make the most of that reprieve? Van Beek in to him, not sure where that's gone either. Comes off his thick inside edge and looks around quickly, sees the ball trickling towards backwards square. Ben Mike jogs across and feels, and Caleb Jewell probably slightly relieved at this stage of his innings to take the single and just watch for a little while. Wanders down to have a word with Wayne Madsen. Madsen possibly doesn't need too much advice from a relative newbie to English conditions. Madsen familiar with what's happening out there at the moment. Van Beek is in, bowls to him, comes back in, he jumps back onto his stumps, both feet sort of off the ground momentarily, very familiar, everything behind it, comes out of the middle, defends it out, back down the pitch, no run.
You can feel the temperature rising, can't you? Which makes me wonder how cold it is out there on the camera. The camera operative with his hood up. It looks cold. Just a pleasant breeze.
Van Beek in, bowls, Madsen drives very pleasantly, best shot of the morning so far, and that is going to run away to deep extra cover for 4. Lovely shot from Wayne Madsen, just slightly over pitched from Logan Van Beek, and Madsen didn't miss out. Nice way to get off the mark, looks like a man in form. Played that very solidly indeed, didn't try and overhit it either, just punched it away through extra cover. No chance for either Holland or Mike. 14 for 2. Madsen off the mark on 4. Waits, Van Beek is in, bowls to him. Ooh, squares him up a bit, and he's not quite sure where it's gone. He dropped it out towards point. He asks Jewell whether there might be a quick single in it. You heard Jewell telling him there wasn't. He wasn't quite sure what was happening there, and he indicates with his right hand there was good movement for Van Beek.
4 to each of the 2 batters out there, Wayne Madsen and Caleb Jewell, who's on strike. Waits now, raises his bat, Holland bowls, and he defends it straight back to him. You can tell when it's Jewell on strike through the effects microphone with how hard he hits the ground in his setup. Leicestershire fielders like what they're seeing, why wouldn't they? 14 for 2. Having posted 484 themselves. They're on the brink of a 6th bonus point for the match. There's a full delivery and it's gone through Caleb Jewell. That one was a fraction away from the off stump, I would suggest. I'm not going to repeat what Richard said yesterday, saying that we're not quite behind the bowler's arm, because we're an enormous distance from being behind the bowler's arm. We're at one end of the square and this pitch is at the other, effectively. Jewell drove at that one, missed it. Holland's in again, and that one has gone past the edge of the bat again.
They're just holding their own off the pitch as much as anything. There's sort of a little shake back in, and then it's lovely stuff from Ian Holland. If you're not having to face it.
Yeah. Final ball of his 4th over. 1 for 4. Past umpire Watts, and delivers another one wide of the off stump that Jewel is much happier with, and leaves alone. Goes through to Cox. It was a maiden over. 2 really good deliveries, and the others. And Derbyshire, after 7 overs, are 14 for 2. Already lost David Lloyd, caught and bowled by Logan Van Beek for 5, and Harry came leg before wicket to Holland without scoring.
This is Caleb Jitwell's just 48th first-class game. 2,580 runs at 30s. In goes Van Beek, and he over-pitches to Wayne Madsen, who drives him away through extra cover for 4. That was a genuine half volley. And Madsen just leant on it almost, punched it away out into extra cover. It was a super shot. Guy Gibson on the stream, oh Lord, it's our nemesis, he says. He said when Madsen arrived at the crease, and he's played 2 super shots, suggesting he's in the mood to add to that reputation in these parts. 8 off 12, 2 lovely scoring shots from Wayne Madsen. Van Beek is in to him, and that's another, because that's driven away as well. It wasn't quite as full as the previous delivery, but it was full enough, and Madsen this time took a bit of a step and drove it much straighter. It was a straighter delivery, but was there to be driven. His elbow was over the ball, and through straight mid-off it went. So 3 glorious shots from Wayne Madsen. 22 for 2. Madsen on to 12.
After just 13 deliveries, all of a sudden he's got into his stride.
Van Beek in, bowls to him, and he just nibbles it away off his legs, off the back foot down to Ben Green, who's at wide long leg, and takes the single. 23 for 2. Could have been 8 for 3 when Caleb Jewell was dropped down at wide, 3rd man by Lewis Hill, who'd got there, driving it a wide one from Ian Holland. Couldn't grab it at the first or second attempts. Just popped it up and out of his hands it went. Van Beek is in to Jewell, who cuts. Well, it isn't cut actually, drives off the back foot. It was a horizontal bat. It wasn't quite, I don't think, where he was looking to hit it. Perhaps wasn't quite onto him as quickly as he expected. Got it away wide of extra cover. Mid-off, Scriven had to run across to field. Jewell picks up a couple, but yet to really middle one in this innings.
No.
Just adjusting to the conditions, but he's still there.
More of a base hit than anything else, that wasn't it, really?
Still there, the Tasmanian. And Beek is in, bowls to him. That's a better shot, turned off his legs, down to long leg. There is a long leg, so it is just a single, but just looked more in control there. Takes his single as he turned that one away. Runs coming off Van Beek slightly more easily than they're coming off Holland. 1 for 22 for Van Beek. He did make the first breakthrough. I wouldn't be surprised if Hanscom makes a fairly early change. We'll see. Could be a long day in the field for the Leicestershire bowlers, and they want to mix it up a bit. Van Beek into Madsen, who drives again, but doesn't put quite his full weight into the shot. Times it nicely, but mid-off, Holland can get across to his left and tumble as he makes the stop. Gets to him quickly though, nicely timed by Madsen. End of the over, 26 for 2. Madsen 13, Jewell 7. It is only 12:30. A lot seems to have happened
Remarkable,
this morning.
No, absolutely. It feels like about 4
Last
o'clock,
half hour.
4 o'clock in the afternoon. A great day so far for Leicestershire. Putting 61 further runs on in 46 minutes this morning. And in the last, 35 minutes or so, reducing Derbyshire to 26 for 2. Ian Holland, who's got one of the 2 wickets, is into bowl to Caleb Jewell, who gets a bottom edge, and that one goes, well, to the right of the wicketkeeper in the end. It's left-handed Jewell, so that'll tell you that he got the bottom edge, and it went past his stumps, but it actually hit the boundary rope immediately behind his stumps. That's how straight it went. He gets his first boundary, not potentially in the way that he would have wanted, but boundary nonetheless, and moves on to 11, 30 for 2. Ben Green warming up.
Yeah.
He's at mid-wicket at the moment. What does that exercise do for you, I wonder?
Shoulders, bottom of the back.
Until he does a sideways press-up, I'm not impressed. They're the future. I couldn't do one myself. Holland into Jewell again, and this time he leaves one alone. Taken in front of first slip by Ben Cox as he moved away. He's definitely coming on green. I don't think there's much doubt about that.
Looks that way.
Going through his bowling action now on the square. Rian Ahmed at third slip also.
Wouldn't be surprised if you see an
stretching
over or
out the
2 before
pecs.
lunch from him.
He's got pegs. This next delivery is driven by Jewell, nicely fielded at cover by Sol Budinger. Tumbling away to his left-hand side and getting back to his feet, ready to throw in, but the batters have decided not to go anywhere anyway, which was a wise decision.
And the options for Hanscom: Green, Scriven, Ahmed,
Ben Mike.
and Mike.
Yeah. Holland is in. That sees Jewell almost jump onto the back foot and play a defensive shot back to the bowler. Ended up almost playing French cricket.
If he wants some finger spin, then Louis Kimber is I guess the first option for off spin. But I don't expect to see him this morning.
No, look, we did see the left arm spin, didn't we, before lunch yesterday? As Holland is in, that was left alone outside the off stump by Jewell. Still half an hour to go till lunch, so they can't really be thinking too much about that just yet. Rian Ahmed just gently twisting now. That's third slip. Still plenty of chirp out there, as you would expect at 30 for 2. As Holland is into bowl to Jewell, he leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Goes through to Ben Cox. Been too many of those really, just recently. That was the final ball of the over. 11 to Jewell, 13 to Manson, 30 for 2 Derbyshire. Only another 305 to avoid the follow-on. So they might have done it by lunch tomorrow. If they're still batting, of course.
Taking over at the Benny 10. Ben Green.
There we go.
Thought about it.
Yeah.
It is going to be the Devonian green.
I think the gap there between announcing from is as big as the gap between the B
quite
and the
tense,
green.
wasn't it? It was for a moment. Is he going to?
Could have played some music there. Who is it? And everybody can see it's Ben Green.
Bowled almost as nicely as Holland at Cardiff green. Not entirely dissimilar. Probably hits the bat a touch harder. Possibly gets a bit less movement. In he goes and bowls. Back goes Madsen. Wristily works it away through square leg. He'll want a second and he'll get a second because Budinger has to accompany the ball, so to speak, across the square, on the edge of the square, before picking up and throwing to Cox. And Madsen moves on to 15 off just 16 deliveries. 3 lovely driven 4s already to his name. Green is in, bowls to him. He leaves outside off stump. Watches the ball into the gloves of Cox. Green rather stalks back towards his mark. stick last year, Ben Green, but that has been trimmed. Tash is still there.
He's still got a
Looking
bit of
good.
the shaved sides going on, hasn't he?
He does. In he comes. Bowls. Madsen looks to cut. Cuts it down into the ground. Doesn't time it. It's going to run down through the vacant gully area. Gently towards Hill at third man. And Madsen takes his single. First attacking shot. He hasn't quite timed yet. He wanders down and tells Caleb Jewell there is still a bit of movement there. Green will stay over the wicket to the left-handed Jewell, looking just to push it across him a bit, perhaps swing the odd one back in. In he comes and bowls. Jewell takes his bottom hand off the bat as that one maybe gets a little bit more bounce than he expected, but it was leg stump and he went forward and just managed to turn it around the corner down towards Hill, now at long leg.
Done nice, the cricket manager now, is that his title?
I believe so.
He'll be on pins when Doncaster are playing at the moment against Wimbledon.
He does follow the Rovers.
Losing by a goal to nil.
Oh, it's pretty much kick-off time, isn't it? Quite a few 12:30s, aren't there?
Yeah.
Your lot are 3 o'clock, aren't
Yeah,
they?
both of my lots. And Derby County.
Green is in to Madsen, a little bit short. Madsen stands up tall, punches it back past Green, just on the onside of the stumps, which means that Holland has to run across from mid-on to field, and the ever-alert Madsen takes his single, moves on to 17. And already the innings beginning to feel a little bit different after the frenetic start. 7 for 2, very nearly 8 for 2. 35 for 2, looking a little bit better for the visitors as in goes Green. Bowls to Jewell outside off stump. He pushes away from the body rather, gets plenty of bat on it, steers it to Budinger at cover. And there is no run. 10 overs gone, 35 for 2. Derbyshire just beginning to build their response to Leicestershire's first innings of 484. Madsen and Jewell have a chat in mid-pitch, the partnership for the third wicket already worth 28.
I was saying yesterday how much we were looking forward to going back to Canterbury after a fair old while. I wouldn't book 3 or 4 nights necessarily. Middlesex in their second innings are 18 for 2. They have a lead of 22. So not going according to plan for the batters there. As this new over from Holland begins, and Wayne Madsen has a drive at one outside the off stump and misses. Ball goes through to the keeper. Can't have been too far away from the edge of his bat.
End of July for us. The week after, we're at Derby, actually. Those 2 games before the one-day cup.
2 comparable historic cities. Robert the Bruce came to Derby. Next delivery from Holland is wide of the off stump, allowed to go through to the keeper.
Did he stay long?
I think he was repelled. Or was it repulsed? It was one or the other. Northamptonshire 426 for 7 before I get myself into an enormous amount of trouble at Old Trafford against Lancashire, and Gloucestershire 469 for 7 against Glamorgan. At Bristol, we don't go to Canterbury until September. Here is Holland again in and bowls to Madsen, who leaves alone comfortably.
Rocky right on the stream. Good comms, he says. Can they do some knots as well? No, is the short answer, Rocky. I'm afraid you have your own commentator.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I'm miles away from that.
I wonder why you were...
I didn't really understand what you were saying. You clearly thought it was funny. It's Holland in and bowls to Madsen, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Perfectly understandable sentiment, though. Rocky, what was it, Rocky?
Rocky.
Yeah, perfectly understandable. Yeah, nobody in this box. Well, not an enormous amount, but there isn't a lot of merchandise in this box. No club spokesman doing ball by ball. 35 for 2, Derbyshire. Holland 1 for 8. He's in his 6th over. He's into bowl to Madsen, who gets one on leg stump and clips it away down to long leg. There's a little run round there. I assume that's still Lewis Hill down there, who does a very fine sliding stop and keeps him down to a single. Madsen might have thought that was a boundary when it came off his bat. But he just picks up one, moves to 18, 36 for 2. Whilst 2 down at lunch is bad, it can be no more than that, really. These two have to be there at lunch and then come out for the afternoon session. Would be my assessment. As Holland's past the umpire once again, bowls to Jewel, who goes back and defends it slightly unconvincingly into the onside. He had to face just the one ball of that over because that was the final ball. And Madsen has 18. Jewel has 12. Derbyshire are 36 for 2 in reply to Leicestershire's 484. It seems an awful lot.
Scriven also beginning just to loosen up a little bit. So 6 overs may be enough for Ian Holland. Batted very nicely yesterday and has bowled very nicely this morning. Wonderful start to the season for the former Hampshire all-rounder, the American international.
Of course.
Ian Holland.
Down to 2 slips.
Indeed. As Green is in to Madsen, who whips him away through square leg for 4. That sat up nicely and Green raises his eyes to the heavens. Madsen, flick of the wrist, just sort of dismissed it over the square leg boundary, and he really does look in prime touch. The start of this season, good century to start the season against the Gloucesters.
Yes, all of them. I didn't see it, unfortunately.
It looks full of confidence as Green is in and bowls to him. Tries to tempt him outside off stump. Madsen just steps forward and lets it go through. Scriven goes for a run from mid-off, kicking up his heels as he does. I think we're definitely going to see him at this pavilion end.
Rian Ahmed keeps going through his bowling action, but spinners tend to do that, don't they? They do a lot of that slow motion through the action and all that kind of thing, just getting themselves sorted mentally for what's to come. Sun's gone in.
Green, just a few steps, wanders in and bowls very wide outside off stump, and Madsen, having let it go through, looks levelly back down the pitch at Hassan Adnan. Perhaps waiting for the wide to be signalled. It isn't. Hassan thinking of his lunch perhaps now.
Yeah.
Which is 15 or so minutes away. 3 overs perhaps, 4 overs. Green just wanders in and bowls, driven by Madsen, but has to treat the ball with a certain amount of respect. It's on off stump, straight-ish, and he wasn't quite at the pitch. Played it firmly, but Scriven able to step across to his right. Plane goes, descends relatively nearby. Looking around, can't see it.
Feel normal, that.
Yeah, it was a slightly disconcerting noise as Green is in, bowl straight, and right hand started to go into the air. It was, as he sometimes can be, Madsen. He usually gets something on it, but very slightly reaching in front of his front pad there. Manages to squirt it away off the outside edge into the covers, and there's no run. I mean, every county must have a plan for bowling at Madsen, but never seems to work, does it? In he goes, Green, and bowls. Oh, popped up into the air by Madsen, and a little bit in the way that Lloyd popped one up against Van Beek. In his case, in Madsen's case against Green, it goes out at a sort of 45-degree angle, so safe enough. It dropped a long way short of Budinger at extra cover, but genuine sort of false shot, and Green will be a little bit encouraged by that. 40 for 2 after 12, Derbyshire. I'm just wondering what sort of plane that is, because it's a, now we can see it as it circles above the ground.
County Championship cricket, can you?
Just sometimes over Leicester, you get the battle of Bit Britain flight, which is based at Scamp. That isn't. It's just a. In fact, there's one above as well.
A billionaire's plaything, that, isn't it?
Looks a bit like it.
Yeah. Anyway, if you wouldn't mind flying somewhere else, that would be delightful.
It's nothing. It's nothing interesting or exciting.
No.
But it is something noisy.
It is very noisy. Could have done with that yesterday after tea to drown out the noise of the chants from down below. Tom Scriven is coming on to bowl from the pavilion end. Holland finishes with 6 overs, 1 made and 1 for 9. His first spell, Scriven is in and bowls to Jewel, who just pushes this out into the offside. Ahmed does the fielding, tumbling to his left at point. Just the 2 slips now for Leicestershire. Man at third man and at long leg. They were clearly watching the first innings when in excess of 100 runs went down third man way. Scriven is in around the wicket. That is driven for 4. There we go. Caleb Jules actually middled one, and that will feel very nice for the Australian. The 32nd delivery he's faced, but he middled that, no question, out towards the long off boundary. He moves to 16, 44 for 2 now. Even in the first innings, we saw a couple of times 2 wickets fell in quick succession. The difference being that the 2 wickets fell in quick succession at the very start of Derbyshire's reply, which always leads to extra nerves for the batting side. Jewel waits. Scriven's next delivery is driven into the offside, but comfortably fielded by Lewis Hill, who now finds himself at cover. A lonely man out on the boundary in front of the electronic scoreboard. Now he's got plenty of company to pass the time of day with in between deliveries. There's the thump of Jewel's bat on the ground as Scriven bowls, and he's driven for 4. Out towards the cover boundary, slightly over pitched, and given the treatment, there was a dive from Rian Ahmed, but he couldn't get to the ball. Jewel moves on to 20, 48 for 2. It will be good for Jewel. Not that David Lloyd and Harry Kane can't pass on advice, but it will be good for Jewel to have Madsen with him, because he wasn't struggling, but he just wasn't scoring like we'd seen him score in the first game, like we saw him score against the South Asian Cricket Academy when he made a century. So that Madsen at the other end will be a calming influence. As Scriven bowls, strikes him on the powder's little inside edge on that. He sort of hopped in the air as he hopped back into his crease. Tommy Boy did well. 48 for 2. That's not a very good nickname, that is it, Tommy Boy? Really?
You sort of see it though. There is something boyish about Scriven.
Yes, no, well, that's a fair point. He's in now and bowls. Oh, he's edged and short of first slip. Tumbling to his right.
Nice take by Kimber on the half volley.
Took it on the bounce. Similar to one that Jewel took on the bounce in the Leicestershire. I couldn't tell you who it was off now. That one fell just short. Should we credit him with slightly soft hands? Possibly not. Jewel 20, Madsen 22. 48 for 2 Derbyshire with 10 minutes to go until the interval, and these two will now be thinking we've got to be here at 20 to 2 when play resumes after the first interval.
Green then from the Bennett end as the sun comes out again. Bowls, that could be a shout for leg before he's gone. Madsen has gone. It stayed perhaps a bit low, but that is a huge wicket. He was looking in super nick, Wayne Madsen, but I suspect he knew his fate. Looked as though it stayed a bit low, certainly came back in, wasn't going back over the top, and Madsen has to go. Sent on his way by Hassan Adnan, and Green has made a huge breakthrough. 48 for 3.
Yeah, big blow. Big blow. The Derbyshire skipper walks up, he just punches his bat a little bit there. I don't think he had any arguments, as you say, Richard. Goes for 22 off 31. We're only in the 14th over. Already Derbyshire's middle order is well and truly exposed. It will almost certainly be Brooke Guest next, who's got a tricky little 8 minutes or so until the lunch interval. He won't enjoy that. It is Brooke Guest who will now bend down, sway from side to side, then pop up and run onto the pitch. There we go. Does it every time.
Here's a replay. We'll have a look-see.
Hassan had no doubts.
He was certainly in front. It was actually slightly higher than I thought, a fraction, but it looked as though it was a reasonable decision in the circumstances. Madsen was punching his bat, wasn't he? And he was rather trapped on the crease. Nice shape to the delivery, back in to him. And Ben Green, who, as I say, bowled really nicely at Cardiff. Now he's in his rhythm here, has picked up his first wicket. 4 for 57 were his match figures at Cardiff. Signed for the first 7 championship games, I think, Ben Green. Again on loan. As you say, Brooke Guest to the crease.
Yeah, it's a terrific season 2 seasons ago. Batting at 3 largely. Now at 5.
Waits with bat raised as Green is in, bowls to him straight. Just strokes it defensively out towards mid-off, solidly enough. Long sleeved shirt for Guest. Short sleeved for Caleb Jewell. Just a case now of getting through until the interval for these two. And a first bowling bonus point. Well, yeah, indeed, but Guest, Green it was, who pulled out of his run up there and just sort of hopped slightly as though he just jarred a heel, something like that. Seems okay as he walks back to his mark and he's ready to go again. Guest, Bob is at the knees, waits, Green is in, bowls to him. He looks to sort of drive, checks the shot slightly, plays it firmly out to Scriven, who's at mid-off. Sweaterless now. He gets the sweat from the back of his neck, Tom Scriven. He sort of reaches behind his neck and wets his fingers and then gives the ball puts it on the ball and gives it a polish.
Lovely.
Green is in and bowls very straight. And again, Guest has to defend. Being made to play at every delivery since coming in. 48 for 3. 6 bonus points now for Leicestershire. From the game, 7 they took from the game at Cardiff. Just the 4 batting to go with the 3 bowling. Green is in, bowls again straight. Slightly tentative from Guest there, on-off stump. Didn't quite follow through with it. Excuse me. Came off the outside part of the bat along the ground all the way. He was in control. Kept it down, pushed it out towards Rahan Ahmed at point. Twiddles the bat in his hands.
That was pretty down there, wicket keepers.
Leans forward in his stance as Green is in, bowls to him, thick inside part of the bat this time, suggesting the ball shaped back in. Wicket maiden for Ben Green. and a potentially hugely important one. Saw the end of Wayne Madsen for 22, a score that anybody in Leicestershire would have taken, I suspect, from the Derbyshire skipper. 48 for 3.
Yeah, these two have to stay there. Jewel and Guest until lunch, and some distance beyond as well. Still to come, Lewis Rees, Anuj Dahl with his back spasms, Martin Anderson, Zach Chappell, Morley and Tickner. So a new over begins from Scriven. It starts wide and goes wider, and is left alone by the Australian opening bat. For 3 it remains. Jewel on 20, drives, a little uppishly, but he's going to get 4 runs for it, I fancy. Ben Mike's giving chase, but that's racing away. Not only down the hill, but across this lightning quick outfield. He moves to 24, 52. The 50 up for Derbyshire. Yeah, 52 for 3. That's a little acknowledgement, understandably. Here comes Scriven again. This time he's played off the back foot, one-handed down to backward point. Lewis Hill fields. Jewel picks up a single to move to 25. Yet to get off the mark, having faced just 5 deliveries. With the previous over ball by Ben Green. Scriven bowls, he goes back initially, forces the ball out to Budinger at cover. And there's no run. Just looking at the time, they'll squeeze another one in with 2 balls left in this over, unless Derbyshire can get the one to the boundary, I fancy. Just to slow it down. They're not rushing. Why would they? They don't really need to. The Leicestershire fielders. The Scriven is in again and bowls. That one is defended by Guest. Up towards Van Beek, who's fielding at mid-off. And he starts to give the ball a polish. Final ball of the over. Will we get another over in? Clock says 12:59. We might. Scriven is on his way in now. Bowls to Guest, who turns this one into the leg side. Now they are rushing Leicestershire in a bid to get the extra over in, and I think they're going to manage it, which is good news for them, but not necessarily for me.
Updates time. 18th of the day for Fletch, first of the day for me coming up. Hassan Adnan has made it to behind his position behind the stumps at the Bennett end, and it is still showing 12:59 on the scoreboard, so we will have the extra over. It will still leave 66 to be bowled today. Once we do go for lunch, Ben Green is in to Caleb Jewell. Edge is dropped at second slip, went for the edge. And Peter Hanscom, two-handed to his right, should have taken it, was round about waist high, went down. Leicestershire have put Jewell down twice. Well, how important could that have been before lunch? 53 for 4 should have been. 53 for 3 remains the score. Green is in and bowls, looking for a leg before it's turned, or attempted to be turned by Jewell into the leg side, and there was no real appeal from behind the stumps. Oh, how big could that have been? Jewell on 25. Also dropped on 4. It was a loose drive. Thickish heads, went at a very nice height, two hands to it, couldn't hang on. In goes Green, driven for 4 as well. Just over pitches, Jewel got out to it, drove it very straight back past Green to the long off boundary for 4. Well, that won't make Hanscom, or indeed Green, feel any better. International quality, you don't drop batsmen like that and get away with it sometimes. Jewel looking to make Leicestershire pay. Taps his bat as Green goes in, bowls to him. Slightly squared up as he walks forward into the defensive press. Plays it straight back down the pitch to Ben Green. No run. Green in. Bowls driven a little bit uppishly by Jewel, looking to be positive. Plays it firmly out as far as mid-off, where Ian Holland is the fielder. Good Greener. Come on, Greener is the call from the Leicestershire fielders. Green in. Bowls looking to drive again. Thick inside edge from Jewel. It runs out to mid-on. And that is lunch. Well, Derbyshire take lunch in their reply to Leicestershire's first innings on 484 on 57 for 3. Could have been even worse for the visitors. Caleb Jewell, who goes to lunch on 25 not out, has been, beg his pardon, 29 not out, has been dropped twice on 4 by Lewis Hill at wide third man, and on 25 in this over by Peter Hanscom, the Leicestershire captain, at second slip off the bowling of Ian Holland and Ben Green respectively. Still in a lot of trouble though, Derbyshire. They are replying to a huge Leicestershire total, and the Foxes would certainly have taken, I'm sure, 3 wickets before lunch after a really good last wicket stand between Logan Van Beek and Tom Scriven. Took them on to that 484, adding 83 for the last wicket, 260 for the last 5 Leicestershire wickets. So Jewell, well, he represents hope for Derbyshire as they go into the afternoon session, but pats on the back all round as far as Leicestershire are concerned, particularly for Ben Green, who will be, well, he could have been looking at figures of twofer. As it is, he did pick up 1 wicket, that of Wayne Madsen, a huge wicket, leg before wicket on the back foot for 22. We'll be back with you. You'll possibly hear me do an update in a moment's time for BBC Radio Leicester into the sports show, but otherwise, enjoy your lunch and we'll be back with you in around about 35 minutes time. Okay.
Division 2 at Bristol, Rothesay have moved on to 486 for 7 for Morgan the empty bat. Canterbury, Middlesex 220.
perhaps a little surprising. A man at third man there. There's Van Beek bowls, another one that's left alone outside the off stump by Jewel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 updates.
6?
To
My goodness.
To the sports show. It's impressive, isn't it?
It is.
Thought so. Very excited. There's Van Beek. Jewel waits and defends this one. Top half of the bat, around about the splice, the ball hit. A little bit of bounce there for the Netherlands international. No damage done. So you're working yours out now, aren't you?
I'm just writing them down so I don't forget them,
I've written mine
basically.
down so that, well, I will forget, obviously. But and they're slightly movable feet because it's part of little runs of things. Driven this next delivery by Caleb Jewell on with 4 out towards the cover boundary. Looks at the toe end of his bat again. That's not the first time he's inspected the toe end of his bat. Oh, and he was left hanging there by Brooke Guest. They touched bats and then Caleb Jewell put his hand out to give him a glove pump and Guest just ignored it. Oh dear. 33 now to Jewell. That was the 50th delivery he's faced, so considerably slower innings than either of his 2 against Gloucestershire last week. He has also been dropped twice. Once on 3, no, 2, and once on 25. Here is Van Beek again, and that one is crashed away for 4 more. That was a bit of width that hasn't really been offered by the Leicestershire bowlers. It was offered by a number of Derbyshire bowlers on occasion, and he loves that. He loves it. Which batter doesn't love a bit of width, but he absolutely loves width, and he gets 4 more.
Best shot he's hit, that one.
Yeah.
He barely heard it right out of the screws, as they say, and fairly whistled.
It was the dive, and fair play for Ben Mike attempting to dive for it. I think it was probably past him by the time he hit the ground. It was hit so well. 65 for 3 at the end of the over. 37 to Jewel. Brooke Guest still to get off the mark. He's faced 14 deliveries.
Holland continues from the pavilion end, runs in and bowls 2 Guest, very straight. Guest defends carefully, back down the pitch, rehearses the shot. Not much of Brooke Guest, is there? He looks quite a slight figure out there.
Yes. Yes, he is, but supremely fit.
Yeah.
I mean, unbelievably fit, ridiculously fit.
He waits. Bat raises. In goes Holland, bowls to him, a lovely delivery. I think that Guest just tucked the bat inside the line of that one. I don't think he was actually playing at it, but
No,
it was a difficult one. He looked to.
Yeah, there isn't an ounce of excess on Brooke Guest.
There isn't.
It's ridiculous.
Manchester born.
Grew up in Perth, in Western Australia.
In goes Holland, bowls 2. Guest, who's forward on off stump, and then just with his right hand says that still movement there for Ian Holland. A little bit of shape to the delivery.
If you hear him talk, there is just still a little bit of a twang there.
He wants one thing he wants to do before he dies. He wants to run a marathon. I suspect he's probably fit enough to do it now.
I think he could do it.
Loves Harry Potter films.
Oh.
Holland is in, bowls to him. Extra little bit of zip, but it's just wide enough to leave. Bounces and taken by sort of Cox jumping, really. About waist high, but still jumping into the air. Again, that little bit of zip. His favourite warm-up song, I'm sure it's something you hum all times, Green Light by Pitbull.
No, not one I've come across.
No. Holland is in, down the leg side. Good half stop by Cox, diving away to his left. The signal will be, we wait and see, as it's fielded at long leg by Lewis Hill. A bye, so could easily have been 4 byes. It was a spear down the leg side, most uncharacteristically by Ian Holland. Got that one a bit wrong. Cox flung himself a long way to his left to field, or at least get half a glove to it. 66 for 3. Holland is in to Jewell, who leaves rather insouciantly outside off stump, just stepped forward and lifted the bat over the line of the ball, then rehearsed a sort of square drive. 37 to him off 52. Guest 19 balls still to get off the mark. 66 for 3 the score.
He'll be on strike at the start of the next over. He's a fairly level-headed character. I don't think he's the kind who would worry necessarily too much in this situation. I'm not saying he's going to last a long time, and I'm not predicting anything, but it's a good character to have out there because he just likes to bat. He had that really good season 2 seasons ago. He's facing Logan Van Beek now, and he goes back and forces the ball into the offside, but it doesn't go very far, and Sol Budinger actually has to come in from cover to do the fielding. 66 for 3. Logie's doing up the over 8+1. Well done, everybody. No idea how, but that's what it says. Just asked David Lloyd to explain XG to me. This next delivery from, strikes the pad, Van Beek. No, says Hassan Adnan.
Sounded a bit woody, didn't it?
Was there a little bit of a bat on that as Brooke Guest got his bat down in time? He couldn't. I've got no idea. It's all very subjective as far as I can tell. Why a penalty shouldn't give you an expected goal of 1, I've no idea, but it doesn't. A lot of people do miss penalties. Here's Van Beek again, into Guest, who leaves this one alone. Late decision to leave it alone, and then as he takes his bat forward in a sort of arcing motion, the sun glistens off the back of it. And, goes through to Ben Cox, one of 3 fielders with the floppy sun hats, Sol Budinger and Ben Mike, I think. The others? No, not Ben Mike. This next delivery is left alone by Brooke Guest.
It's usually Budinger with a sun hat at extra cover, and it's usually Scrivens at mid on. It's Ian Holland.
Ian Holland. Yeah, Ben Mike's wearing the Leicestershire cap at mid wicket. $66 for 3. Some too difficult for me to tell you how many behind they are, as this one is driven but not timed by Brooke Guest. It's a 418, which even when you say it quickly sounds a lot. It's a long way back into this match for Derbyshire from the position they find themselves in, I would suggest. I don't think I'd be the only person on the ground who would say that either. There's a fair few Derbyshire supporters down below. As Van Beek bowls, that keeps low, strikes the pad, and the finger goes up, and Brooke Guest is out for a 25-ball duck. And a second wicket for Logan Van Beek. Derbyshire already in trouble, a 66 for 4 now, and Leicestershire, well, they'll be already contemplating asking them to follow on. Dear, oh dear, that didn't bounce at all.
Let's have a look at this one.
It didn't seem to anyway.
Yeah, he got himself in a bit of a tangle there, Brooke Guest. Not quite sure how he was looking to play that. It was fairly well pitched up, and he sort of hit him on the right pad. He was squared up a bit. And pretty much in front. That was a I think reasonable to describe that innings as tortuous, really. 29 balls. Never really settled at all. Well, obviously never really settled at all, but Jewel is there and beginning to look very good. On 37, he's going to be joined by Lewis Rees, as you probably heard.
Yes, another opening bat by Trade, going out to the middle. May well be required. I think Pat Brown's taken the wrong gloves, or didn't swap gloves for Caleb Jewell, who now has what he required. Perhaps he had two left hands. I'm sure that must have happened over the years. It was the final ball of the over. It was the final ball of the 20th over. Derbyshire 66 for 4, trailing by 418, and still a million miles away from the follow-on target. This afternoon session will decide how this game goes, I fancy. I get another one. It's either Anuj Dal or Martin Anderson.
Holland into dual bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through. Innocuous, relatively speaking, that delivery, taken quite low by Ben Cox. Jewell walks away towards square leg. A lot on his shoulders now. Don't think necessarily he'll change the way he plays. He likes to play his attacking shots. He's played some glorious ones in the last couple of overs. That cut away to the boundary was beautifully timed. Holland is in and bowls, and there's another beautifully hit shot out through the offside, and it picks up 4 as well. There is a sweeper out there now, and Budinger dived to his right in front of the Uptonsteel stand. It looked as though he almost got something on it. Didn't get enough on it either way, and it has squeezed through and over the ropes for 4, but it was a lovely shot with sort of bent knees, and the sort of shot that left-handers play so nicely, always looks so good. A couple of cracking sort of square drives from Jewell. He moves on to 41. Holland bustles in and bowls short wide, cut again, and that's going to be 4 more, this time a long way in front of square. In fact, he's sort of slapped it out towards almost sort of long off, really.
Very strange shot. I wasn't looking there.
It was a lovely shot. I mean, a beautifully timed, as you would have gathered from the sound of bat on ball, but did sit up and it was wide. Jewell helped himself. He moves on to 45 off 55. Leicestershire have dropped him on 2 and on 25, and he is making them pay. Holland is in and bowls. It swings back in, hits the pad. It's going to run down to fine leg for 4 leg byes. Did too much, really. It was the in swinger. It had signalled as leg byes. And Holland, seeing the signal, and turns to Ben Cox. I think he thinks maybe it was a little inside edge that saved Caleb Jewell, but it's been signalled leg byes. Otherwise, perhaps Holland would have appealed along with Ben Cox, who choked off his appeal very quickly. Was a bit leg side, you would have thought. So Jewell remains 45, but 12 off the last 3 balls. Holland is in and bowls. Jewell drives the wide delivery straight out to Budinger on the extra cover boundary and takes 1. He's going to keep going for his shots, the Tasmanian. Caleb Paul Jewell, born in Hobart on April, he's coming up to his birthday, April the 21st, 1997. He's represented Australia under 19s. Available throughout the campaign and across all formats. He could be fun against the white ball for the Falcons, as I think Derbyshire is maybe not still known. In goes Holland and bowls outside off stump, seams away, but Rees lets that one go through. End of the over. By Holland's standards, an extremely expensive one. 12 came from it, albeit 8 off the bat. 1 for 18 off 9 now for Ian Holland. 79 for 4 the score. Caleb Jewell was part of the Hobart Hurricanes side that won their first Big Bash title in January. made 164 runs in 7 knocks, including a career best 76 in a last ball win over Brisbane Heat. He has a solid red ball record, notching his maiden first-class double century for Tasmania last year. So clearly a batter of some potential. He waits with bat raised as Van Beek is in, bowls a little bit short to him. He gets up on his toes, tries to crack it away through the offside, hits it quite hard down into the ground, bounces well wide of Scriven at mid-off, so comfortable single to be taken, and it is. Due on to 47, 80 for 4. Ben Green down at third man. Lewis Hill at long leg. Halfway here is the current call of encouragement, i.e. get one more, get him 5 down. They have their own sort of language of encouragement, professional cricketers. Van Beek is in, bowls, Rees withdraws the bat. Curtin rails it back inside the line. Stands quite tall at the crease, the left-handed Rees, so 2 left-handers at the crease. Very experienced cricketer. Lewis Rees, Somerset born of course, from Taunton. I was born in Taunton anyway. In goes Van Beek, bowls to him outside off stump, and Rees leaves, goes through a little bit low to Cox. Went to Leeds Metropolitan University. Lewis Rees, that is. Hasn't got a high opinion of the Kookaburra ball, which I'm not using at the moment. Thinks it produces, and I quote, rubbish cricket. He too likes Green Light by Pitbull as his warm-up song. That's going to be a Derbyshire squad thing then. As in goes Van Beek, bowls full on leg stump. Rees tries to get it away, doesn't get anything on it, goes down the leg side. Cox might just have... Oh, did signalled 4. Did he raise his hand first there? Umpire Adnan? I think not. It was speared down the leg side. Cox dived across to his right. Sounded as though he might just have brushed his gauntlet fingertips. Yeah, no runs accruing to Rees. He remains on 0, just 4 to the board. So 4 byes, which is a bit tough on Ben Cox. Van Beek is in and bowls, and that is going to be 4 runs from the bat of Lewis Rees. It was a little bit short, a little bit wide. He stood up tall and cracked it away behind square on the offside. Again, a lovely sound of ball on bat. No chance at all for Ben Green at wideish third man to get across and have any sort of impact on it. Well, and actually, Lewis Rees, like Brooke guessed, his ambition, one thing to do before you die, is to run the London Marathon. Which, is that next weekend? I think so. Was it this weekend? In goes Van Beek, looking for the Yorker. Rees plays it quite casually, stands up and looks as though he's ready to clip it away through mid-wicket, ends up bunting it out towards mid-on, and that's the end of Van Beek's 7th over, 2 for 35 for him. He gets a gentle pat of congratulation from Peter Hanscom. And Hanscom is signalling to Ben Green, so, and Green is beginning to warm up, so it might just be the 3 overs for Van Beek post lunch. Green starts to do a little bit of gentle warming up. Holland, meanwhile, continues from the pavilion end, bowls to Caleb Jewell, swings back in. Jewell doesn't quite fall over himself, but does have to adjust as it swings back in, pushes the ball for thickish outside part of his bat, out to Rahan Ahmed, who's at point. Wonder how long it will be before we see Ahmed. Might be a while. Holland is in, and Bowles pushes Jewell back into his stumps, but the Australian plays it nicely, pushes the ball away through extra cover, because Budinger, remember, is sweeping on the extra cover boundary. It is a favoured area for Caleb Jewell. So comfortable single for Jewell, who moves on to 48 off 60, 89 for 4. Derbyshire now. And actually, given that Reese's film he can watch, his last Harry Potter film, there's too many similarities. In goes Holland and Bowles to Reese, who's solidly forward. Between the entries of, there's 3 identical, more or less identical entries for Reese and Brooke Guest, so I just wonder whether a certain amount of consultation went on there. You never know, but now you know a little bit more, if you didn't already, about Lewis Michael Reese. He started solidly and played one lovely shot. He's waiting with bat raised as Holland is in. Bowles to him, leaves outside off stump. Again, the ball doesn't do too much. 22.5 overs old, so still should be in fairly prime condition. That ice cream van, we haven't actually seen it, but we know it's around.
A little earlier today.
Now, the clock has changed.
Oh yeah, it's gone up to 4 o'clock now. 8
Yeah.
o'clock.
Well, 8 o'clock, so... Yeah, but it's not... Go figure. I don't know. I'll ask the friends of Grace Road, they might know. In goes Holland, and Bowles, fullish, clipped off his toes by Reese. Again, slightly casually. It's just the way he plays, really. Picks out Green just in front of square on the onside, and there is no run. Scriven's warming up as well as Ben Green, so could be about to be a double change. No joy for Holland post-lunch, unlike his new teammate, Logan van Beek, who has picked up another wicket. Holland in, Bowles. Reese leaves the ball that just seems away from him outside off stump. Read it well, rehearses his drive through the offside, which shot he didn't play. And that is the over, 89 for 4 of 23. And as you're hearing over the tannoy, Friends of Grace Road have opened early today.
My favourite announcement was to hear the gentleman talking about the soul evening. That the it didn't sound like he was clearly
not a soul man.
merely reading everything that was written down in front of him, because I mean, I wouldn't have the first idea it was soul artists, but
Bit of Wilson Pickett,
no,
things like that. No, not for you.
I might.
You're
I
heavy
might
metal,
know
weren't you?
them,
A little bit.
Yeah, I might know them, but I wouldn't say that I was.
You'll have seen the film The Commitments, though.
Yes.
Think of this. All those songs are soul songs.
Mustang Sally.
Mm.
Is that a soul song?
Mm.
Kind of like the Blues Brothers almost. Here's Tom Scriven, bowling from the indoor school end, and just got the ball to kiss against the outside half of Caleb Jewell's bat as he defended it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, it's not really my thing, really. Unsurprisingly. I'm becoming more and more belligerent in my musical taste as the older I get. If that's the right word, I'm not sure that it is. Scriven balls, goes past the edge of, that's a good delivery, goes past the edge of Jewell's bat. He's on 48, looking for 3 successive centuries to begin his Derbyshire career. He was almost back in the pavilion there. That would be about the last thing that Derbyshire need. There are many things that they don't need. Caleb Jewell not being out there anymore is high among the list. As Scriven is in, and Jewell gets squared up by that one. That comes off a leading edge out to Rehan Ahmed at point. It's in the air for a short while, but not for long enough for Ahmed to be interested in making a catch. He got himself behind the ball and made sure that it didn't go past him. Just the 395 behind Derbyshire. 69 for 4. Scriven bowls to Jewell, who goes back, isn't that off and away? There's a half century for Caleb Jewell, a third successive half century for Caleb Jewell. Moves to 52 with that boundary. It was his 10th 4, which sort of suggests the struggle that he's had, because that was the 64th delivery he's faced, but it's been an innings above all others in this Derbyshire first innings, no question about it.
He's hit some cracking shots. He's ridden his luck, but you know, that's all you can do, isn't it? You've got to take advantage. Not your fault. They're dropping you.
Majority cracking shots in the previous 2 half centuries. He waits now as Scriven comes in and he defends that one up to Logan Van Beek at mid-off. And there's no run. He needs to double it and then add a few. And Lewis Rees needs to stay out there with him. The last of the actual batters, I would say, Lewis Rees. Martin Anderson might disagree with me. Anuj Dahl might disagree with me. But Lewis Rees, a man who has for a number of years opened the batting for Derbyshire, can be classed as a batter. As Scriven bowls, that one's fullish. There's a slight misfield by Sol Budinger, who points immediately to the used pitch that he's fielding just behind. And Jewell picks up a single. He moves to 53. And it was the final ball of the over as well. Lewis Rees has 494 for 4. There we go, they're just settling things now, these two at the moment. Brooke Guest never looked settled, you're absolutely right, but he just never looked settled, did he?
He was batting outside, he was moving around a little bit.
Yeah.
Batting outside his
Harry
crease.
Kane didn't bat for long enough to show us whether he was settled, nor really did David Lloyd, but he didn't look like he was going to be there for too long. Ryan Madsen, 22 off 31.
Now Holland's continuing from the pavilion end. Bowls. It swings in a touch to Jewell, and judging by the reaction of Ben Cox and the slips, he was playing across the line, but got plenty of it as he turned it into the onside. Pushed it to Ben Green, who did appear to get the word, but Hanscom, I think, changed his mind, went to Scriven instead to replace Van Beek, and nearly got some joy. Tom Scriven. Holland is in and bowls. Jewell is all care and attention as he defends that one away off stump.
There's the danger in calling him Van Beek, of course, because if you call it, if you're going to continue the sentence, you say to Van Beek and something else, it makes him sound like he's part of a cured pig. You can't do that.
Bacon was involved in your lunch, wasn't it? Was it wrapped around a chickpea?
Allegedly.
In goes Holland and bowls again. There's swing in, but again advancing to meet the ball is Caleb Jewell, and defending with a really nice high right elbow as he blocks that out to mid-off.
I'm not much of a chicken man, I have to say, but it was very nice. Very nice indeed, and thanks once again to Leicestershire for feeding us. Different table today, which fooled me slightly. I walked in and couldn't find it, panicked.
Holland bowls outside off stump, too much width and off the back foot, struck quite calmly and carefully, but rather sweetly by Caleb Jewell out towards deep extra cover. Of course, he didn't put his weight into the shot. Budinger can run along the boundary, pick up and field, and it is just the single to Caleb Jewell. He moves on to 54, 95 for 4. Rees has got just the 4 runs to his name from 10 balls faced, but the partnership already worth 29. Indication of Jewell's proficiency at the other end. Holland bowls round the wicket. Rees steps forward and, as is his style, just lets it go through. No fuss, no bother. So he's got all the time in the world. Lewis Rees, who's, I was telling the listeners, Fletch, 3 entries in his Who's Who are almost the same as those of Brooke Guest.
Are they?
The Harry Potter business,
yeah. The
marathon business. In goes Holland and bowls again outside off stump. Again Rees steps forward and lets it go through.
I don't
End of Holland's over, 11th over, 1 for 20.
I don't know any of them really, really well, but I don't see Lewis Rees as a marathon runner.
Wants to run the London. He's specific. It's got to be the London.
Oh, okay.
Whereas Brooke Guess was any marathon will do.
The Manchester Marathon. His mum and dad are here again today with Elton the dog.
Is that the little one, the little terrier?
Oh, the big golden Labrador or Retriever. I'm never sure which is which.
Right.
But
Is it quite a hairy
Yeah.
beast?
Yeah.
Probably a Retriever then.
Is it?
Labradors tend to be short coated, don't they? Lovely dog.
Oh,
Very handsome dog.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Here comes Scriven and beats Logan Van Beek. First delivery, bowls in his new over.
Logan Van Beek?
No, he doesn't. Caleb Jewell.
He struggled against Scriven a bit.
He has.
Just in this little spell, he just seems to... It's funny, isn't it? One bowler can...
Get into your head.
I find every bowler gets into
Well.
my... got by the end, got into mine.
He does a lot to get rid of me. Scriven bowls. Jewell chops this away out square on the offside, and it's a really fine stop on the boundary's edge by Ben Mike. Come back for 2, but he had to slide around the boundary there at point, having come from a straight cover to do the fielding. Nicely done. 97 for 4 now. Jewell moves on to 56 from 72.
Now,
Scriven's on his way in again from the indoor school end, and again just squares him up a little bit. It was a outside edge defended up to Logan Van Beek. Logan Van Beek and Lewis Rees, I assume, are quite close friends, largely because of the amount of joshing that's been going on between the pair of them off the field, and they've just had a little bit of byplay on the field as well. They'll know each other. They played with each other, of course, when Van Beek was at Derbyshire, because he didn't play with Caleb Jewell. This next one is edged down towards third man. Ben Green is there with his magnificent tash, and they go through for a single. Jewell moves to 57, 98 for 4.
just wondering whether the Chittagong Vikings, Dhaka Platoon, London Spirit, Lewis Rees's other clubs.
Yes.
I don't think Logan shares any of those, although he's well travelled. So purely the Derbyshire connection
I
then.
think so. He's on strike now. He just defends that. 2 left-handers, of course. Now he guides that down to third man. And they pick up another single as Green once again comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. Rees moves to 5, 99 for 4. Yes, he's had a couple of spells in the Bangladesh Premier League. Had one season, I don't think he played much, but he had one season at Lords in August. 99 for 4. Jewell crashes this one, but there is a fielder out there. Of course there is. It's Ben Mike. When I say crash it, you have to wait for 5 minutes for it to arrive. The Derbyshire's 100 comes up to sympathetic applause. I think it's best described as Jewell moves to 58. He'll pinch the strike. Rees has 5. And I think they're 384 behind.
And it will now be Ben Green from the pavilion end. Peter Hanscom comes and has a word with him. I'm sure Hanscom apologised. I don't know actually, but probably a little word to Ben Green for the drop in the over before lunch, which is already proving an expensive one. 25 he was on then, Caleb Jewell, so he's added 33 to that. He was on 2, wasn't he, when he was dropped by Lewis Hill. Making Leicestershire pay. Sam Wood wandering around on 12th man duties at the moment. There's a few of Leicestershire's injured who've been around and working hard during the interval, showing that they're getting back to fitness. Ben Green is in and bowls, swings in, but nicely clipped off his legs by Jewel down towards long leg where Van Beek fields, and one is taken. Game has settled down now as the excessive shine, if you like, the excesses of shine on the new ball have sort of worn off. Still only 26 overs old, so Leicestershire, we're hoping there's still a little bit in the seam. Pitch has been baked again a bit. Round the wicket goes Green, and again clipped in the air for a few feet down towards long leg. They're very much rolling along the ground by the time it gets to Van Beek, who has the company of both Wood and Alfonso Thomas down there, offering words of advice.
Do you think Leicestershire, well, they will, I'm sure, but what it would be their target to get Derbyshire out in order to make them follow on? 250? Bit of weather around on Monday, potentially.
Yeah.
We tend not to take that into consideration.
Green is in and bowls, and again he's played off his legs down into the leg side. Ben Mike goes back, picks up quickly. Good throw by Mike on the turn, running back across the square, and as a consequence, Ben Cox, who took it on the half volley next to the base of the stumps, did just take off the bails, just in case, and certainly Caleb Jewell did have to make sure he was running hard, but he was comfortably home. A run out now will be a disaster for Derbyshire. Green is in, bowls, Jewell is defending straight back up the pitch to Green, who fields in his follow through and then makes as though to sort of flick the ball at the stumps, sees that the experienced Reece is back in his crease, so doesn't bother. A little bit quieter now out there, Leicestershire, as they settle into their afternoon's work. Green in, bowls on off stump, and solidly played again by Caleb Jewell, who saw he's settled into his innings. Now, as you go past 50, you'd expect him to, but looks an altogether more sort of solid player now as well, seeing it well. Green, no more than 10 yards really, 6 or 7 paces as he runs up and bowls. A little bit of an in-swinger to Jewell, who, playing in front of his pads, turns the ball into the onside. Turn of the wrists out to Ben Mike it goes. Mike might be the next Leicestershire cab off the rank.
I haven't seen him yet, have we?
No. 104 for 4 off 27, so the run rate's been lifted as well, still just under 4s. But Jewell and Reece extend the 5th wicket partnership to 38. Jewell's doing the heavy lifting here. Reece just 6 of those, but doing an important job.
220's a bit late.
Yep.
Here is Scriven in and bowls. That one is just helped around the corner by Lewis Reece. There is a fielder. It's Lewis Hill. Spelled differently, of course. Down at long leg. 105 for 4. Reece moves on to 7. Ben Mike goes out onto the cover boundary for Caleb Jewell, who does like that area. It's a very large area when he's facing the bowling from the indoor school end, which he is at the moment. Scriven bowls to him and he drives out into that area, and because he's all the way back he can just trot around Ben Mike and do the fielding fairly comfortably. Jewell moves to 62, 106 for 4.
I wonder if Rehan Ahmed might be not too far away either. Jewell won't have seen him before. Well, he'll have come across him, but not played against him. I don't know how often he's played against him.
I do think they have TV in Tasmania. Here's Scriven bowls that played off the back foot. Lewis Reece forces it to Rehan Ahmed at point. I know what you mean. Yes, he won't have faced him, will he? I'm fairly certain. Unless he played, did he play Australia A? I don't know. I don't think he did. He's just stretching his arms out at the moment with his hands in front of his body, like almost like he's praying at the non-striker's end. His back leaning against his pads. Whether that's how he just relaxes, but he's getting some air to his gloves. Scribbing around the wicket to Rees, who pushes this one up to mid-on where Holland fields.
I'm guessing the latter. They've got these days these sort of little air holes in the palms, don't they? So.
And yesterday,
there was a bit of a breeze from that side.
You spotted it yesterday when Brooke Guest was waving frantically and waving a glove. One of his gloves had split, and it was only Martin, the physio, who sewed it back together again.
He didn't have a spare pair, or
maybe his favourite
just
pair.
his favourite pair.
Worn in, I suppose, aren't they? Keepers are strange people. 106 for 4. Scriven in, bowls to Rees, who pushes this one up to Van Beek at mid-off. And there's no run.
Update is coming.
Yes, so my next one is as well. Into the team news recap roundup bit, which could be any time, I'm afraid. Football programmes are laws unto themselves, aren't they, really? Now I suppose we better go to the cricket. Scriven. Hidden bowls to Rees, who turns this one into the onside, where it's fielded by Sol Budinger.
Yeah.
And there is no run. End of the over. 106 for 4. Rees 7. Jewel 62. The man out since lunch. Brooke Guest for a perfectly described tortuous 25-ball dug. Jewel has been dropped twice in this innings so far.
Update for BBC Radio Leicester. They're chipping away. They have picked up another wicket since lunch, that of Brooke Guest, who really struggled to cope with the Leicestershire bowling, faced 29 balls without getting off the mark before being pinned leg before wicket by Logan Van Beek. A second wicket for Van Beek, making his debut for the Foxes. Remember, 66 for 4 at that stage. The man standing in the Foxes' way, though, is Caleb Jewell. They dropped him twice badly before lunch, and boy, are they paying the price for doing that. They dropped him on 2, that was Lewis Hill, and on 25, that was the captain, Peter Hanscom. Well, the Australian has gone on to 63 now and is looking a real threat, and he's found an adhesive partner in Lewis Rees. So far, they've added 41 for the 5th wicket. Foxes need another breakthrough. Derbyshire very much on the back foot, but the wicket is playing well and the Foxes having to work at this. Derbyshire 107 for 4. Green bowls from the pavilion end. Forward goes Rees, who looks to have eons of time out there at the moment. He's playing really solidly and comfortably, not trying to do anything excessive, not trying to hit through the ball, just trying to keep it out and play himself in. And Alfonso Thomas, Leicestershire's head coach and obviously bowling guru, is standing right behind Ben Cox on the boundary, of course, as Green comes in and bowls a full delivery, looking for the Yorker. Puff of dust as dug out by Rees and played to mid-on. Yes, Friends of Grace Road are now open, dispensing their array of cakes. Lemon drizzle and Barra Brith is what we tried yesterday, but I distinctly remember some various chocolate varieties. In goes Green, bowls. You could see him rolling his fingers across the seam there. Bowled straight, but more or less got to the pitch of it, Rees, so he negated any potential seam movement, pushed the ball back out down the pitch. No run. Wanders back into his crease. He's got his right sleeve rolled up, but his left sleeve down. Lewis Rees is the quirk as in goes Green, bowls to him. Does sort of drive at that, but without any real weight in the shot. Pushes it firmly out towards mid-off. Van Beek is the fielder. Recognisable from that big white sweatband on his left wrist. They were fashionable in the 70s, as I recall. In goes Green and bowls outside off stump. A little bit of in swing and wide enough for Rees to leave nonetheless. End of the over. Green's 6th. Did bowl 4, I think it was, before lunch. 6 overs, 1 for 18 for Ben Green. Should have a couple of wickets to his name. As I said to BBC Radio Leicester a few minutes ago, the Foxes paying a heavy price already for dropping Caleb Jewell twice. But they'll nag away. They'll try not to give too many runs away, and they'll make Rees and Jewell work for their runs. Scriven, 5 overs, none for 25, comes in from the Bennett end. Bowls, oh my goodness, squares up. Jewell comes off something of a leading edge and drops not so very far short of Scriven in his follow through. Goodness me. Scriven's come close to dismissing Jewell a few times. As I say, it does seem to be struggling with him. Bustles in and bowls. Jewell drives, doesn't quite time it. It runs out to mid-off where Van Beek fields. Jewell walks away towards a square leg. Kimber at first slip, Hanscom at second, shouting their encouragement. Scriven, slightly angled run, comes in, bowls outside off stump, carved away stylishly by Jewell, but there is the sweeper in the form of Ben Mike out there. Lovely throw from Mike right next to the stumps. Nod of approval from Cox, and just the single is taken. So they have cut off one of Jewell's major scoring boundaries area, if you like, with the sort of wide third man and the cover sweeper. Leicestershire. Round the wicket goes Scriven, bowls to Rees, who clips him off his toes, but good work by Budinger at mid-wicket means no runs for Rees. 7 off 25 for him now. I'm sure this sort of frustration is part of the Foxes' strategy here. Make Jewell work harder for his runs. Don't give Rees anything to get away. In goes Scriven and bowls. Rees leans into an on drive, but again doesn't really put his full weight into the shot. Holland is the fielder at mid-on, and there's no run. Fletcher's back alongside.
They've just before they came to me, they were talking about athletes. It seems only fair.
Did you make a contribution? You had plenty to say, I trust, on this subject.
I did mention. As they were discussing, you're duty bound to come to me.
Absolutely. Round the wicket goes Scriven and bowls. Rees is solidly forward, defending out into the offside. Well, your children in need exploits.
Well,
plus last year, was it last year at the bike, or was that 2 years? That was a long time ago, actually.
That was a while ago, yeah, the bike, yeah. I played netball, bit of netball as well. That was hard work, netball, I've got to say.
You're periodically called into action by BBC Radio Derby to prove your athletic expertise. What will be next, I wonder?
Did some judo as well, but I did a forward roll and I heard every bone in my neck crack, and I saw stars, and I thought I better stop doing that.
Probably so did the person you rolled over, I would imagine.
Yes.
Your fellow presenter thought, yes. Glad Fletcher's stopping now.
Green from the pavilion end, bowling to Caleb Jewell, who goes back and carves this out to the cover boundary, where it's juggled a little bit by Sol Budinger, but he holds on tight. And it's just a single. Jewell moves to 65, 109 for 4. I have sort of various fingers in various pies. I covered Bradford City for a few years. They're going for promotion, and that's the man sent off. Then they conceded in the 90th and the 95th minute and lost 5-4 at Swindon. 5-4 is one of those scores that when you were at school and used to roll a dice to get all the football scores. That came up and you just discarded it as being absolute nonsense. Around the wicket comes Green to Risu, flicks this away. I'm sure he's got something on it. Yep, it's 4 runs down to a very fine leg. Green off target there, and Rees took advantage to move into double figures. He goes on to 11, 113 for 4. I forgot what I was saying.
5-4 and
yes,
odd scores.
They're just scores that don't happen, aren't they? That's happened today. This one is off the inside edge. There's a half appeal from Green, but it definitely sounded like bat, and runs have been given. So it was close to getting past the inside edge onto the pad. In which case it might have been going down leg, who knows? But the umpire certainly didn't signal leg byes, which would suggest that he was never going to signal out. My stand-in at Burton's just having trouble hearing Q over the announcements there, which are very loud. Ian Hawkins is the loudest stadium announcer in the world. He does like to shout. Big crowd in Burton terms expected there this afternoon, as Green is in and bowls to Jewell, who goes back and forces this ball but doesn't time it. It goes straight to Rian Ahmed, who looks at the ball very quizzically and immediately throws it. Now this ball is going to be changed fairly shortly, I fancy. In fact, Peter Hanscom is taking it to Hassan Adnan. I think he's got the caliper. Yes, he has. He's already taken it out of his pocket. Now, we didn't see a ball change in the entirety of Derbyshire's bowling innings. The 2 umpires are having a look at it. They haven't put it through the gauge yet. And now umpire Watts is stopping us from seeing. Oh, it's gone straight through and dropped on the floor. Carry on, boys. It's still sort of spherical, so you can play with it.
I guess the fact that they actually looked at it is a hopeful sign from Leicestershire's point of view.
They can only ask once more, though, can't they?
Is that right?
I believe so.
To go through the...
They can only ask. If the umpires then deem it to be a rubbish ball, they can change it. I think that's the case. I could be wrong. As Green bowls, and this one is driven very pleasantly out towards long off. They're going to come back for the second, and they get there comfortably in the end. Nicely done. Jewell moves to 67. It was Budinger who did the fielding. 116 for 4.
50 partnership, is that?
It is. 50 partnership of 65 balls.
12 to Rees.
Yes, yeah. Well, of course, Jewell has got previous of very big partnerships and not scoring runs. As Green is in and bowls, he tries to cut this away, bounces it straight into the ground. It's picked up by Rian Ahmed. He was going to try and pick it up and throw it, I think, with his left hand, but his momentum caused him to roll on the floor, and they got through comfortably enough in the end for another single at the end of the over. 68 to Jewell, 117 for 4, 12 to Rees. Jewell made 12 off 12 balls in the Big Bash final. Shared a century opening stand with Mitch Owen, who blazed the ball to all parts. So we had the perfect view of one of the finest T20 knocks you're likely to see at, I don't think it's called the Uptonsteel Arena anymore, in Hobart.
Tom Scriven from the Bennett end is in to Caleb Jewell. Bowls pretty wide outside off stump. Jewell just leans forward, lets that one go through. So Sheffield United have lost their 3rd game in a row then. Leeds won again, so it's beginning to look
Leeds Burnley
as though it's going to be, Leeds and Burnley, home of Sir, well, I don't know whether it still is, I suspect possibly not, Sir Jimmy Anderson.
Really?
Scriven is in and bowls straighter this time, stands up tall. Jewell plays it firmly wide of mid off, and Baker athletically runs around to his right and sort of keeps running semicircle and then runs back to his position before underarming the ball to Scriven. Single to Jewell, he moves on to 69.
Well, I missed it completely, but at this time yesterday, around about this time, David Popple sent me a message saying good news on Sir James Anderson, and it never occurred to me that he hadn't already been knighted, or if he was just being called Sir James in the same way that people do. But yeah, I find that bizarre.
Around the wicket goes Scriven and bowls. Big drive from Rees, caught behind. Finally essays an aggressive shot, Lewis Rees, and he pays the penalty. Went for the big drive, got the edge, taken by Cox, and the partnership ends at 52. Leicestershire continue to chip away. Derbyshire now 118 for 5.
Was that an under edge?
Don't
Very
think
faint.
so. Let's have a look. See.
Didn't feel.
No, it was.
No.
Well, might have been. It was down towards the bottom of the bat.
Yeah.
If by that you mean sort of the bottom part of the bat, or do you the inside?
Talking about the actual sort of an inside edge.
Yeah, I don't think so. It was quite a wide one, but unlucky really for Rees, because I think he played rather well for those 30 deliveries and looked in really good, solid nick. Well, Anuj is better, or at least it's good enough. He's been doped up enough for him to be able to bat, bless him. Do you remember when, was you on commentary when Ben Rain came out with a bad back against Derbyshire, a really bad back?
I think I was.
And boy, did they pepper him. Poor
Which you
Ben
would,
couldn't,
wouldn't you?
well,
You would. I would fully expect Anuj Dal to be peppered here.
he looks fine. He's jaunty, I would
He's
describe
walking
his
as Anuj
walk.
Dal generally walks, yes, with purpose. As he goes out, Logan Van Beek currently deep in discussion with Caleb Jewell, and a few playful punches. These substitutes who roll that big thing on and bring it off again, they're enjoying it far too much.
The big thing being some sort of
Like an esky.
drinks container.
Australian esky, isn't it?
Roman Walker enjoys everything he does, basically. He's always got a grin on his face.
How proud Leicester as he walks off the field with with Caleb Jewell's gloves and the drink that he has just dispensed. 118 for 5. Derbyshire still 366 runs behind. That's quite a lot. Up to you.
Scriven is in and bowls, and Dahl showing no ill effects of his back problems at all. Defends on the back foot, plays it firmly out towards mid-on where Van Beek is the fielder. Trail by, you worked it out, did you say 366?
I didn't work it out, it's on the computer in front of me.
Bless it.
I don't work things like that out. I've done something that I thought was really clever. So I've done 2 windows.
As Scriven bowls outside off stump, cut away for 4 by Dahl. You hear the ball thumping into the advertising hoardings in front of the sort of edge of the meet, the far end of the meet as we look at it across to our right. Short and wide, and with no sweeper for the new batsman. A bit of a gift. Dahl up and running on 4, 122 for 5.
They've got the trail by in 1 window. It's all very clever.
Scriven is in, bowls outside off stump. Dahl leaves half a step forward, really. So Scriven, poor ball to Dahl notwithstanding. Successful over for him. 7 overs, 1 for 31. And as I say, Fox is chipping away. 2 wickets post lunch now, taken on 57 for 3, now 122 for 5.
Anuj Dal made just 1 in his only previous innings for Derbyshire this season. Lewis Rees made 3 in that game, and Brooke Guest won. They had a bit of a middle order collapse. Martin Anderson also went for 4 before Zach Chappell came out and blazed 61 or 67 balls. I wasn't there. I was listening though, and it sounded very entertaining as I drove back from North Wales last Saturday afternoon. Good to see Ben Green continue, 1 for 27 for him. his way in now from the pavilion end to bowl to Caleb Jewell on 69. And Jewell just turns that first delivery to Ben Mike at mid-wicket. And there's no run. So Saturdays and Sundays, we always sort of called for cricket to be played on Saturdays and Sundays so people could come and watch, but they've simply got out of the habit of coming at weekends now. Crowd not as big as yesterday. The sun has momentarily disappeared, although it's on its way back out now as Green bowls and Jewell goes for an expansive looking one-handed waft outside the off stump. I'm not sure what he could have hoped to have achieved had the ball hit the bat, other than it getting the inside edge and crashing into his stumps.
I think you can have a lot of fun watching this
Jewell
batsman over the next few months, one way or another.
Here for the whole season as well,
Yeah.
which is great news. Looking forward to him playing in T20 cricket as well. As Green is in, this time he jumps up in the air to a ball that seems to keep low, jabs his bat down and pushes it again to Ben Mike. So the ball's got to Mike twice, but in completely different circumstances in this over.
It's clouded up, Fletch.
Yeah, muggy.
Clock now says 20 to 9.
Well, the clock is certainly working.
It's
again,
moving,
which is
it's
good news.
moving,
I think
yeah.
They need to stop it again now. Perhaps they're waiting till 10:30 when they can come in tomorrow and set it off again. This one is driven by Jewell
Shot.
down the ground, 4 runs. A despairing dive from Logan Van Beek. On drive, and Jewell moves into the 70s. 73 he has now from 95 balls. Batting nicely. Oh, somebody's got a nasty cough.
Somebody young, it sounded like, bless.
Probably been sick as well then. That's what happens, isn't
Bit
it?
harsh.
Next delivery from Green is defended by Jewell into the onside. He's gone to Ben Mike again. Haven't seen too many babies. Others is. There's the dog. It's underneath
Yeah,
the chair.
well, I can see
underneath
it's drinks.
if you look underneath the bench, the dog is.
Yeah, I can
lying.
see its rear end.
It's quite a big dog because its front end is a long way out.
I see Springsteen down there as well.
It leapt the picket fence earlier today.
It did?
Yeah, it must have stretched itself. Is Green bowling, and that's driven
Oof.
for 4 runs by Jewell again. Given a bit of width, slightly over pitched, and he's climbed into it, and it's raced away to the long off boundary. Jewell moves to 77, Derbyshire 130 for 5. And much like the previous partnership, this one's worth 12, and Dal's got 4 of them.
Sort of 80% glorious shots and 20% you don't quite know what you're going to get from
Yes.
Caleb
And
Jewell.
you sort of feel that might be the way it goes.
Yeah,
over the course of the
his
season.
modus operandi is he's going to be fun, Derbyshire listeners, I suspect, if occasionally frustrating.
Yes.
But at the moment, things are going very well for him. He's carrying the innings at the moment. Scored well over more than half the runs, 130 for 5. Change of bowling, so Tom Scriven, having taken a wicket, has been taken off. They've gone to Ben Mike, so they've decided that Anuj Dal's back might be an issue. I can see Mike banging a couple in here and just seeing if he can hop around a little bit. Cruel, but Fletch shrugs beside me. It's professional sport. Let's see what happens. Mike, down the slope he comes and bowls to Dalu, goes for the pulley. He is a little bit restricted there. Gets a thick bottom edge that goes down into the thigh pad and it drops more or less at his feet, runs out into the offside. Ahmed picks the ball up, but he is clearly slightly restricted, I would suggest.
Yeah, I would say so.
Anuj Dal there. The way he went for that pull, it was a little bit stiff, if that makes sense, a little bit flat-footed. Mike. charges in and bowls. Dahl plays that one solidly enough on the back foot. Correctly enough, I should say. Just drops it out into the offside. Budinger fields. Holland stretches his hamstrings. He sits back and just sits down and reaches for his toes and hangs on to them. Something we can both do, given about a day and a half to warm up.
I could touch his toes. Not sure I could even bend down enough to touch yours, if I'm honest with you. My back is stiff.
Oh, as is Anuj Dahl's. As in goes Mike Bowles to him again. It's on-off stump. Wait, he calls as he defends it behind a point, and Rehan Ahmed bounces to his left to field. Holland sits back down and reaches for his toes again. Right, enough of this, says the pragmatic Hanscom, and sends Van Beek back 3/4, 4/5 of the way to the boundaries, only 12 yards inside the ropes down there at deep backward square. Mike is in and bowls full on leg stump. Dahl, too old a hand to be fooled by that one. Waits for it, clips it calmly out to mid-wicket. There is no mid-wicket. Mid-on has to run around to field, and so there's a comfortable couple
what I would
for Anuj Dahl.
Sorry, Richard. What I would say there is that Anuj Dahl ran looking fairly comfortable, but as soon as he got back for the second, he sort of leapt back as if to just, there's just something in his back that isn't allowing him full mobility, which makes it perfectly sensible that Leicestershire are trying to do what we think they're going to try to do.
Yeah, I was going to say they haven't actually tried to do it
No,
yet.
They haven't yet, no.
They're trying to make him think they're going to. In goes Mike and bowls. Fullish again. Well, not fullish, but reasonable length, and Dahl on the back foot. He stayed on the back foot, which suggests he is slightly restricted. Just pushes it into the vacant square leg area. So if it is a ploy, it's not a ploy that's being pursued effectively at the moment. Mike hasn't really banged one in to Dahl and said, see if you can hook it.
Of course, the ultimate double bluff would be for him to bowl a short one to Caleb Jewell now.
Well, they haven't really tried any, but I'm trying to think of, you know, the short stuff's been outside off stump and easy for Jewell to carve away through the offside. They haven't really tested him out with a straight bouncer or two. Mike is the quickest bowler in the battery of Leicestershire seamers. In he comes, stays over the wicket to the left-hander and bowls. A little bit short, but again, it's outside off stump, and Jewell can go back and doesn't quite time it as well as he would have liked, but there's loads of room out there. Pushes it out to Van Beek, who is coming in from the extra cover boundary, and a single is taken. What's Ben Mike now having a chat to Hassan Adnan, and Ben Cox has got something to add as well.
Yeah.
Something about the crease, I don't know really, the left-hander. But anyway, not an issue, apparently.
They've always got something to say, haven't they, cricketers? It's a long time in the field to not say anything.
I think we ought to have those mics that even football referees are starting to use now. So if rugby league, they do it very well, don't they? They talk you through the decision.
Here is Ben Green beginning a new over. That's driven aerially and just beyond the grasp of the man diving. I think it's Louis Kimber diving at extra cover. It is Kimber. He gets 4 runs for it, Jewell. He's not superstitious. The Australian has moved. Oh, he hasn't moved on 27. He's gone back to 82 now. Doesn't matter whether he's superstitious or not. 82, as far as I'm aware, isn't an unlucky number for Australians. That boundary was his 13th. He waits now as Green bowls to him and he dabs that one down into the ground. It goes backward of square on the offside. Probably didn't miss the off stump by too much. But it did miss the off stump, which is the important thing. What do you make of these stumps? They're slightly bizarre, aren't they, with the black tops? I know it's all to do with the competition sponsor, but the ones at this end, I can only see the top bits that are black. They'd be better if they were all black.
They do rather blend into the biscuity pitch, don't they?
Green bowls. Jewell pushes it up to to Holland.
I'm not. I don't know if. I'm sure at Cardiff it was just the bails that were
Yes,
black.
I don't remember them being this
I don't
black
remember
last
this sort of top third
No.
of the stump itself being black.
Perhaps in the next match it'll be 2/3 black, and then it'll go to fully black, and then reduce again, and just keep going up and down. That'd be exciting.
Maybe there's a few different options.
Yeah. We're getting used to pink stumps for T20. As green bowls to Jewel, defends this one back to the bowler. You're talking of lookalikes from this distance, and I've seen Ben Green close up, but Bob Carrollgees from this distance with his tash. It's very much a Bob Carrollgees moustache. Those
Don't tell me the name of that. The dog that he.
all the kids out there will remember is this one is carved away by Caleb Jewell, but out to Sol Buddinger on the
Spit.
spit the dog, because he used to spit. It's all
How
very,
charming.
it's all very unpleasant, really. But you know, it passed for entertainment back in the day.
Yeah, I was going to say there were some charming comedians in the old days, weren't there?
Well, yes, not all of them are at liberty.
I remember that now.
Jewell moves on to 83, 139 for 5. Brings Anuj Dal back on to strike just for one delivery at the end of this green over. He's in and bowls, and Dal dabs it there. You heard him, no run. It's very Anuj Dal, even though he made a step forward. It's a sort of involuntary step forward followed by a no run. 139 for 5 at the end of the over. 7 to Dal, 83 to Jewell. It's a good job he's playing. Derbyshire 139 for 5 in a whole heap of trouble, still trailing by 345 runs. It's a long way back.
Hanscom polishes the ball on the back of his whites, and he's chatting away to Ben Mike. No, he's not Hanscom. Hanscom has left Scriven to do the talking. To Mike. Hanscom already in place at second slip as Mike comes charging down the slope and bowled him. Middle stump is out of the ground. That stayed horribly low to Caleb Jewell. Oh, it looked to stay horribly low. It was, well, how short of a length was it? It was short of a length, and it did stay low. The stump, I think, maybe it looks a mess. It looks as though it's broken. The middle stump is out of the ground. We shall have a look at the replay and see just how low that stayed. But Ben Mike has made a huge breakthrough for the Foxes. Let's have a look and see. It did stay low. Straight through him, though, and there wasn't much the Tasmanian could do about that, and that is not a good sign for Derbyshire. Not just losing the wicket, but the fact it stayed low like that as well.
Yes, that was my impression, that it kept horribly low. He's batted nicely, Caleb Jewell. He walks off with his third successive half-century for Derbyshire, but he would have wanted another 17 and then more runs on top of that. Derbyshire 345 runs behind as Martin Anderson with all his S's goes out to join Anuj Dal in the middle. Didn't get many runs last week. It'll be Zach Chappell next, and then I imagine Blair Tickner followed by Jack Morley, but I'm not sure. Jack Morley will be holding his hand up and saying, I got 17 last week, everybody, and that's my highest score in first-class cricket, so I'm in pretty good nick. Either way, Derbyshire are going to be a long, long way behind in this game when they are eventually dismissed.
Still another, what, 14.5 overs until tea. Feels like ages.
Well, this innings so far has lasted 35 overs. There are 46 left in the day. They could wrap it up today. They won't. Well,
we'd be surprised.
I'd be surprised. I mean, tomorrow's a possibility, clearly, but will they bat a second time around? How much will the pitch deteriorate? We'll find out.
Well, Ben Mike is in to Anderson. In he comes and bowls, and does bowl the bouncer. Anderson plays it well, just ducks forward and makes sure everything is out of the way of it. The little girl who coughed is now crying. Derbyshire supporter.
I do hear Derbyshire supporters crying from time to time.
I think Leicestershire's tears have all been shed over the last few years, one way or another.
Absolutely.
At the moment, the Foxes not cock a hoop. They know they're on top. Mike is in and bowls on off stump. Anderson is solidly behind it. Plays the ball up to Ian Holland. The sort of the sight of a middle stump flying. It hasn't been replaced in its end. It wasn't broken. It's that sort of black top third when it was lying there made it look as though it was at a slight angle. It does lift aside, doesn't it, when something like that happens, especially against the batter who's going well. Mike is in and bowls, pushed firmly out into the outfield by Anderson. It was almost a half volley, but at this stage of his innings, trying to step out and drive it, and went straight to Budinger. The volumes out there have increased markedly. Holland is again swinging his arms at mid-off. Van Beeker's been sent back from sort of mid-wicket to deep backward square. Mike down the slope, bowls a bounce, very high bounce. Got that one wrong. And although Anderson sort of bent down on one knee, didn't need to, and the fact that it has just been signalled wide by umpire Dahl, having had the nod from umpire Watts, indicates why. Tell you what, those limes have, even since yesterday, more leaves on them, more obvious leaves. They're certainly beginning to unfurl, aren't they, in the sun?
Long before they're falling off.
Mike is in and bowls, looking for the Yorker. Well played by Anderson, dug out, and Mike's hands go to his head, but well bowled and well played.
Oh, the blossom trees at the far end of the ground there.
Pretty. Some sort of cherries, perhaps, I'm not sure. Maybe Leicestershire's new head groundsman knows more about the trees, i.e. witches, what they're called other than trees.
I think you've got to have trees, haven't you, around a cricket ground?
They are mentioned, many of the mature ones, in the homes of cricket. In goes Mike and bowls. No ball, and that is neatly tucked off his legs by Anderson. Little turn of the wrist out deep mid-wicket, and he is going to pick up a couple of runs to add to the no ball to get off the mark.
Runs gratefully received.
Makes a 2 into a 4.
Busy, that ice cream man, isn't he? Still in the area. Assuming it's the same one.
Kids have to run next to it. In goes Mike and bowls outside off stump. Good pace, but not such good direction. And Anderson can let it go through, but a successful over for Ben Mike. 2 overs, 1-4-9, and as with Derbyshire, everybody's sort of chipping in with wickets, really. Holland, Green, Scriven, and Mike.
Holland's back, is he?
All among the wickets, yep.
He is.
Ben Green is taken off.
5 overs for 27 in that spell. Look at Sussex go. Bowled Somerset out for 201. They're now 91 without loss in their second innings, leading by 184. Down. Oh, that's a terrific effort. I mean, they've got a good side. Some Prentice among the wickets yesterday evening.
John Simpson, the new captain and
good player.
relatively new.
James Seals is back with them, isn't he, the West Indian? As Holland comes into bowl to Dada, goes back and forces the ball into the offside. They're going to get a couple of runs here as well, because Tom Scriven dived over the top of it. Didn't quite manage to clutch it in. Middlesex have steadied things down at Canterbury, 99 for 4, now leading Kent by 98. Lancashire have finally bowled Northamptonshire out for 496. They're at Derby next week over the Easter weekend. Northampton, Lancashire 12 without loss. As Holland is in again and bowls to Dahl, who defends it straight back.
Northampton.
To the bat, I think so.
I can say we're up at Old Trafford, I think. Next week,
yeah, but
Easter in Manchester.
Be quiet. It's a terrific city. Morgan 40 without loss in reply to Gloucestershire's 546. Bristol, where clearly it is a little flat. Holland in and bowls. Oh, beats Dahl. He took his bottom hand off the bat as he desperately tried to get it out of the way of the ball, I think. And it went through to Ben Cox.
Just confirm that.
I was going to say, you should really know where you are next Friday. Scott Reed, it'll be good to link up with Scotty Reed again.
Lancashire away.
It's been a while.
And Gloucester away.
And we've got Northamptonshire at home, Middlesex at home, and then Lancashire away. There is Holland in, and that one is defended by Dahl. I think there might be a week off in there somewhere, because there is a week off. Everybody gets a week off somewhere.
We do, yeah. Ours is 6th of May onwards. 6th to the 16th.
Yes, Derbyshire's is the week after that. Oh no, we're off at the same time as you, possibly. Anyway, we're off sometime. Here is Holland, bowls to Dahl, who defends it back to the bowler once again. Whistles have blown at some important games of football.
Ooh.
I won't be distracted, but I will be keeping a keen eye. I don't care what anybody else thinks. Derby County have already conceded a penalty, and it has been saved by Zetterstrom, the goalkeeper, down at Pompey. 146 for 4 Derbyshire here as Holland is on his way in again and bowls, and that one is defended out into the offside by Uptonsteel when it's fielded by Louis Kimber. And it was the final ball of the over to boot. Martin Anderson has 2, Uptonsteel has 9. Derbyshire 146 for 6 after 37 overs. They trail by 338. A long way behind in this match. Not helped this morning, it has to be said, by some terrific hitting from both Logan Van Beek and Tom Scriven, putting a further 61 on this morning in 45 minutes.
Mike is in to Anderson, slightly short of a good length. Anderson stands up tall and plays firmly out, but only as far as Holland at mid-off. Van Beek doing some sort of squatting exercises at mid-wicket. Whether he'll get another burst before tea, I'd be a little bit surprised. You never know. Might just have been a stretching the quads job as Mike is in and bowls, taken with his gloves pointing upwards by Ben Cox, indicating decent pace and bounce, but it was outside off stump and Anderson had nothing to do with it. Another banner being sported by the Leicestershire faithful, which I can't pick out from here. A blue one with white writing. I don't know whether your eyes are better than
but I've got
mine. Your
binoculars next door, yeah.
We'll have a look at that at some stage.
Leicester on tour, I think the top line says.
Mike is in, bowl, grunt of effort, quickish. Anderson equal to it on off stump, or middle stump.
First row of white writing definitely says Jamie Vardy's.
Ah, okay. Well, they haven't been. They're not down at. It's a sort of banner that should be down at Brighton, shouldn't it?
Well, it's not gone very far on tour, has it?
It's been on tour.
Brinton have scored.
Perhaps the fact that it's here, an indication of disillusionment on the part of the Vardy fan club. In goes Mike and bowls again off stump line. Again, Anderson stands up tall, blocks it out into the offside.
Rumaan Burrell has scored for Burton Albion against Huddersfield Town. Huge moment potentially in the season. He is some striker, by the way. He's going to succeed. Signed him from Cove Rangers in Scotland, in Aberdeen. He's got all 10 or 11 of his goals this season since January the 1st.
Van Beek is actually warming up now. He's just bowled a couple of looseners as Mike is in and bowls, looking to get one into the ribs of Anderson. Doesn't really get up, and he plays it neatly off the back foot round the corner. Van Beek it is who does actually field, running in from backward square. Anderson picks up a single, moves on to 3, 147 for 6. The scoring rate has obviously dropped back with the fall of those 2 wickets at 118, Lewis Rees, and 139, Caleb Jewell, as Dahl and Anderson start to build for the 7th wicket. Mike is in and bowls, looking for the full delivery, clipped off his legs by Anuj Dahl, but only as far as Scriven at mid-wicket. Again, he doesn't look, his hand goes to his back there afterwards, but he doesn't look,
he doesn't look as bad as me, does he? Because he wouldn't be playing professional sports.
The question who does, but
that's a fair question as well. It's a fair question.
But I would never say anything.
But if somebody was to ask that.
But yes, if Anuj was looking like quite as bad as yourself, then he wouldn't be as he would have issues.
Ian Holland to continue, but 147 for 6. He's bowling to Martin Anderson with just one slip now. Ooh. And Anderson takes a step towards him and then defends it straight back to the bowler. Alexander Guthrie from America has been in touch via the email, fletchcricket@gmail.com. Great to see Derbyshire win last week. He says that this match is a head-scratcher. He was hoping that Derbyshire would have taken that momentum and used it this weekend, but of course Leicestershire have very much taken the momentum and used it this weekend. Unfortunately, it's not going well. I still enjoy tuning into the matches. It's a good job as a Derbyshire follower. As Holland bowls, that's left alone by Anderson as it goes through to the keeper. He said, I did hear that the ECB was looking at Major League Baseball for physical training, looking at the muscle mass of the players. I wouldn't be surprised.
The hitters, the pitchers, both. The fielders.
Yeah, pitching.
They're big boys, those baseballers, aren't they? They're muscly.
Pitching doesn't really equate to bowling. Obviously, there's no running involved. It's all very much throwing from a standing position, but certainly batting. As Holland bowls, Anderson drives it into the offside. Kimber fields an extra cover, and there's no run. My Padres are going like a train at the moment.
Your what is going like a train, sorry?
My Padres, San Diego.
Oh. I thought you said Padres.
Yeah.
A bunch of vicars, sort of, or something.
Known as the Friars.
Right.
Best start to a season in history. Next delivery from Holland is defended up to mid-on, where Van Beek actually fumbles the ball behind him and panics a touch. But they decided not to run
stand up and have a little stretch.
Yes. Yeah, I'm feeling like that. Yeah, listen, Bristol Rovers are losing. This is sensational. So Exeter winning at Bristol Rovers, Burton are beating Huddersfield. Here's Ian Holland. That's cheered me up. In bowls, and that one is driven to Van Beek, who dives a little early and sort of has to wait for the ball to arrive, but he stops it comfortably enough. Long way to go, I know, both hopefully in this match, although possibly not, and certainly in the football at 3 o'clock. But if the scores stay as they are, which is unlikely, Burton Albion would be out of the bottom 4 with a game in hand. We've been here before though, Burton fans, haven't we? Here's Holland, and he takes a step towards him again, does Martin Anderson, then drives out into the offside. They think it's about a second, but it's not there. As Scriven picks up, turns and throws in one movement. It's the final ball of the over. Anderson moves to 4, Dahl has 9. Derbyshire 148 for 6. Not where they want to be. Caleb Watts, always liked him, the Exeter player. Never heard of him, but always liked him. Burton out, Exeter of course next Friday.
Then Mike to continue from the Bennett end. No change to the field. 2 slips behind Anuj Dahl as Mike is in and bowls short, pulled around the corner for 4. I don't think Ben Green's going to get there. He tries, he runs to his left and dives and sticks out his left hand, but Dahl not restricted by his back issues. Pulled that one nicely away for 4. Used the pace of the delivery. Got it behind square. Got plenty of it. And it fairly raced across the ropes at wide, long leg. Ben Green has found it down among the happily unused covers at the moment. They'll probably put them out on Sunday night, from what you were saying about the forecast.
Well, they were out this morning.
Oh, were they? The square was covered,
just
was
put
it?
them out, yeah, covered
I suppose
square,
the dew's an issue,
yeah,
isn't it? But
yeah, they had to run a rope around the outfield early on today.
Mike in again to and outside off stump, and Anderson, who played that previous shot, not Dahl, I beg your pardon, leaves outside his off stump. So scratch all those comments about Dahl and restrictions imposed by his back spasms. Yet to be proven one way or the other. He's slightly, I think, as he chats to umpire Adnan. But at the moment, he's absorbing the pain and getting on with it. Martin Anderson, it was, who pulled that one away for 4. He's on 8 now off 19. 150 up for Derbyshire. In goes Mike and bowls. Anderson is forward, bowled Mikey. On off stump, that was Ben Cox, who claps his gloves together. Umpire Adnan comes out and just sort of places his foot where Mike's follow through is. He is prone to the occasional no ball, Ben Mike, when he's coming down the slope and trying to bowl quickly. And he is working up a decent lick here. 3.3 overs, 1 for 14. So often those ones that stay low aren't on the stumps, are they? But that one very much was. And he goes, bowls to Anderson, who is, and there is the no ball just on cue, fiddles it down to third man. Good work down there by Lewis Hill. And it was good work. He had to sort of sprint to his left and field the ball. Scramble across.
It's in negotiations now with Hassan Adnan about whether that was a no ball or not. But
where he's putting his foot, umpire Adnan, it's close to the sort of side crease as well, isn't it?
There's only one winner in those kind of discussions, though, isn't there, really?
Yeah.
It was like it wasn't a warning. Umpires don't warn you that you're getting close to no bowling, but they sort of let you know subtly, and that was the way that Hassan Adnan had said, well, I think that was close. So then he kept an extra eye on it and called it.
Mike is in and bowls and fiddled at by Anuj Dahl outside off stump. First time, really. Had a little feel for it. And nothing real shot. He rehearses a much firmer shot, an attempt to cut it away, but that wasn't. It's a little fiddle. Lucky to get away with it. He and Anderson both on 9, 155 for 6. 385. Not 385. 335 is the follow-on target.
Good.
180 away. In goes Mike and bowls, goes past the outside edge of Dahl's bat, and that was a genuine defensive shot, played with a straight bat, and it just swung past the outside edge. So twice in 2 balls. Mike has beaten Dahl's bat. Ben Mike gets a tuneless chorus of approval from the Stench and Benno stand.
It was mercifully briefer.
It was. Mike is in and bowls, looking for the Yorker. Got down on it in time, Anuj Dahl. Pushes it out to mid-wicket. Good testing over from Ben Mike. Dahl and Anderson come through it, 9 apiece to them. Scoreboard's disagreeing at the moment. 152 for 6 or 155 for 6. Do you reckon he pays your money? What's the computer showing?
Well, they've both got 9, 155 it's showing.
So if the manual scoreboard's listening, it could be that it's just the numbers have fallen over.
It's Ian Holland, technical. This ball is pushed into the offside by.
It happens sometimes when it's windy, but there's no wind really, so they're obviously not listening.
Why would they?
And they're mulishly insisting it's 152 for 6.
Yeah.
Nope, we're right.
Of course, the computer is going off the same score as that do the electronic scoreboard, so they would be bound to agree with each other. It's Holland bowls, and Anderson with an angled bat plays it backward square on the offside towards Rian Ahmed. Has to wait for the ball to arrive before picking up.
How long until tea? Well, 9 overs after this, so well, we might get a couple from Ahmed just to see if these two remain together.
Anderson really gives the crease a bit of a smash as well before playing this next delivery from Holland up to mid-on. Some people barely tap it. Caleb Jewell really does hit it hard, and so does Martin Anderson. I didn't see him bat last week.
Ben Green, or B space Green, wants to come off.
The biggest space in the history of lettering. As Holland is in again, he takes a couple of steps forward and then defends it. He's done that about 4 or 5 times now, Martin Anderson. It's clearly his way of trying to put the bowler off his length, but
I think it kind of rather encourages the bowler as much as anything.
slip one in short.
Do you think they were going to put the G and the F, so BGF Green? Was it Benjamin George Frederick, I think his
Yes, you're right.
initials.
That'd be great if they put all his initials on it. Holland is in. That one is driven possibly for 4, definitely for 4, out towards the extra cover boundary. There is a fielder giving chase, but he's not going to get there. He doesn't get there. The ball is picked up by John Mallett, who showed that there's nothing wrong with his back. Anderson moves to 13, 159 for 6, or indeed 156 for 6. Nice shot from Martin Anderson. Ball takes a while to get back. It was Tom Scriven who gave chase in vain to the boundary's edge. And here is Holland once again. Final ball of his 14th over is played back down the track past the bowler, but well, there's a couple of fielders there. Ben Green, in fact, kicks it further than it went initially, but they'd already pretty much agreed, the two batters, not to take a single, so they stayed where they were. And the over finishes with a dot ball. 14 overs, 1 for 27.
It's a bit of
Holland.
a big space between Van and Bake on the back of Logan's
Oh, is there? There's a trend,
sweater. I'm
there's a
just
trend
wondering,
here.
it must look like Van Morrison. Or maybe they think it's his first name. I'm sure they don't. So who's come out to replace? Oh, Roman's come out to join us. Roman Walker, another great Wrexham fan. He's down there at long leg as Mike comes in and bowls to Dahl. Goes past the outside edge. Dahl brings the bat back inside the line, but I suspect after he'd had a little feel for that one.
I think Roman joined us at Derby one year for a little bit.
Up here, up in the commentary, on the commentary. No, he's a very good commentator.
Yeah.
Roman. Have to try and get him back up at some stage.
Didn't talk as much as Rishi Patel. But then again, I don't remember anybody talking as much as Rishi.
He was great.
He was.
In goes Mike, and bowls turned nicely off his legs by Dahl. It will be 4. What will it be? It will be 4 leg byes. So when I say turned nicely off his legs, he stepped inside the line, tried to get some bat on it, flicked off the pad, and runs down to fine leg for 4. No chance for Walker, who's quite wide at long leg, to get across to that. 4 welcome runs for Derbyshire, 163 for 6. The manual scoreboard, 1-6-0 is decided. It's having all sorts of I think
they've actually not turned it quite as far as
Yeah.
they should have done, and it's stuck.
in goes Mike and bowls. Dahl is leaning forward on off stump, playing the ball out to Budinger at cover, and there's no run. Whether than, yeah, I don't know what's going on in there. But obviously they're not quite listening. They're not listening to us. How dare they?
Derbyshire contingent, including Ian Morgan, the chairman. Just walking past the big gate there, they were staring at the skip as though they'd never seen one before. Which is just outside the gate.
Mike bowls on Driven. Scriven. Oh, I thought he was going to get across there. That's unscriven-like. He scrambled across to his left to straight mid-on. Couldn't quite get there. It went almost underneath him and has run out to the boundary for 4. So he used, again, Dahl used the pace there. It was a full looking for the Yorker delivery and played firmly, but I say Scriven I thought was a favourite to get across. Alfonso Thomas did the fielding.
I think Scriven will be forgiven.
He may be. Mike is in and bowls. Cut hard. Good diving stop by Rehan Ahmed. Saves 3. No, saves 2. Because although Budinger ran back to complete the fielding, still had quite a long way to go. So 2 more to Dahl. He moves on to 15. Partnership up to 30 now for the 7th wicket, and the scoreboards agree.
Yeah.
First time for a while.
It's nice that though, isn't it? They agree.
8 overs until tea, and we're coming up to 3:30.
It's a good half hour, isn't it?
Oh yes. Mike bowls. Thumps into the pad. His appeal is very belated, and it's sort of automatic from the slips. He was going down the leg side. The ball did in fact go down the leg side off a thick knee roll, but 2 leg byes. 171 now for 6. 40 overs remain to be bowled today. 335 the follow-on figure. Leicestershire would say take bowling Derbyshire out for what, 260?
Yeah, max
Sort of
I
area.
thought, yeah, I was thinking 250, 260, that kind of area.
But plenty of work to do to get to that point.
Excuse me. Here is Ian Holland in bowls to Martin Anderson. Holland tried a bit of footwork on the ball as it came back towards him. Did get his foot to it, but then it sort of got away from him a bit. No damage was done. 71 for 6 it remains. Logan Van Beek just removes a bit of grass from his spikes. This next delivery from Holland is driven by Anderson, but straight to Louis Kimber, who's fielding at extra cover.
I must find out. The clock was installed, I think, relatively recently.
Well, I remember it happening about £12,000.
That the cost of repairing
Cost of repairing it, yeah.
Friends
Which is
of
raised
Grace
by the
Road.
Friends of Grace Road, yeah, indeed.
But I'm just wondering whether it's actually clockwork or not.
Comes Holland again. He rather reaches for that one. Anderson beats it into the offside, and it's fielded by Rehan Ahmed at point. Again, there's no run.
I.e., was it just? It can't be just a case of winding it up.
Well, it's a famous
you
clock,
wouldn't have
isn't it?
thought.
It's a very famous little building. Way to our left-hand side as we look from the pavilion here at Grace Road. Anderson smashes his bat into the ground before Holland bowls to him. Again, he cuts it. Cuts it to Rehan Ahmed, who then has a shot at the stumps at the non-strikers end. Danish Dahl was back, and it was backed up by Logan Van Beek. We might get to half-time in the football when we're on a break, but we won't. We'll be probably early stages of the second half. As Holland is in again. Balls to Anderson, who clips this up to Ambeek at mid-on this time. Good steady over from Holland. There's a very slow and deliberate walk back to the top of his mark. He doesn't have far to go because his run-up is relatively short for a quick bowler. Turns now. Final ball of his 15th over. Looking to complete a maiden. As he bowls to Anderson, who turns it into the leg side. Bullinger will do the fielding once the ball arrives at him because it wasn't hit particularly hard by Martin Anderson, and indeed it is a maiden. And Rihan Ahmed continues to leap around as he warms up, getting ready to bowl. I don't think it'll be long, as Richard said, not too long ago before we see him. He's just practicing his run-up now, so perhaps the over after next.
Almost run straight into Anajdal.
Yeah. 171 for 6.
1987, the scoreboard and Coppola clock were first seen at Grace Road. Well, that particular ones were, those particular ones were. A bequest from the late Bishop of Leicester's wife.
Well.
Mike is in and bowls a thick outside edge, and he's going to pick up just the, he's going to take two actually, as Hill had a bit of ground to make up to the ball down at third man, although Ahmed dived to his left, couldn't get there at backward point. And Dahl picks up 2. They were offered the clock by a Leicestershire company who had had a cancellation for one measuring 5 foot by 5 foot. As a result, the Leicestershire committee of the day decided, quote, to do things properly. In goes Mike and bowls, comes back in, and big puff of dust from the feet of Dahl as he takes his bottom hand off the bat, trying to play that one. Thumps into a sort of combination of bat and pad perhaps, and drops more or less at his feet. The fox is covered in gold. I probably shouldn't mention that the fox is covered in gold leaf. It's probably worth a bit. It'll be gone by tomorrow.
Been the boot to my car.
Mike is in and bowls again. Suggestion it might have kept us touch low, but Dahl plays it well off the back foot. Drops it out into the on side.
Price of gold has shot up, hasn't it, in the last couple of days? Got a gold ring, a good son.
Mike, Son comes back out, bowls to Dahl again, full and quick, but again Dahl staying on the back foot, and then again his right hand goes to his back after he manages to do not much more than sort of keep it out, push it out towards mid-on. I guess if and when he gets through to tee, he'll get another sort of, well, I suppose you can always summon a few painkillers, can't you, out from the physio or whatever. But
get a rub.
Do some stretches.
Horrible, isn't it? Get that back.
Mike is in, bowls to him, and it's full, and it's clipped nicely off his toes by Anajdal. It's going to pick up 3, it should be, because that is a long chase up the ropes for Logan Van Beek. Good throw on the bounce to Mike, but Dahl duly picks up 3 and moves into the 20s on 220. 20 off 30 for him, 176 for 6. Partnership up to 37.
International quality throw, I think that.
It's been a hard-working partnership, but a very valuable one, potentially, for Derbyshire. I mean, whether or not they avoid the follow-on, these are all overs into the legs of the Leicestershire seamers, and it might make life easier for batters if they do have to follow on. Mike is in, and bowls full again, driven. I thought it had gone into the stumps there. It seemed to slow as it went past the stumps. Mike got his hand to it.
I think.
Yeah, had it gone onto the stumps, might have required a decision of umpire Adnan. As it is, Anderson picks up a single, moves on to 14. Mike's 6 overs. Well, they've done the trick in that they picked up a big wicket, but that might, I suspect, be that. It's hard work in this heat, bowling 6 overs at that pace. Fit young man, though.
They have rotated. 6 has been about the maximum, isn't it, throughout the course of the match so far. You can't expect them to bowl more than 6, apart from spinners.
This
We'll
might
see one now.
speed things up a little in terms of the over 8.
Rehan Ahmed for the first time in the match at 177 for 6. Just come on and pick up a nice little 4 for.
Leicestershire wouldn't mind if this turns square.
Getting turn on day 1. Not a consistent turn, but there was a little bit of bounce as well for Jack Morley, left arm spinner. Here is Ahmed in and bowls. That one has been clubbed into the leg side by Martin Anderson for 6. Wow, I didn't realise he'd got hold of quite as much of that. It is a short boundary out there. Is that the first 6 of the match? I don't recall another. There may have been one.
No, I don't think there has.
I don't remember any others. But then again, I can't remember what I had for breakfast.
No, but Budinger was all boundaries, all 4s.
Ahmed in again, and this one's pitched much further up, and it's driven into the offside by Anderson. He moved on to 20 with that boundary 6, 183 for 6. Kimber with the fielding on that occasion. He's at extra cover as this next one's a full toss. It's pushed into the offside by Anderson. He's a little bit disappointed he only got a single for that, because if he'd have if he'd have met it cleaner, probably would have raced away to the extra cover boundary. Tom Scriven is out on the cover boundary now, as Ahmed is in. Back goes Dahl. Don't go back.
Had that been a googly,
It'd have been in all sorts.
but he can read it, you see.
Do you think?
Must have been able to.
Rattling through this over, I'm not sure.
Come on, Pro.
And he doesn't know.
Get us a wicket before. Get us another one before tea.
That's what you're getting paid
Is
the big bucks for.
In he goes and bowls. Oh, Dahl, that's a big shout for leg before. Stayed low. No, says umpire Adnan. And then just to his right, as though it done just a little bit too much. He almost did it. Very first ball.
Van Beek has just suggested to Hassan Adnan he wasn't standing in the right place. It's a big shout. Have you seen the replay?
I haven't. Oh, because
What we're doing is seeing a replay of them jumping up and down.
yeah, and he's got his back to us. In goes Van Beek and bowls, and Dahl is solidly enough behind that one. Bounces up, and Van Beek feels in his follow through. Well, bounces more or less straight to him. Plenty of requests for you to keep up the Brewers updates.
Oh, really?
Stephen Howard says can't handle having 2 commentaries on at once.
No.
But Kevin Payol was confused by Burton v Milvin. Payol was confused by Burton v Milwaukee there. He thinks.
Oh.
In goes Van Beek.
Stadium at Bristol Rovers still trail Exeter by a goal to nil at the Memorial Stadium. 2 scorelines that get burnt out of the bottom 4.
Right, Leicester City's revival is underway.
Oh, is
They
it?
have scored at Brighton.
Have Brighton scored?
Yes, beforehand, but it is at least 1-1 now. In goes Van Beek, looking for the Orchard. Thumped down into the ground by Dahl. It bounces high past Van Beek, and Dahl suddenly sort of realises there's a run to be taken there, as Holland has to run across from mid-off to field, and one is duly taken.
Yeah, I've got real issues in League 2. That's where my major issues are at the moment. Bottom 4 teams are all playing each other. Carlisle are beating Morecambe, they're bottom Carlisle, and Accrington are beating Tranmere 2-0, which is bad news.
Stephen Mavadidi, the scorer for the footballing Foxes. in. Bowls, short ball. Anderson takes his bottom hand off the bat. He was sort of ready to pull it, and whether it just came on a little bit more slowly than he thought, he took his right hand off the bat, and I think it went into his chest and falls out to his left side. They take the quote-unquote leg by, but he's going to have a bruise, I suspect. He leans forward, lets the sweat pour out from his helmet. And Bake is in, bowling quickly. Back goes Dahl. I think he's and plays it successfully out into the onside. What he seems to be unable to do is sort of get forward and stretch forward and drive. But he's playing very successfully, purely off the back foot.
Yes.
Would you say he was primarily a back foot player anyway, or?
No.
So I think that's what the restriction is.
Sort of stretching forward.
Seems to be. He just isn't doing it. Be interesting to see if he plays Ahmed purely off the back foot. Anyway, sort of got forward there.
Is it me?
It is.
Rehan Ahmed, sorry, I just got a message from base, and I was replying to it, so I shouldn't. Rehan Ahmed, second delivery. First one was a dot, gone back again as Dahl and played that backwards square on the leg side. I think that's Holland there. Or it could be Budinger. No, Budinger's at mid-on.
You were right first time.
Yeah. Ahmed again bowls. That one is driven by Dahl. Gets onto the front foot this time, out towards Ben Mike, who's now patrolling the cover area. Dahl picks up a single. The partnership is worth 50. Dahl moves on to 24. It's more of a desultory round of applause, I thought there. Anderson on 21, he's on strike and drives this one out into the offside towards Kimber, who collects on the full. And it remains 189 for 5. 335, the first important number, possibly the only one. Can't imagine Derbyshire are going to get on level terms. This next one is a full delivery, and he tries to whip it, but whips it straight back to Rehan Ahmed, who polishes the ball furiously on these front of his shirt. And he's in again now, bowls, and back goes Anderson, forces it away, backward a square on the offside. They're going to get back for 2 more. They've run well, these two. They've run very well considering Anish Dahl's impediment. Anderson moves to 23. Dahl has 24. 191 for 6 at the end of the over. 3 to go until the tea interval. Oh my word, Julian Larson has scored now, and Burton lead 2-0 at home to Huddersfield Town.
Game over?
No.
Oh.
No. I won't send my flippant comment back to base in this instance.
There'll be suggestions that your absence is a good thing, isn't it?
Oh, there will be those.
Van Beek is in and bowls to Dahl on off stump, just leans forward, dabs the delivery out towards Saul Budinger, who is in the covers. No run. Leicestershire would dearly like to separate these two before the tea interval. It's been a really good workmanlike effort by Messrs Dahl and Anderson, perhaps knowing that there is a bit of a tail. In goes Van Beek outside off stump, moving further away, left by Dahl.
I've got a message from the Stengen Benno stand.
About the banner?
The banner.
Right.
It actually reads, Jamie Vardy's having a party. Of course it does, because that's what they're saying. It says, some on the stand like it. I don't mind it.
Yeah, no issues. Has it been furled? Was it still there?
Do you want to come round? I'll show them a picture.
Oh, there it is. It just looks.
Picture of me and Jamie Vardy together.
Van Beek is in, bowls, pushed firmly back to him, taken on the bounce by the Netherlands international.
Vardy was the Halifax Couriers Player of the Year, and I awarded him the trophy at Ossett Albion when he looked a lot younger, and so did I.
In 2000 and...
Oh, it was a long time ago. I can't remember exactly.
Best part of what, 15 years?
Oh yeah, Halifax were in the Northern Premier League at the time.
And Bake bowl, straight, full. Again, Dahl equal to it though, plays it out to mid-on. Scriven the fielder.
Don't know at half-time Derby County down at Portsmouth. Portsmouth had a penalty, but Colby Bishop, his spot kick was saved by Burton goalkeeper Zetterstrom.
It looks as though Leicester City are going to get to half-time level, which, judging by the reports, may be slightly fortuitous. In goes Van Beek down the leg side. Dahl steps across, tries to help it on his way, doesn't get anything on it, as batsmen so rarely do these days. Brighton, I understand, have had quite a few chances,
Have they?
but haven't been able to put more than one away.
Well, at the moment that Burton Albion scored their second, Exeter scored their second at Bristol Rovers. That is significant.
So that's good as well, right?
That is really
Right.
good. That is exceptionally good.
And Bake is in and bowls, played down into the ground by Dahl, bounces up towards mid-on. So Leicestershire keep making the batters play, but the ball, understandably, after 48 overs, on a hard pitch, not doing quite as much as it was at the beginning. Partnership of 52 now for the 7th wicket. Can Ahmed nibble a wicket before tea? Ian Holland's jogging off. He's going to be first in the queue for the Sarnies. Fletcher's jogging next door to do his update. There'll be one for BBC Radio Leicester possibly shortly. Ahmed is in, bowls. Anderson is forward. Ball back in Ahmed's hand. Poked up the pitch by Martin Anderson. He remains on 23. Ahmed in, tosses it up, full toss, hit over mid-wicket to the boundary for 4. Usually a little bit more consistent than this in terms of lines and lengths, Rahan Ahmed. Trying to get some revs on it. Looks a little ruefully at his right hand there. Dries it on his trousers, then picks up the ball, blows on his hand to dry it still further, spins the ball from hand to hand, steps in and bowls. Back goes Anderson, working the ball out to mid-wicket where Buttinger fields. Come on, Ray, come on, Ray. One here, Ray, is the chorus from the close fielders. Ahmed is in. Gives that one a nice air and poked rather by Anderson out towards backward point where Scriven is the fielder. Partnership up to 56 with that 4 from Anderson earlier in the over. Ahmed is in, pushed straight out to mid off. Green comes in and fields, throws at the stumps at the bowler's end, I beg your pardon, but with the air of one who knows that even if it's hitting, which it didn't, Anderson would have been home. A lack of conviction, perhaps, in the throw there from Ben Green, as Ahmed is in to Dahl. Oh, bounces up a bit, perhaps out of a spot over rough. Calls for the run and gets it, but he was taking his bottom hand off the bat. That did bounce a bit. There is just whether it's worth having a try from around the, just a couple of deliveries from around the wicket there for Rahan Ahmed. See if he can get one to spin out of the footmarks and bounce a bit. 197 for 6. 1 over to go until tea. Partnership up to 58. Took lunch 57 for 3, so a good session for Derbyshire in terms of runs scored. 140 scored, but 3 more wickets lost. None, however, in the last hour, and Anderson and Dahl have added 58. Van Beek looking to send Leicestershire in to tee on a high, comes in bowl short, pulled by Dahl reasonably comfortably out towards deep backward square where Mike is the fielder. One taken. Two for 38 now for Van Beek from 9.1 overs. Lots of waving at the pavilion. Cox semaphoring away there. Hanscom likewise. Perhaps to get the drinks ready, but I'm sure the 12thers are on it. As in goes Van Beek and bowls punched off the back foot to the boundary for 4 by Anderson. Nice shot. No real movement there for Van Beek. Anderson stood up tall and punched it away. The applause is for the Derbyshire 200. 202 for 6 for the visitors. Really useful partnership now. And they've taken their run rate over 4s, 4.1 as Van Beek is in and stays a touch low, and Addison's down on one knee. He stayed on the back foot and was ready to work it into the onside. Had to come down on it much further than he thought, and did very well to get a bat on it. But when it's quick and staying low and straight and staying low, you really do have problems as a batsman. And Anderson did well there. Three balls until tea. Van Beek is in. Anderson gets one that is straight and stays at a reasonably playable height. Works it out towards mid-wicket. Ben Mike has to come in from deep square and field, and it's a comfortable single for Anderson. He moves on to 33. .203 for 6. Very interesting to see what Leicestershire do if Derbyshire do avoid the follow-on. Sort of less, just about 150 behind. In goes Van Beek, pulled around the corner, slightly stiffly by Dahl, but successfully, more or less straight to Ben Mike, and again the single taken. One ball until tea. What time is it? Coming up to 5 to 4 on a glorious April afternoon in the East Midlands. Lots of blue around again. We had a fairly solid cloud cover for a short while. Not now. Plenty of high cloud around, but plenty of blue sky as well. Van Beek's ready to go. Anderson wasn't quite ready to receive him. Steps back. Van Beek walks 360 degrees. Now he's ready. In he comes and bowls. Down the pitch goes Anderson, walking down at him. Tries to work it into the leg side. Comes off the pad. Bounces to short leg. Leg by is signalled, and that is tea. Little bit of a hiatus, but yes, it is. As umpire Adnan hands Logan Van Beek his cap and sweater. The two umpires come together, as do the two batsmen, and head with the Leicestershire players for the pavilion. 205 for 6 at tea. Derbyshire. So fought back well, particularly in the sort of latter stages of that session, the last hour. Anuj Dahl leading the resistance to a certain extent, so too, though, Martin Anderson. So far, they've added 66. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester. Gone a bit early there, I would suggest, and I think the Leicestershire players might agree with you, because they haven't taken a wicket for an hour, and it's a lot of hard work in the hot sun at Grace Road. They'll still be pleased with their position, though, because Derbyshire taking tea on 205 for 6, so 3 wickets for the Foxes in the session. Remember, Derbyshire need 335 just to avoid the follow-on, so still another 130 needed, but Anuj Dahl and Martin Anderson are standing in the Fox Foxes' way at the moment. They've so far added 66 for the 7th wicket, and the pitch in this sunshine beginning to look quite flat against the old ball in particular. The Foxes will need early breakthroughs after the interval if they're going to enforce the follow-on. Otherwise, food for thought for Peter Hanscom as he leads his team off at the break. Derbyshire at tea, 205 for 6.
Headingley reply to Yorkshire's 456, Worcestershire 129.
Well, that was more or less perfectly timed
Division
to enable us all to go and find a cup of tea. Fletch got to put the kettle on with any luck, or perhaps to see the friends of Grace Road and see what cakes are left. A heavy roller goes not on, you'll be pleased to learn, the playing surface, but on the pitch I suspect that's going to be used for the next home game, which is a couple of weeks away. But in the meantime, we'll leave you for 15 minutes. I'll be back with you at Grace Road for the final 32 overs. What time is it now? Around about 4:15.
Just want to remind you about a special offer on today, everybody. Since it's nice and warm, if you fancy a San Miguel or a Budweiser, if you buy one bottle, you will get another bottle free. That's in the Fox Bar and the Bean Bar. Special offer on San Miguel and Budweiser bottles. Buy one, get one free.
To bring a mitt? Or Woodsy, can you come down and... Don't worry, Woodsy, as Hilly's doing it, say don't worry, it's all good. Yeah, just make it after live.
Good afternoon, everybody. Once again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. You're very welcome to join us for the final session on this second day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Derbyshire.
Once again, match umpires Chris Watts and Hassan Adnan.
And the introduction for the umpires, Hassan Adnan and Chris Watts, the Leicestershire players, and the two not out Derbyshire batsmen, Anuj Dal, who's 27, not out from 50 balls, and Martin Anderson, 33, also faced 50 deliveries. 205 for 6 then, the visitors. They were in deep trouble at 139 for 6 when Caleb Jewell was bowled by a ball from Ben Mike that stayed markedly low, knocked out his middle stump. Dismissed him for 83, but Dahl and Anderson have so far added 66, obviously. for the 7th wicket. An admirable show of defiance from those two. And Leicestershire searching for an early breakthrough post-tea. BBC Radio's Derby and Leicester, or in this case Leicester and Derby, bringing you the ball-by-ball commentary. Dave Fletcher and myself, Richard Ray, your commentators. It looks as though Leicestershire are going to open proceedings in this final session with the bowling of Tom Scriven from the pavilion end. 32 overs obviously remain. 50 overs have been bowled with this ball, so I suppose theoretically they might have the new ball by the end of play, Fletch, but well, unlikely maybe to take it. In goes Scriven and bowls. Foolish on off stump. Anderson drives, but doesn't put any weight into it, just steers it really out towards mid-off, where Ian Holland, sun-hatted and swarthy. He hasn't shaved for a couple of days, or maybe just got a very strong beard.
Yes.
Just didn't shave this morning. Anyway, he's at mid-off. Just the one slip at the moment. Kimber is out at short-ish extra cover as in goes Scriven and bowls. Anderson batting miles outside his crease, is forward, thick inside part of the bat. Squirts the ball out to mid-on. And I trust your tea interval was not disturbed by, was it, who were Burton playing? That unbeating 2-0?
Huddersfield.
Huddersfield, I beg your pardon.
They're now beating them 3-0.
Ah, game very much over then.
I think so. Rumal Burrell again.
Scriven is in and bowls full, bounces past both. Threads the eye of the needle between the reaching Kimber reaching to his right. Holland diving, reaching to his left. Neither could quite get there, brushed the fingers of both. And Anderson's perfect placement results in a 4 and moves him on to 37.
An incredible shot, really, because he barely timed it, did he? Hit it into the ground, managed to get it in between the two Leicestershire fielders. One who dived to his right, one who dived to his left.
Perfect placement here, we'll say. In goes Scriven and bowls again to him. Big drive and a miss at an outswinger. Almost gave it away. And he thumps the back of his bat. Admonishes himself. Drawn into the shot. And very nearly edged through to Ben Cox. Sun behind cloud at the moment. High cloud. Still lovely out there, but not quite as hot as it. Still, it wasn't as hot. I think it was hotter down there, out of the wind, yesterday.
It is still warm down there.
Still beautiful, yeah. Goodness. Scriven in again to Anderson, gets a full-ish straight delivery. Blocks it back down the pitch to Scriven, to the general approval of Ben Cox and Peter Hanscom behind the stumps. Again, decent crowd. Possibly would have hoped for a few more on the Saturday. Heard them announcing a 2 for 1 offer in the bar.
Yes.
On a couple of different beers, bottled beers, as in goes Scriven and bowls forward again. Anderson, look at him, taking 3 or 4 steps back into his crease, having defended that on the front foot. Out to Budinger, who has shed his sweater at mid-wicket, end of the over. 4 runs from it, 209 for 6. Partnership up to 70 now, Fletcher, and looking good.
Does 2 for 1 offers on bottled beers mean they've ordered too many?
Depends on the price of the one, I suppose, doesn't it,
Well,
to a
there is
certain
that
extent.
too. Yes, there is that too.
Brighton back ahead against Leicester City.
But they've got a goal.
Yes.
I'm sure I might ever be welcome back in Derby again, in Burton again, rather.
No, well.
Here's Ben Mike from the indoor school end, bowling to Anuj Dal, who dabs the ball down very close to his stumps. It's actually fielded by Peter Hanscom at second slip. Martin Anderson's removed his helmet already. I think his parents are here. Martin Anderson has been having a chat with Lewis Reese's mum, but I think Martin Anderson's parents are down below. Anuj Dal, so typical of him, had already gone through the gate, and then came back and shook both of their hands and introduced himself to them. One of the most amiable of human beings, as Mike bowls to him, and he guides this down to the occupied third man area. Lewis Hill does the fielding. Dahl picks up a single, moves to 28, 210 for 6.
Martin Christopher Anderson. Christopher spelt the Scandinavian way with a K and 2 Fs.
All the S's in his surname.
Yeah, like me, he's a graduate of the University of Leeds. I feel warmly to him as a consequence.
He's a quiet character. So 37, Mike bowls to him, and he drives this one off the back foot for 4 out to the extra cover boundary. Take that. That was a beautiful shot as he moves on to 41. 214 for 6, partnership to 75. And well, as you said earlier, Richard, this is so valuable for Derbyshire if they are asked to follow on. These bowlers have got a fair amount of work in their legs now. The sun has gone in,
if they'd kind of rolled over for 180 or something like that, then
do it.
you'd
no
absolutely,
hesitation. No hesitation.
But now
there's starting to be a decision to make. As Mike is in and bowls, that one is bat and pad together from Anderson, pushing it up to mid on where Scriven does the fielding.
He's hard on himself with the old bat thumping. Again, he was cross with himself there. Got out of position.
Takes his clearly. I mean, bowlers, all rounders especially, but he takes his batting very seriously. He's batted at 3 and opened the batting for Middlesex in T20 cricket. So Middlesex have traditionally been hopeless at T20 cricket, but it shows they've seen something in him. As he waits now for Mike to bowl, and it's a short delivery, ducks underneath it. And it goes through to Ben Cox.
Imagine it's a sort of form of agony for parents watching their offspring, especially when batting. But not now, perhaps. He's playing really nicely.
I'm not a big fan of watching.
I was going to say, you watch your boy playing his sport.
Yes, I watched him play football the other night, and I don't even like that. It's Lancashire, West Lancashire League, which is the one below North West Counties. I think the fact he's a goalkeeper makes it worse. Mike is in and bowls. That one is defended by Anderson. I'll watch him as often as I can. Be back into cricket mode fairly soon.
Do you have to? Do you bite your lip? Are you a loud encourager, or do you?
I shake my head every so often in disapproval.
As he glances across, poor lad.
When he first got into the first team at Blackrock, I used to go in the bar and watch him through the glass because he didn't like me watching him, which is fair enough. I don't think he cares anymore. Don't care whether I watch him or whether I don't.
75, the partnership now for the 7th wicket. Dahl asks umpire Watts for a guard. Umpire Watts eventually gives him one. And Tom Scriven continues from the pavilion end in and bowls, driven firmly by Dahl on the front foot. Can't get it past Kimber at that shortish extra position. He's about 4 strips back. So what would that be? 15 yards, width of strips obviously. 12 yards perhaps from the bat, something like that. Ben Green's almost behind him, just slightly to his left. Rahan Ahmed is at backward point. And Ian Holland at mid-off. Scriven is in and bowling short. Cut down into the ground by Dahl. He bounces up nicely for Rahan Ahmed to take in front of his chest. Lewis Hill is down at wide long leg. Logan van Beek's down there at 3rd man. So Budinger is at mid wicket, and the impressively stretching. Oh no, that's Van Beek there at mid on. So who's down there at third man? It's Ben Mike. It is. Scriven is in and bowls, good line and length, and Dahl has to treat the delivery with respect. Does. Pad and bat nicely close together as he pushes it out towards Kimber. I wonder what the talk was in the Leicester dressing room during the tea interval. I think part of the conversation was, why are we being offered shepherd's pie for tea?
Really?
On a hot day.
Wow.
There was some eyebrows raised. Scriven is in and bowls slightly short. Dahl waits on the back foot, blocks it out into the offside. Kimber again, the fielder. I think there were alternatives as well, but I don't think it had many takers.
No. No, I got offered a Percy pig and a flapjack, which is very kind of.
Did you
various
indulge
people.
in
No,
one or both?
No, neither.
He rejected both Percy and the flapjack.
Yeah. Got to look after my figure.
Scriven in past umpire Watts and bowls. Nice shape to the delivery, but equally well played on off stump by Dahl. Back down the pitch to Tom Scriven.
Another 120 or so before the follow-on is averted. So a long way to go, but we saw what the lower order Leicestershire did.
Well, the Derbyshire lower order responding in kind at the moment. In goes Scriven. Dahl looking to cut the slightly short delivery outside off stump. Thick bottom edge bounces down into the ground and above his head before landing a couple of feet away on the offside end of the over, the 53rd of the innings. So the run rate precisely 4. According to the scoreboard. I couldn't tell you if that's true or not. 53.
Yeah,
No,
well,
not quite, is it? It's almost exactly 4.
4.05, my computer tells me.
There you go, just over.
Plus 3 the over rate now, despite the fact that we're going to finish late again. Yeah, there's a very clever formula tucked away somewhere that nobody else is allowed to see. Here's Ben Mike bowling to Martin Anderson on 41, and Anderson goes back, punches it to backward point where it's fielded by Rehan Ahmed, and there's no run.
I suspect we will go to our graves not quite understanding
Yeah,
It's given up.
There are many things as somebody who follows various sports that you're not supposed to understand. Overrate, XG, don't understand any of it. Newfangled nonsense.
You talk about that in when you're doing your football commentaries, you XGs
No,
and
never.
things.
Never. Here is Mike, bowls to Anderson,
beauty.
who's squared up by that one.
Beauty.
Yeah. Goes through to Ben Cox again. And as Dahl comes down the pitch and just has a little word, pretends he's doing some gardening. Just taps a part of the pitch that the ball has seldom touched.
Goodness, 2 quick goals for Huddersfield, I see.
No. Really? You've got that terrible grin on yourself. Derby County have scored. In comes Ben Mike, and that one is turned into the leg side for a single by Anderson, who moves to 42. Jerry Yates with the Derby goal. Big goal for them. Huddersfield's goals clearly been wiped off. Bristol Rovers have pulled one back against Exeter, which isn't necessarily a good thing, but they still trail by 2-1. Tranmere a lost cause, I fear. 3-0 down. Dahl on strike now for the 4th delivery of this Ben Mike over, his 8th. He's on 28, and he's now on 29 as he turns the ball into the leg side, where it's fielded by Louis Kimber. 216 for 6 now, edging closer to calmer waters, possibly. Nowhere near parity, of course. Still a long way to 484.
Sounds like like an outlaw or two returning to base.
Just at the same time as a man on a pushback goes past the gate. Here comes Mike, balls to Anderson, who defends this up towards mid-on. That's Scriven fielding in that position. Yes, that's the first time I've heard them this trip. Quite often hear them Saturdays and Sundays, don't you?
Sundays especially, they sort of gather and then they go out for a ride.
Or a cup of tea somewhere. Big softies, really. I'm Richard Ray. Ben Mike to finish the over to Anderson. A short delivery. Anderson gets right down on his knees, allows it to sail over his back and through to the keeper. Ben Cox, who's in conversation with Peter Hanscom, his skipper. 216 for 6 at the end of the over. 29 to Dahl, 42 to Anderson. The partnership 77. So they've added 11 since tea. Louis Kim was just going through his bowling action there.
Not sure. I suspect that's sort of hopeful rather than in anticipation. And Cox is waving at. He's
Has he split a glove as well?
split a glove perhaps as well, but he wants a replacement glove. It's a fairly peremptory oi, wasn't it, to the dressing room?
Just to say that no sooner had Derby taken the lead that Portsmouth equalised.
Rehan Ahmed also wants something from the dressing rooms. The 12th of us was sitting there in quiet contemplation of the meaning of life, suddenly finds himself very much in demand. In goes Scriven, and bowls goes past the outside edge of Dahl's bat with a beauty. A little bit of swing. Could so easily have taken the edge, it didn't. Dahl survives, remains on 29.
Noticed today that Finn de Lapp, you'll recognise the surname,
Son
of Rory and brother of whatever the lad at Ipswich is called. He's making his first start for Birmingham, for Burton in the league.
Scriven is in. Bowls clipped nicely off his legs by Dahl to the mid-wicket boundary, 4-4. Disappointing from Scriven, I suppose, pitching it up, giving it a chance to swing again, but he got his direction wrong. And Dahl made him pay, moves on to 33 to 20 for 6. The partnership up to 81 now, really beginning to change the feel of the game.
Feels like the new ball's huge, isn't it? Well, it wasn't for Derbyshire the second time around, but
Scriven is in. Bowls steered away for 4 more by Anuj Dahl. So started this over so well, Tom Scriven, but the last couple of deliveries have been misdirected, and Anuj Dahl has taken full advantage with the consecutive boundaries. Moves on to 37, 2-2-4 for 6. Partnership now 85. Well, yeah, how crucial will it be? It's still sort of 25 overs or so away, and by which time follow on, if the run rate is maintained, may well be avoided. And it's difficult to see where the game would be going
Leicester
from
would have
there.
Leicestershire would probably have to fall in a heap in the second innings, wouldn't they?
Something like that. Scriven into Dahl, who plays it firmly back down the pitch to the young all-rounder. I say that despite him going in at number 11.
Yes.
Made a very good 38.
Good stand as well.
Yeah, 83.
Just to say that no sooner had Portsmouth equalised the goal that Derby had scored, that Derby retook the lead, and they now lead 2-1 down at Fratton Park. Sounds like some kind of game down there.
Scriven is in. Bowls again. Dahl, nice high left elbows. He blocks that back up the pitch. On the onside this time, Van Beek picks up. So everything's going well for Derby Sport, one way or another this afternoon so far.
So seldom happens that all three show this fighting
Major
spirit on the
sporting
same
organisations. Derby County, Derbyshire County Cricket Club, and Burton Albion. Scriven is in, and bowls slightly short. Dahl can go back, play the ball comfortably again. Out to mid-on, Roman Walker jogs on with New replacement. They look new,
Yeah, they do, don't they?
actually. Which,
He's got the warranty.
yeah, you assume that he sort of wears them in somehow. Then one assumes they're not sort of out of the box. Perhaps he just keeps everything clean, but that looks very new. He's looking askance at it at the moment.
He's looking at it very quizzically, isn't he?
It's very green.
It's unusual to see the wicketkeeper change his gloves once in a game, and now we've seen it twice in 2 innings. I wonder what's happening out there. Ben Mike begins a new over to Martin Anderson. That ball bounces down into the ground and just past the off stump. That was very close indeed. I wondered yesterday why the umpire was going. Well, I think the reason is there are 2 behind square here, and if a third encroaches, then he's got a good view to call the no ball. So I'll let him off.
Could just glance over his left shoulder.
Well, he
from
could,
time to time, but you know.
They can always do a bit sneaky. You know these cricketers are like. it's Ben Green who's hopping up and down on the mid-wicket boundary.
He's a former policeman, isn't he? Suspicious of everybody.
Next delivery from Mike is pushed into the offside by Martin Anderson. There is no throw at the stumps from Holland. As he turns, he has to go around the ball to pick it up with his right hand. That was a well-judged quick single from Martin Anderson, who moves to 43, 225 for 6. When's your next? 20 to 6?
No, 5.
Oh,
That's
5 o'clock, and then that's it.
And then that.
They're not bothered him in the last
No,
hour.
I'd be surprised if it is 5, to be honest. I think we're probably about 10 past, something like that.
I got one in the intro at 5. Mikey's into Dalu. Short arm pull, really, into the leg side. Fielded by Green. Single taken. Dahl moves to 38, to 26 for 6. I assure you it is. The scoreboard will move in a moment. There we go. Partnership 87.
There's a lot of very fluorescent green involved in Ben Cox's
Yes.
gloves. White and fluorescent green.
Got to be green, hasn't it? Anderson waits as Mike comes in again, and this one is pulled into the leg side. It was in the air for a short while. Kimber then throws at the stumps and it misses. It might have been close. He was called through by Dahl there, Anderson. I'm not sure he thought there was a single there. And as Dahl just offers a hand of apology. I don't think, like me, he really knew where that ball had gone. Martin Anderson, just rearranging all the furniture.
It sort of swiveled, hadn't he? So he was looking at it and suddenly realised that
facing
Dahl was
entirely the wrong
going.
way
Exactly,
to take the single. He's on to 44, 227 for 6 as Mike bowls to Dahl. Short delivery, ducks underneath it.
Quick as well.
Is that the first bouncer that Dahl has faced? I don't remember him ducking that often.
I think that one or two others, only one or two others
Yeah.
before. That was a decent one from
Yes.
from Mike. Was it sharp?
So his partner, I assumed it was his partner with their dog, which was going mad when he walked towards it.
Oh,
Only
with
a little,
joy and
just a little thing. Here comes Ben Mike to complete the over. Bowls to Dahl. It pushes it up to Holland at mid-off. And that does complete the over. Dahl 38, Anderson 44, 227 for 6. They still trail by 257. Nick says can't cope. Derby County 2-1 up. Derbyshire fighting back, and now the wife wants a hammer and nail to do something in the garden. Let it go. Let her do it. You stick listening to us, Nick. We'll keep you informed. Julian Larson has now made way, one of Burton's goal scorers. Another player who's been a bit of a revelation in the last 2 or 3 weeks. Signed from Nottingham Forest.
yeah, change of bowling already. Tom Scriven is off, having conceded a couple of fours in his last over. Did beat the bat once, but Peter Hanscom says no. Let's see what Ben Green can do instead. 9 overs, 1 for 40 for Green so far. Should have had a twofer, at least. In he goes, and bowls out a long way down the wicket. Is Anderson clipping out to mid-on, and he was, well, perfectly legitimate to take the single there, bearing in mind he was almost halfway down the wicket when he played the shot. It really is advancing a long way down.
He's done it consistently throughout the innings. I haven't seen enough of him to know if that's just the way.
So when did he join? Just
well, he joined at the end of last season,
yeah.
but he's only signed permanently this season.
Did he played a couple of games
Played
at the end of last season?
Yeah, but that was last season. I can't remember a thing about it. He might well have been in the team when, in the rain-affected game here.
Goes Green, bowls, pumped away into the offside, slightly flat-footedly by Dahl. Got plenty of it, but Kimber, reaching to his right two-handed, made the stop at that shortish extra position, or at least got two hands to it, and slowed it considerably en route to Scriven at mid-off. Green bowls towards middle and leg, just worked by Dahl out towards square leg, and the single is taken as Budinger runs across to field. 90, the partnership now.
Probably getting nervous.
Scriven going back to, I thought long off, but I think he's going back for pads, so Green has to stand up, sorry, Cox has to stand up to Green really. Anderson so far down the wicket to him.
First sight of Ben Cox's hair.
Impressed?
Not really.
Maintains its bright, well, I don't know what colour, straw sort of coloured.
I think so.
Really?
I'm clearly no expert in that area, but
Standing up to the stumps now, so Anderson may not take the risk of coming down. In goes Green, bowls to him, doesn't need to if Green's going to bowl slightly short of a length. He stands up tall, cuts it out to Holland, who's now patrolling those empty acres, beloved of David Lloyd. Up and down that boundary. The North Walian, presumably, given he's a Wrexham supporter.
yeah, no, born in North Wales, yeah.
North Welshman? Just doesn't sound quite right, North Welshman somehow. Green is in and bowls. Anderson edges, bottom edges, trying to cut a wide low one, and it's stopped on the bounce by Hanscom. He's been brilliant if it bounced in front of him. Just when it's a catch, it's gone down. Stopped everything.
So often the way. Yeah, I think North Walian is...
Sounds about right, doesn't it?
that's right, yeah. It was beautiful in Wrexham last Saturday. Sunny.
Green bowls and Dahl defends on the back foot out into the offside. And there is no run. That's where Burton were playing, was it? Or were you just on a visit?
Just driving to North Wales.
No,
No, Burton was there.
Across the water, not across the water from Tranmere. It's on the right side of the water, isn't it?
Well, it's across the D estuary. Just about.
Across some water.
Just about, yeah, just about. Yeah. Well, Mike's going to continue. It'll be his 10th over, 1 for 39. His figures at the moment, the partnership for the 7th wicket currently worth 91. I haven't looked, and I don't suppose it's anywhere near a record.
I'll tell you while you're describing
I'd be
the over.
surprised. Disappointed as Mike bowls, and that one is crashed away to the backward point boundary for 4 by Martin Anderson, and it's a half century. 71 deliveries for his 50, Martin Anderson. He's hit 7 fours and 1 6. The only 6 of the match so far. And he has batted really nicely with Arnold Dahl for his half century.
Has indeed.
Twiddles his bat. Oh, he's getting confident now. He waits for Mike to come in and bowl to him again, and that one's left alone outside the off-stump. Partnership up to 95.
I'm afraid they have a bit of work to do to get to the record, which is for the 7th wicket for Derbyshire against Leicestershire, 170.
Oh, right.
And it dates back to 1933. Queen's Park, Chesterfield, Messrs. G.M. Lee and A.V. Pope.
One of the Pope brothers.
As I say, one of the popes.
No. Derbyshire were a very good side of the 1930s. Won the title. Mike bowls short delivery, Anderson ducks underneath it.
I suppose it was one of the popes.
Yes.
But not one of the popes.
All 3 of them played in the same side together at various points. Some of the history has gone in, not all of it, unfortunately, but what letters were his?
It's Mr. Alfred Vardy Pope.
Alf Pope.
From Tipshelf in Derbyshire.
So many of that 1930s team came from the north of the county. A lot of them worked down mines as Martin Anderson drives, and that's a glorious shot, and it goes racing away to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs. He moves to 54, the partnership up to 99 now. 238 for 6. The lead not quite halved, 246. But they've taken a big chunk off it. Of these two, we weren't sure whether Anasdal or how Anasdal would be able to bat with his sore back. Martin Anderson might now be the candidate. That'll cheer him up. Post-day's play interview as Mike bowls to him again. He drives it straight down the ground, and that's another beautiful shot from Martin Anderson. 4 more to him, and the century stand is up for the 7th wicket. 103 of 138 balls between Anuj Dal, who has 39, and Martin Anderson, who has 58 now.
His career best, incidentally, 92, made for Middlesex against Hampshire at Radlett in 2020.
Anderson waits. Back-to-back boundaries already. Mike is in and bowls so many ducks underneath the short one. I say back-to-back boundaries, that's nonsense. Perhaps I am right. It's unlikely. 242 for 6 at the end of the over. The towel and some fresh gloves are sent out by the Derbyshire changing rooms, mainly for Anderson by the look of it. He's having a drink. It's Pat Brown who's gone out with those.
Anuj Dal already features in one record partnership for Derbyshire against Leicestershire, but it was for the 6th wicket. 227, we both saw it 4 years ago with Brooke Guest in Derby.
Worcestershire's his favourite team to play against, I think. He scored a century and picked up a 5 for in each innings twice against Worcestershire.
Well, Fox is searching in vain. Where's this wicket going to come from? Ben Green trying to deliver is in and bowls. Darlow's forward, no run. He raps out as he pushes it just to the left of Kimbo in the covers.
That's Dal.
Take a step and say no run.
No run. Tranmere are staging an unlikely fight back. They were 3-0 down. They've scored twice, just to tantalise everybody who has an interest in the mighty Whites. When I say mighty,
Good is in and bowls. Cut away by Dahl to the sweeper on the offside boundary, who's Ian Holland, who underarms the ball back to Louis Kimber. Dahl onto 40 now, the partnership onto 104. Completely different feel to the game.
Yes.
Leicestershire will be telling themselves a couple of quick wickets.
Well, it will only take one wicket, and then it's Zach Chappell, who, yes, he can hit the ball a long way. Ben Green's just thrown the ball at his face. Dropped it. So, yeah, one more wicket and they're back on again.
Green is in, bowls, short, whipped away by Anderson out towards mid-wicket. Plenty of work for Hill to do, running around from wide long leg. Is it just the one then after all that? I thought they might pick up a couple.
They thought about two.
Opted not to risk Hill's arm. He's not got a great arm, Hilly, so...
A fully fit Dahl would have easily run two there.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to turn my attention back to the middle and see them both at the other end. In goes Green and bowls on off stump. All the time for Dahl just to stand up tall and play that firmly out to Kimber at shortish extra. Much for Hanscom to think about. He's at first slip, clapping his hands together at the moment. Who can he turn to? Who might have a golden arm in these circumstances? Might be worth trying an over or two from Kimber as Green is in and bowled, driven. Kimber sprawls to his left, can't make the stop. That's a long chase for Ian Holland. Gallops down the rope, and they turn for a third, and Dahl makes his ground comfortably. Long throw from down there, deep extra, longest side of the ground. Anderson doing a little bit of stretching. It is hot if you're running up and down, I assume. Wasn't too bad this morning. It was nice and cool first thing. Green is in, bowls to Anderson, nibbled away through the vacant gully, sort of knew what he was doing. It was a bit edgy, but fiddled it away through the gully down to third man for a single. Anderson on to 59, no 60. The manual scoreboard is ahead of the electronic on this occasion. There it goes. And he keeps the strike. 248 for 6. Batting bonus point, ahoy! Looked a long way away at 139 for 6.
Yeah. Physio on giving some tablets to Anush Dahl. Martin Anderson taking a drink as well. Unsurprisingly, Portsmouth have now equalised again against Derby County. I didn't know Leicester were all square.
Oh, they got another. It's 2-2 with it.
2-2 into stoppage time down at the Amex.
It's raining goals.
3-0 Burton. It's still Bristol Rovers 1, Exeter 2.
Who got? Does your thing say who got the second for?
Yes, I can find
Footy
that out
Foxes.
very easily for you. It was a Coley. I've never heard of him. I'm afraid I don't take an awful lot of interest in the Premier League. My team are never, ever going to be in it.
One day.
No.
No.
No. Logan Van Beek is back and bowls to Martin Anderson, whips the first delivery off his pads down towards deep backward square leg. Just a single there as it's fielded by Ian Holland down below us to our left. Into 7 minutes of added time down at the Amex, I'm told.
One suspects in the season as a whole it might not make too much difference, but nice to take a point from a game. First point for some little time.
Next delivery is defended up towards mid-off by Dahl. There is no run. I'm just seeing if Burton Albion have jumped the gun here, because they're saying with that 3-0 win, and they have now won, but they're out of the relegation zone for the first time since September. It's still reliant on Bristol Rovers and Exeter, which, as far as I'm aware, is still going. Exeter 2-1 up in that game. If it stays like that, then they are out of the relegation zone. Here is Van Beek in a balls to Dowler. Leaves this one alone. That looked like a pretty decent leave to me. The excitement of a fight back at Accrington seems to be withering away, sadly, for Tranmere. Still 3-2 there. I think it's almost the more exciting way to watch football as the scores tick over. It is to be in a ground, certainly on occasions.
Wow. Sky, a very successful programme doing just that.
Yes, quite. Dahl drives it straight to Rian Ahmed. Anuj Dahl has been caught moments after taking the tablets to try and ease his back a bit further. He drove at one. He got an outside edge, and Dahl goes for 43, and Derbyshire are 249 for 7 now. That could be a major blow for Derbyshire and a big blow for Leicestershire to have struck. 43 off 78, Dahl batted really nicely.
Did.
And helped add 110 for the 7th wicket with Martin Anderson.
He batted so well, in fact, that was a real surprise, really, that to play as loosely at that as he did, and squirted away, and a comfortable catch for Ahmed at that backward point position, around about chest height. And as you said, does that expose slightly a tale of sorts for Derbyshire? We shall see.
Well, initially it exposes
well, we know Zach
Chapel.
Leicestershire know Zach is on his day a more than competent batsman, but he's got a job to do here, because Anderson is going very nicely on 61 from just 79 deliveries.
Still 235 runs behind Derbyshire.
And if, well, this is an interesting one, isn't it? 335. If they're just short, I think Leicestershire will still enforce, because it'll be pretty much the close of play, and they'll have a night's rest and physio, etc., etc. But still got 3 wickets to take. Van Beek's debut from the gods continues. 3 for 45 to go with his 82 not out. And at the moment, he's the only man we want to interview.
And you interviewed him last night. He's a very fine cricketer, of course, and Derbyshire supporters didn't really appreciate him. Here is Van Beek in a bowls to Chapel, who rather unconvincingly pushes the ball up to Scriven at mid-on. First delivery that he faces. Bristol Rovers have now lost at home to Exeter City, and Burton Albion are no longer in the relegation zone with a game in hand and just 5 to play.
And Leicester City, are they still? Is it still 2-2?
And Leicester City, it's still 2-2, but still playing as Van Beek is in. That's edged down to third man. He's off the mark. Zach Chapel, equally unconvincing shot. He actually pinches the strike as well, which is hardly ideal. 250 up for Derbyshire, so their first batting bonus point will soon appear on the scoreboard on the far side of the ground. There it is, 250 for 7. A ripple of applause, please, everybody. Thank you. Anderson is on 61. I've got to go.
He listened, but it cameth not. Yeah, coming to the top of the hour, it's almost updates time. Final one for BBC Radio Leicester, who I suspect will be, well, have they secured a point? No. It's the short answer. In goes Green. Sorry, Leicester City supporters. Full at Chapel, who drives it carefully in a restrained manner out to Scriven at mid-off, and there is no run. Presumably then it's 3-2 to Brighton and Hove Albion. Green The sun goes behind cloud. Is in big swing and a miss from Chappell. Fullish outside off stump, but it was swinging, and Chappell swung in his turn, but he missed. Didn't edge it through. Oh, hang on. It does say Brighton 2, Leicester 2 full time. So I'm not sure what the BBC headline that Brighton ahead against Leicester. Perhaps I needed to refresh it. It does look like City have secured a point. In goes Green and bowls. Chappell does get to the pitch of that, but he's slightly more restrained. Drives firmly, but only as far, again, as Scriven at mid-off. Yep, 2-2 it's finished at Brighton. In goes Green and bowls outside, swings nicely, but it was left nicely as well by Chappell. Wide enough to leave, and it went quite quickly after that. Swung away, taken low by Cox with his new gloves on. Twelfth over for Ben Green, 1 for 49 for him. Looks a little weary. Runs in and bowls. Again, chance to swing. Again, Chappell steps forward and drives, but makes sure he gets plenty on it. And again, Scriven is the fielder. Here's the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Radio Leicester did come on in my earphones, they've disappeared. Again, thumped by Chappell off the back foot, out into the offside, but Holland makes the stop. Maiden, not for want of trying on the part of Zach Chappell. Played some nice drives, but he kept picking out Scriven, and then that one off the back foot picked out Ian Holland. Beaten only off the first ball. He remains on one then, Zach Chappell. 250 for 7 remains the score. 85 more needed. Here's the update. They have made a breakthrough post-tea. Anuj Dal was playing very nicely in the company of Martin Anderson, had put on 110 for Derbyshire's 7th wicket, but he drove slightly loosely at a delivery from Van Beek. Remember, Logan Van Beek making his debut for the Foxes. 3rd wicket for Van Beek to go with his 82 not out. So a really great debut so far for the Netherlands international. 3 for 47 for him. Anderson is still there though. Derbyshire have moved on to 251 for 7. He's been joined by the former Leicestershire player Zach Chappell. 335 is Derbyshire's target in terms of avoiding the follow-on. If they get a few runs short of that, it'll be a big decision for Peter Hanscom, and he may want to go out and bat again. He may or may not enforce. Depends on how tired the Leicestershire bowling attack feel. However, still 20 overs to go tonight. Derbyshire 251 for 7.
Very good.
And we are done talking.
Are you?
BBC Radio Leicester, I believe.
I don't think I am.
Might just come back to me, but I doubt it before the close. Logan Van Beek turns, runs in and bowls. Chappell, not for the first time in this innings, a sort of checked drive, likes to get on the front foot.
Yes, he does.
And plays firmly out to Ben Green at mid-off.
You see me punch the air next time?
Because, for why?
Well, Tranmere were 3-0 down, 78 minutes into the game. And they've equalised in the 12th added minute for a 3-all draw.
What a magnificent fight back. Van Beek is in, bowls a bouncer to Chappell, but he got it wrong, and it was down the leg side and a little bit high. Not high enough for umpire Adnan to signal wide. The two umpires sort of look at each other, but umpire Watts doesn't signal too high. Chappell just sort of leant forward out of the way of it.
He's a very tall man.
He is. A very strong young man.
Yes, he is strong.
is in and bowls. He's working it out towards mid-wicket off the back foot. Played that one nicely. A lot of ability, Chappell.
Yeah.
And probably hasn't quite made the most of it as a batsman.
No, I think you're right. 61 last week against Gloucestershire.
Maybe this is the season that he's going to convert that obvious potential into a really good all-round season to go with his bowling.
Fingers crossed.
Anderson hasn't seen much of the strike in recent overs. Van Beek is in, bowls to him. He just defends out into fairly packed offside, actually. There's both a cover, extra cover, and a mid-off, as well as a backward point. And it's the man at cover, Sol Budinger, who makes the stop. 252 for 7 after 62.
The umpire's been asked to look at the ball again, which he's doing, but it doesn't look like it's going to be asked. They're going to ask for it to go through the calipers by the look of it. Are they? Are they going to call Hassan Adnan across?
He's the caliper holder, is he?
He was before. I assume he's still got them. He's looking across now, just sort of legs crossed as he stands, and umpire Watts is giving this ball a thorough examination.
Hanscom's attitude is that it's square.
Yeah. And they are going to show it. Well, he is going to show it to Haas, so that will just cause a momentary stoppage in play. Just 20 overs to go. She's around about hour and a half. Quarters to 7, that kind of time.
And it's
changed.
Yeah.
Ball changed. There
Hasn't
we go.
gone through. So 62 overs, which I was going to say not par for the course. I mean, par for the course has been about three times in innings in recent seasons, but it has, last season was better,
right,
and this season's been better. So 62.
Logan Van
comes out with the nuclear codes.
Beak comes out with the
God, which
attaché case.
terrifying thought to think whose hands are in now, isn't it?
I don't know which is worse, the umpire or the President of America.
God.
Perhaps they both have to press at the same time. Don't give him the code, Logan. Whatever you do, don't give him the code.
Chris Watts is down on one knee, examining the various options available to him.
Members of the crowd down on both knees, hands clasped together.
Delay matters.
Oh dear. The problem is he has to find a ball that approximates to 60 overs. They all have the number of overs they've gone through written on them in a little black pen. Yeah, and the chances are there isn't a 62 over old ball there.
You'd assume 20, 40, 60, 80
Yes.
or
Exactly.
something like that.
So
It's going to be there or thereabouts. Anyway,
we've got one.
we have. And Ben Green is going to send it down to the end. Continue. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 49. Not quite sure what Peter Hanscom's doing at slip at the moment, but it's it's a slightly disconcerting sight involving hands in both pockets.
Logan Van Beek took the opportunity to return the attaché case of balls and have a drink. So he's only just getting back into his position at mid-on.
No doubt all this will be allowed for by the scorers.
Yes, well, there'll be +6 by the end.
I think we ought to get bonus points for that.
8:10.
And it's Green
It is.
from the pavilion
Go on
end.
then.
Is it me? Oh, I beg your
No, you're
pardon.
all right.
Is it?
It's me, but you can
We,
do it if you want.
because you went
Yeah.
next door.
We're not fussy. It was driven, you might not be surprised to know, by Zach Chappell and fielded by Tom Scriven, tumbling to his right at a mid-off. 252 for 7. Feels an awful lot better than 139 for 6 and 118 for 5. They've done well. As Green bowls, and that one is driven down the ground by Chappell. A fine diving stop by Van Beek keeps them down to a single. The ball may even have hit Martin Anderson at the far end on the back of the leg. As he got in, he looks weary, Martin Anderson.
Does it? Well, I'd say he was stretching a little bit previously, sort of maybe cramping a little bit.
Oh dear.
But he is half Swedish, so he's not used to.
The heat.
His genes are not used to excessive heat, apparently.
Excellent.
I don't know which half. Is it mum or dad? Do you know?
Well, I would imagine given the surname, it'd be Dad.
You
But
would think so, wouldn't
yeah,
you? But
I don't know. And again, is Green and bowls to Anderson, who pushes it up to.
And does he speak Swedish?
That's a good question. I know he just about speaks English.
Well, he's a fair chance of being your interviewee, isn't he?
Oh,
At
he's
the end of
got
Close
every
of Play,
chance.
so
Yeah, I'm not going to ask
you
him
can-
if he speaks Swedish.
well, afterwards you could, just as a matter of curiosity.
I know he's moved to Derbyshire and that he didn't have a house to sell in London, which was a bit of a disappointment. Otherwise, he could have bought most of Derbyshire.
Yes.
Here's Green bowling to him. Anderson clips it away nicely to mid-wicket. That's going to go for 4. It's such a, I mean, it's not a ludicrously short boundary. We're not talking IPL here, but it is a very short boundary. And the outfield is quick. And if you catch it right, I mean, bless him, Lewis Hill, if indeed it is Lewis Hill, wearing a sun
It
hat.
is.
Yeah, I thought it was. He stood no chance of getting that. He wasn't a million miles away from it to start with, but it has been racing across the surface in this game. This is April. Green's in again. Anderson drives and beats Rian Ahmed at point. They're going to get just the single this time as Holland comes in off the cover boundary to do the fielding. Anderson moves to 67 now, 258 for 7. I'm sure I'll be told by Henry in due course who I should be speaking to at the end of the day. It's usually, well, it's almost always sorted by the boys back at base, for which I'm eternally grateful. They send a message, make sure they don't dart off. Although the odd one has darted off. Here's Green to complete his 13th over, bowls to Chappell. Plays a very strange looking defensive shot up to Logan Van Beek at mid-on. The over comes to an end at 19 to go. 258 for 7 now, Derbyshire. And Anderson has 67. Chappell has 3. The early stages of this partnership after the 7th wicket stand was broken. Worth 110. Anashdal caught by Rian Ahmed off the bowling of Van Beek for 43. 3 for 48. Van Beek's figures from 12 overs. He has been the star of the day by some considerable distance. Funny buzzing.
Van Beek. Under cloud now, bowls to Anderson, who continues to look very impressive as he blocks that one away through the offside, finds the gap between Louis Kimber, I beg his pardon, and Rehan Ahmed, out to the sweeper Budinger on the offside boundary and jogs a single, moves on to 68. So for some reason WhatsApp has suddenly decided to deliver about 15 messages at once. I think the Wi-Fi today has been a little bit in and out, as they say, in terms of strength. In goes Van Beek and bowls. Chappell stands up tall, works it very nice. Timed that wonderfully. It looked almost like a defensive push, and he's going to pick up 4. No, he's not. Could run 4. There could be 1 foot.
Oh,
no,
Martin
he
Anderson thought
turned.
about it.
Anderson thinking about the 4th,
They
but
might have got there.
Chappell was not really
He
interested.
goosed. He didn't want to run 4.
Good chase by good chase by Scriven out to the long on boundary to save a single in the end. So Chappell on to 6. 262 for 7. Would you be inclined to give Ahmed a bowl against Chappell to see if he?
Yeah, I think,
tempted?
yes, that's a good shout. I think he'd almost certainly have a go.
Van Beek is in and bowls on Driven. Scriven should get across, picks up, throws at the stumps, misses. Anderson had probably made his ground anyway, I think. There was no great excitement from many of the Leicestershire players in close proximity to the throw, partly because it was actually well wide in the end, but also I suspect because Anderson, potential cramp notwithstanding, remains pretty quick across the ground. Van Beek is in and bowls and pulls the short ball. Chappell pulls it well actually. Keeps it down, gets right on top of it. Ben Mike is out there at deep square, so it is just a single. These two rotating the strike now nicely. Partnership up to 15 and Chappell playing his part with 7. Looks more Swedish than Anderson in a way.
Yes, he does. Yeah,
Zach Chappell with his
very
fair beard.
You're supposed to say something when you both say the same thing at the same time, aren't you? Can't remember what it is.
Shut up. I said that first. In goes Van Beek. Oh, horrible bouncer. That's a no ball on height, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a wide reel, isn't it? It is a no ball. I don't like that. Never have. It's just a wide.
Yeah, odd rule, isn't it? But anyway, 2 to the score.
It's good for Derbyshire because they get 2 instead of 1, but I'm never quite sure about it. Don't really understand it. Why it would be.
In he charges and bowls, beautifully driven by Anderson for 4. In front of extra cover, no chance for Kimber, who just turns and watches as Green jogs back from wide mid-off. Ball goes under the covers and emerges on the other side in front of the electronic scoreboard. Gentleman sitting on the benches there under picks it up and obligingly underarms it back to Green. I think we can say the new old ball
Hasn't done anything really, has it?
has proven just as unresponsive as the old ball. And Leicestershire still have best part of 16 overs to bowl with it. Van Beek is in, bowls. Anderson looking in complete control now, goes back and excuse me, defends it up the pitch on the onside. There's 270 for 7, so two potential landmarks for Derbyshire. The ones they need to avoid the follow-on. Now just, what, 65?
Yeah.
Just 27 for Anderson to bring up a maiden first-class century. Van Beek missed out because he ran out of partners. I suppose it could still be an issue for Anderson if Chappell were to get out.
Well, Morley is obdurate.
As every Lancastrian should be and is.
Yeah. He hasn't. Well, he got his 17 last week, which is his highest first-class score. I haven't seen him play many shots. But he sticks around a bit.
Anderson won't mind.
But
as long as he sticks around, does the sticking around bit.
I'm not sure about Blair Tickner because I can't remember because it was last year. Here is Ben Green beginning a new over from the pavilion end. That's clipped very nicely by Zach Chappell out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. And there's further evidence of the speed of the outfield and the shortness of the boundary because it was just a little clip off his hip really, and it raced to the boundary, giving Saul Buddinger absolutely no chance of chasing it down. And Ben Green walks back to his mark and shakes his head. The boundary hasn't changed sizes since the first innings, that's all we need to say. 274 for 7, and Anderson on 73. Chappell on strike has 11, goes back and forces the ball towards the bowler, who feels at the end of his follow through. The Leicestershire management team have just done a lap and are now walking down the I was going to say walking down the path, but they've separated now. Mitch Wagstaff has got a drink and gloves ready on the boundary's edge for Martin Anderson as Green bowls to Chappell, who defends this one.
I thought he was going to have a go at that one.
It was funny.
It was just
I can't remember which game it
in the
was
slot.
at the pre-season, but somebody said to me, "What's he like?" And I said, "Well, he'll defend the first one, perhaps the first two, and then he'll have a swing." But he only defended the first one, had a swing, and got out.
And that was a red ball fixture.
Yeah. He's not hanger-arounder anyway. Green in and bowls to him, and he defends this one back to the bowler as well. Does Chappell?
Well, he's playing with a considerable degree of responsibility
Yes, he
here.
is. 21 deliveries for his 11 or 22 now, possibly. One or the other. 21.
I think Wayne's had a word.
Well, I think it's
Now, young Zach, apply yourself.
yeah, well, he's had a little bit of franchise cricket. He's had a little bit of franchise cricket. He waits now, and that one is clipped into the leg side along the ground to Budinger at mid wicket. He was part of the Rangpur Riders. Mickey Arthur was the coach, and he was in that team that won the World T20 in Guyana earlier this year.
The Rangpur Riders it was.
Yeah. I'm not sure if is there any August cricket in there for him? I'd be surprised if he didn't get picked up at some point, 'cause he's a very good operator. In comes Green again, bowls to him, and he drives, and he's going to get a run here. Certainly, that's a good piece of fielding by Scriven.
Played for the Oval Invincibles. Is that a
When
thing?
you say played, he was with
Or
them.
are we
Yeah.
carrying that? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, hey,
Yeah.
ka-ching anyway.
Oh yes, I think Derbyshire have got 4 this year who won't be available in August that we already know about. And you'd think that if Zach Chappell had a good T20, they might lose him for the 50-over competition as well. Pat Brown, the currently injured Harry Moore, Wayne Madsen, and the currently injured Nye Donald are the 4 who are definitely already on their way.
Well, I hardly dare ask this, but why do you think his nickname, or why do you think he claims his nickname is Johnny, separate word, Sins, S-I-N-S?
Oh, it'll either be a video game.
Okay.
I'll type it into and hope that nothing unpleasant.
The
comes
main
up.
character in a
Sins,
video
as in
game.
S-I-N-S.
yeah, as in bad deeds. Change of bowling. No, it isn't. It's still Van Beek.
You probably wouldn't want to have asked me that.
Down the slope he comes, and taken off the stumps by Zach Chappell out towards deep square for 1. Oh,
Yes. I think he might have done the
well now.
publishers of the book there. Look it up yourselves, everybody at home.
Or don't.
Or don't, indeed. He's an award winner, though.
Dread to think what the award looks
Well,
like. In
good.
goes Van Beek, and he's pulled by Anderson. Again out to Ben Mike, sweeping on the leg side boundary for a single. Anderson on to 74. My word.
I must try and remember to ask him that as he walks past me. He's always up for a chat. Zach.
Yes, he always. Well, as I say, because I've known him for so long, and occasionally gave him lifts as a primary school boy with my son, he sometimes addressed me as Mister still. I'll ask him immediately. Now, young Zach, what's all this about?
Henry suggested we might get the sack for that. I never said anything.
No, nothing we knew about, but I bet he blushes. Zach, that is. In goes Van Beek and bowls, and Chappell carves him down to wide, third man for 4. Short and wide.
Martin Anderson stretching out again.
Yeah.
Calves, I think.
Either that or his hammies.
And then struggling to get back to his feet.
Van Beek having bowled a loose one. Scrapes. Of course he scrapes at the crease. Chappell on to 17 off 25. 281 for 7. Innings, to a certain extent, sort of reflecting each other. Leicestershire made more inroads with the new ball. As Van Beek is in and bowls, Chappell drives very pleasantly, but only as far as Ben Green, who, having fielded the ball, throws it to Scriven to do the polishing. Clearly the team's designated shiner.
I've just spotted the flaw in Henry's assertion. He's one of the Derbyshire media team. His assertion that we might get a sack.
How did Henry
Henry
knew
knew
who
straight
he was?
away
Exactly.
who it was and what we were saying.
Yeah,
So
we'd
come on,
never-
Henry. Come on, Henry.
We innocents had never heard of him, Henry. In goes Van Beek. Oh, Chapel fields for one outside off stump. Just tries. Well, what was he trying to do? You ramp it over the slips? No, not really. He just sort of flicked at it as it went over the top of his.
Keeper a catch, wasn't
Looked that way, almost looked that way, and he nearly did. So just getting a little bit loose, Chapel, on 17. And encourage Van Beek charges in and bowls. Chapel covers up this time, takes off his gloves because it's the end of the over. 281 for 7. 14 overs until the new ball, 16 until the close of play.
Here's something that I don't understand. Zach Chapel has just dried his hands in the footmarks, and yet when batters get any kind of grit on their gloves, they have to change them immediately. But he's going to have grit inside his gloves.
You would assume so, unless he sort of then wipes them on his trousers or something like that. Some batters, proper batters, use sort of inners as well, don't they? So whether
the implication you're making there that Zach's not a proper batter, obviously.
I don't know. I never did.
We barely had matching gloves when I played.
Anyone got a left-handed glove?
Yeah.
Searching through the grubby
those
old
little green prickles on them. You remember those?
Well, I do remember them, but that was
you're
a
not
very.
as old- you're not as old
We
as
started with them.
Yeah, we had that.
Then we went on to the Tony Gregg ones with the great big
just
pad,
solid.
just one solid
Yeah.
pad. Because they looked great, and then sort of sausage gloves became a thing. Grandad.
I'm afraid so.
Chapel just rolling the bat handle back down again. The cover on the bat handle. And he's ready now. Not that he's facing, it's Anderson who's facing.
And Green to bowl. It's defended by Anderson. A terrific effort from him. 91 deliveries for his 74. He's hit 11 fours and a 6 now. He hit 7 fours and a 6 when he got to 50. The 6 came out of nowhere. Just proving that you can more than hold a bat, as this one is pushed him to the offside. He sort of sets off for a single.
Was a long hop from Ahmed there, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
Kind of deserved it.
I'm not sure it was the first long hop of the match, though.
No. Delivered at that pace from that end with the short boundary and what have you.
Yes, true enough, because left armour Jack Morley bowled pretty well from the pavilion end, didn't he? With that short boundary to the leg side to the right-hander.
Yeah, not much loose stuff. Because he's obdurate.
Well, he is indeed. 281 as a batter. That's 281 for 7. It's a little push and run here by Anderson. Scriven picks up and throws the ball at the stumps. Anderson's dropped his bat now. Is his hand cramping as well?
Yeah, Scriven hit the stumps, but Anderson wasn't just running his bat in, he was past them, really.
I can't imagine that a bail has hit his hand, but he dropped the bat as soon as he got past the stumps. That was very strange. Another single to him. He moves to 75, 282 for 7. I'll have to go again in a moment, I'm afraid.
That's all right.
5:30 calls. It'll be 5:35, of course, but
Yes, give yourself time, Fletch.
well, I'm going to have to take me 5 minutes to get up. Here's Green in and bowls. That one is whipped into the leg side. Good stop by Sol Budinger, diving away to his right-hand side. Saved 3 runs there. That would have raced away to the boundary, but he only gets a single. Chapel moves on to 18. 283 for 7 with a couple of balls left of this Green over.
Pleasantly, not cool evening, but, well, comparatively now a cool evening. There's a good bit of cloud around Grace Road as Green wanders in and bowls. Back goes Anderson, strokes the ball defensively. Out towards Scriven at mid-off. Great streak of red down the side of his right thigh, the back of his right thigh, Tom Scriven. Ian Holland is summoned from the extra cover boundary to go in at extra cover. Anderson twiddles the bat in his hand. Waits as Green is in, bowls to him. He's pushing out towards point. Rehan Ahmed is the fielder, and as a consequence, Chaplett will be, who will be on strike at the start of the next over. On comes, I think that's Pat Brown. He's got his back to me at the moment. Derbyshire gilet on, purple towel in hand, and he's being sent away. Oh no. Anderson decides he will have something after all, and Chappell wanders over as well. In fact, it was Chappell who decided he will have a drink first, and Anderson then sort of shrugs to himself, takes I suspect a salt tablet, an anti-cramping tablet of some kind, has a drink to wash it down, and heads back up to the bowler's end. 34 this partnership for the 8th wicket worth now. Van Beek persevering from the Bennett end, beautifully driven, but stopped, or half stopped, not enough to prevent it crossing the ropes by Tom Scriven. Sprawled across to his left on the Daffabet sign, got a good hand to it, deflected it away, but as I say, it is so fast out there, and it still had just about enough juice to cross the ropes at very straight, long off. So the runs continue to float. There will be another update from BBC Radio Leicester shortly. In goes Van Beek and bowls. Chappell goes back and whips him away to mid-wicket. Just a nice turn of the wrists. Pitch is now pretty flat, especially with this old ball. It is most definitely a new ball wicket now. And the lower orders of both sides making the most of it. Dahl and Anderson, 110 for the 7th wicket, and now 40 so far, with power to add for the 8th. Van Beek in, bowls short, pulled for 4 by Chappell, just stood up, waited for it, and pulled it out to mid-wicket for 4. Dismissive, really. Van Beek will not like that. Did sit up nicely, but he is a fast bowler. Chappell is at best a bowling all-rounder. Goodness me, just stood up tall, didn't even try to get out of the way first, and he's just waited for it and swatted it away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. He moves on to 28 from 32 balls. Van Beek stung, charges in and bowls, line and length. Chappell just leans forward, blocks it back up the pitch, and Van Beek fields in his follow through. He did sort of open up his body when he pulled that away, Chappell. His left foot went to the left, so to speak, but even so, disconcerting for the opposition fast bowler to have that happen. And he charges and bowls, line and length again, and Chappell again just plays it firmly down into the ground, and Van Beek again fields in his follow through. "14 overs remain after this delivery, so guessing a few of them will be bowled by Rehan Ahmed or Louis Kimber. But it will still be the best part of an hour's play left. In goes Van Beek. Bowls short, outside off stump, just helped down to third man by Zach Chappell, who's rather enjoying himself out there. Takes the single. That means he keeps the strike. And he has the majority of runs, 2/3 of them, in this partnership of 45 now for the 8th wicket. 294 for 7, second batting bonus point. Within a blow now, and Rehan Ahmed is now coming on.
Taking over at the pavilion, Rehan Ahmed.
Looking for his first wicket. Did pick up, what did he pick up at Cardiff? Just the one, I think it was, in the end. Bowled with control, though. Three overs for 17 in this innings so far. In he goes. Bowls. Chappell back on his stumps and stays a fraction low. Plays it off the pitch. Don't know if he'll be able to pick Ahmed. But Leicestershire hoping this spell is rather better than the first of 3 overs. Martin Anderson proffers his left foot towards umpire Watts and says, would you mind refastening my shoelace? My bootlace? Umpire Watts obliges. And we continue. Ahmed in, bowls, little bit short, pulled by Chappell, but he's crossed with himself because he's thumped it straight to, more or less straight to Van Beek, who's about halfway back at mid-on. Really missed out a bit there. Ahmed in, bowls, better length, played down into the ground by Chappell on the front foot, bounces up for Ahmed to take on the bounce, round about chest high. Get through these overs quickly, will Rehan. In he goes and bowls, reaching for it a little bit is Chappell, but getting on top of the bounce, clipping it out towards mid-on, and because it was along the ground and he didn't hit it quite as hard, there was a single to be taken, and was taken. Chappell on to 30. Ahmed is in, Anderson is forward. No, he says, working it wide of Kimber at extra towards cover, but Kimber was quickly on to it. So no run. Ahmed bowls, fullish this time. Waits for it, Anderson. Pretty much reaches it on the full. Clips the delivery out towards mid-on and takes the single. And keeps a strike on this occasion. As I say, hasn't seen too much of it. And again, the Derbyshire 12th man comes out this time with, what, change of clothes for Chappell? Well, a towel to mop his head, but quite frequent now, the incursions of the Derbyshire 12thers. Umpire's happy enough, and in fairness, running off now. Partnership 47 for the 8th wicket. 4 needed as well for second batting bonus point. Ahmed trots across from cover to mid-wicket. Green goes back from mid-wicket to the leg side boundary. Long leg and fine leg both in, and Mike is going to go round the wicket. So, as teams often do at this stage, Mike is going to invite Zach Chappell, and perhaps Anderson too, to have a hook at 1 or 2. Here comes the update. Yeah, they're continuing to do so, I'm afraid. Just that 1 wicket since tea, which Derbyshire took on 205 for 6. Leicestershire did manage to pick up the wicket of Anuj Dal, who was caught by Rehan Ahmed at backward point off the bowling of Logan Van Beek for 43, 249 for 7 at that stage. But Zach Chappell, once of this parish, of course, has come in and given Martin Anderson good support. They've added so far 49 for the 8th wicket, taking the Derbyshire score onto 298 for 7. They need 335 to avoid the follow-on, but it's debatable now whether Peter Hanscom, the Leicestershire captain, would enforce that follow-on if indeed he does get that chance. The pitch is looking pretty flat with the old ball, it's got to be said. It's beginning to look like a sort of new ball wicket. You've got to make inroads with the new ball. Leicestershire did that, but both teams' middle and lower orders have shown that you can score runs on this pitch if you dig in against the older ball. Chapel and Anderson are doing that. Derbyshire 298 for 7. Ben Mike bowls from round the wicket, outside off stump. Anderson gets up on his toes, carves it away towards backward point, and that is the single that was needed to bring up the 50 partnership. Anderson walks back down the wicket, and he and Chapel touch gloves. 30 of those 50 runs to Chapel. He's taken the burden nicely, really, giving Anderson a chance to sort of, well, not take a rest, but taking the burden off him a bit, just to play his own game. Anderson on 79, Chapel on 30 as Mike charges in round the wicket. Bowls to Chapel, who clubs it back through a very straight mid-off for 4. He just stood there, put his left leg out, freed his shoulders, so he was chest on to the boulder and said, right, if you're going to do that, I'm going to take you on. And he just clubbed it, almost sort of tennis forehand style, back through a very straight mid-off for 4. So Chapel on to 34. He will not back down from a confrontation. 303 for 7. Second batting bonus point for Derbyshire.
Bizarre shot. He was trying to pull that out to mid-wicket.
I suspect he was trying to hit it, yes, on the other side of, but wherever he thinks. In goes Mike, bowls to him. He's going to do it again. He's hit it up in the air. It's going to drop short. It's going to drop short of Kimber running in from long leg. Takes a spin and beats Kimber, in fact, but it's Ian Holland behind him. But, well, that could have gone anywhere, and Chapel has got away with that one. Maybe deserves the luck for the shots that have gone before, but that was slightly fortuitous.
Sorry, it was a bit longer than I expected there, but they went to my usual oppo at Burton Albion, and we had a chat on air about Burton Albion, so...
you have been banned, I assume now,
yes,
by the club. In goes Mike and bowls to Anderson, who on 79 and approaching a maiden first-class century is not inclined to do a Chapel and take on the short ball.
Yeah, no, not by Radio Derby, but certainly by the club, I would have thought. Yeah, he was very impressed by them today, as well, a number of people have been. Derbyshire are now just 31 runs away from avoiding the prospect of being asked to follow on and not killing the game stone dead. It won't do that. They still have more work to do after that, but only 70 overs have gone, and they're already up to 304. As Rian Ahmed is he just into the attack, or did he bowl one while I wasn't watching?
No, he bowled.
Apologies.
Yeah. Okay.
So he's continuing from the.
This is his second over of this spell.
He's in to bowl Chapel, who goes back and carves it into the offside. Kimber Fields.
Good. I want Chapel down this end. I want another over of Mike versus Chapel, just to say it's going to be fun.
Well, they'll continue to take him on, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he will continue to take him on. 36 off 43 for Chapel now. Anderson back on strike, back into his crease and pushes the ball down the ground towards long on. Then off the boundary comes Van Beek, and the single is taken. Anderson moves to 80. 306 for 7.
A few more messages. They tell me that they know who Johnny Sins is.
Oh dear. Yeah, well, you brought him up. This one is pushed out to the offside. There's no run.
Well, the cricketer's who's who.
Yeah.
In all innocence, I suspect.
A very august organ. This one is played down the ground by Chapel towards Van Beek for a single.
Sounds like one of Johnny's scripts, that, isn't it?
37. 307 for 7. If you've got any film titles for
us,
please. That'd be great. That'd be great. You know, get us in touch the usual way. I'm not
putting that in my computer.
Ahmed. No, not his actual films. I mean, comedy film titles involving cricket, I was thinking. That could be films that Johnny Sins might star in.
Involving cricket?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, middle wicket. And
stumps.
Yeah. End of the over, 307. Only for our personal pleasure. I'm not sure we'd
Bouncers.
we're not be able to read any out. 307 for 7 at the end of the over. 80 to Anderson, 37 to Chappell.
New balls.
Oh dear.
You started.
Welcome to the two Ronnies.
Mike versus Chappell. Here we go, round 2. Mike charges in and bowls. Slow, shortish. Chappell does open his shoulders, steps. His left foot goes to one side and he does look to pull, but it doesn't kind of get up quite as much as he was expecting, and he sort of short arm pulls it, doesn't time it, and it goes out to Scriven at a wide, well, he's almost mid-wicket though, isn't it? Mid-on now. We have Scriven at mid-wicket. We have deep square, long leg, fine leg and square leg. Mike is in and bowls. Chappell swats it up in the air. This time it could be caught, and it brilliantly caught by Ben Green, running to his right at deep square. Took it two-handed. It probably would have been 6, but it has eventually paid off. The Mike short attack around the wicket. Chappell could not resist. He did. It's frustrating in a way, I would think, for Dobbs. He's done a great job. He's put on 58 with Anderson, but he looks so good when he's playing properly that you think, you know, you could go on and make a really big score. He's made a very good score, and he's got Derbyshire a long way to avoiding the follow-on. But now you've got 2 batsmen who are genuine sort of tail enders. You think Jack Morley?
Yes, they're certainly not as good as Zach Chappell, and he'll be very angry with himself. I think it's Blair Tickner who's coming out, in fact, ahead of Jack Morley as the floodlights come on.
Oh my goodness!
Here at Grace Road.
That'll add to the pressure on the budget. Really?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
There's still plenty of light around, but anyway.
Blair Tickner walks out.
Good catch that, because
it was a good catch.
you know, he hit it hard and he hit it a long way, and as I say, it would have been 6 to pretty much the longest boundary on the ground. And it was taken about chest high by Green, running down the rope, reaching to his right. Is that known as buying a wicket? Kind
sort of, I suppose, but I mean, it's knowing your opposition as much as anything, isn't it? They would have been fairly confident that Zach Chappell would continue to go after the bowling. And what will be interesting is if they roll Derbyshire now, and obviously they have the option to enforce the follow-on and have 6 overs to face. Would the openers be keen on that? That might work into the thinking as well.
The other thing we've said before, and Hamish confirms it, skippers sometimes don't like enforcing the follow-on. And it is the only way that Leicestershire lose this game, if they enforce the follow-on. You know, if they enforce it, Derbyshire get 180, 200, 250 ahead, and the pitch breaks up, or Leicestershire bat badly on day 4. So,
fascinating.
Be interesting to see what Hanscom does if he has to take the decision.
Another 28.
Now, Blair Tickner at the crease. Have you seen Tickner's left leg?
What, the tattoo?
It's spectacular, isn't it?
Yeah. Only in passing.
Well, Mike's maintaining the round-the-wicket attack. In he comes, bowls 2. Tickner attempts to bluff him by bowling full-on off-stump, and Tickner just works it through .48. Single. Work of art, isn't it?
Yes. No, it is.
Presumably. Would you think Maori of some kind?
I would think so. I mean, that would be the obvious one. Again, another question for another time. But yeah, he's it is impressive.
And the other thing, of course, is that Anderson is 20 away from a maiden first-class century. Mike is in, bowls to him, good bouncer, quick bouncer actually. Played well by Anderson, who was down on one knee and leaning to one side, but I think a few club batsmen would have changed colour as that one went past their noses.
Yes. I don't think we ever faced anything like that.
No, not many
to say.
sort of club stroke village players sort of quick enough to, or play on hard enough pitches to get it bouncing like that. In goes Mike and bowls down the leg side. Again, it's shortish and distinctly quickish. Anderson sort of steps out of the way and then rehearses a sort of, I don't know, gesture at the ball, that element of disgust in it. He's not impressed by this means of attack, but it's worked for Leicestershire. Need another wicket, remember, for maximum bonus point return. That shouldn't be an issue. Only 71.5 overs have been bowled. Mike is in and bowls. Anderson is slightly squared up, and all he can do is work it out to mid-off, and as has been his habit on occasion when he's crossed with himself in this innings, he sort of punches the back of his bat.
I think he wanted a single to get
Keep
back on
the strike.
Yeah. Blair Tickner's first class batting. 81 matches, 92 innings, just 738 runs. A high score of 47, but his average is 13. So he can hold a bat.
Yeah,
he can hold a bat. The most fascinating bit for me is in those innings, he's hit 82 fours and 5 sixes.
So okay.
And he now has the short boundary to the leg side with Rian Ahmed bowling. So will he be tempted? I wonder. Rian Ahmed comes in and bowls to him, and he goes back and pushes it out into the offside. And that's no run.
Wait on, he says.
You have to obviously go against the spin to get it into the iconic Uptonsteel stand. It's a bit like the Fantastic Media end, isn't it? I just feel that now. Well, Fantastic Media was a company. Ahmed bowls. That one is clipped into the leg side. They're going to go through for a comfortable single. Applause from down below in the Derbyshire changing room. Tickner off the mark. Oh no, he was already off the mark. Tickner moves on to 2, 309 for 8. As Rian Ahmed bowls to Anderson, who clips that one into the leg side. Another single is taken. Again, it's Budinger who does the fielding. Anderson moves to 81. 310 for 8. 25 more runs for Derbyshire initially to get, as Rian Ahmed bowls, and that one just squares up Tickner a bit. I'm not sure he's reading it out of the hand. Big Kiwi. I'll be surprised if he was.
Sure, I don't know how much the googly really turns from Ahmed.
He's in now, and that one is played off the back foot straight to the man at backward point.
The pitch isn't helping him though.
Ben Green with the fielding there.
It's not just hindsight, but you can't help feeling, from Leicestershire's point of view, that Travaskis would have been a really useful option in this game. The left-arm finger spinner, potentially.
We get to the point where you've probably got enough medium and fast bowlers, haven't you? All right armers as well. Rian Ahmed is in again and bowls, and this one is cut away, and he just got it slightly wrong there. Tickner came off the edge of his bat down to Ben Green, but negotiated it safely enough in the end. He remains on 2. Anderson is on 81. He'll be on strike. It's 310 for 8. And Ben Mike has already removed his cap. He's on his way in. And
I tell you what, whatever you think of this sort of means of attack, it takes some effort on the part of the bowler, and fair play to Ben Mike being asked to sort of charge in and bang it into the pitch. It's as they say, hard work.
Leicestershire clearly learnt the third man issue that Derbyshire just didn't address at all and conceded 115, 118, whatever it was. They've had a third man. At the end of the Leicestershire batting innings, Tickner was asked to play this role, bang it in hard, and it didn't really work.
No. I guess it depends on whether the batter is the pugnacious variety, and Chappell was always going to take it on.
Yes, he was.
Be interesting to see what Tickner does. Anderson won't, presumably. So.
Well, no, I see no reason why he should.
No, I mean, it'd be nuts to, really. much discussion between Van Beek and Mike. Hanscom's coming out of slip, so they're packing the leg side.
Stand by for a barrage.
Mike is in. Anderson backs away, carves it in the air on the bounce down to third man. It isn't that far short of Lewis Hill. Wristily, so made a bit of room for himself. Tried to help it on its way down to third man, which isn't that far away.
This is going to be
Slightly
short.
risky.
Short,
Well,
Mike.
I'm guessing.
Yeah, that was quite a risky shot, wasn't it?
Could
With
have
the
been.
man down there.
Could have been carved straight to third man because he didn't try and keep it down. Just short of Lewis Hill. .24 more, and the follow-on is avoided, and Peter Hanscom probably won't be too upset in a way about that, in terms of leaving him without the decision to make. In goes Mike and bowls short down the leg side, not taken by Ben Cox, reaching up with his right hand, so it's going to be a bye. He got a good hand to it, but he's cross with himself for not taking it. Didn't exactly deflect it around the post because he got so much on it. Pushed it over the bar, really, something like that. Went on about another 10 yards or so. Holland came in from fine leg to pick it up.
It was ill-directed though, wasn't it,
It
really?
was.
It was never going to trouble Tickner as long as he could step inside it.
And he did. Mike, again, round the wicket to Anderson, who does pull and gets down towards, well, between fine leg and long leg. It's fine leg Holland who gets there before Kimber long leg, and one is taken. Anderson on to 83, I think. Electronics a fraction slow today, or whether it's diodes a little bit chilly at the moment because it has gone cloudy and cooler. Mike is in, bowls, Tickner, top edges it down towards Hill, should take, oh, he's dropped it again. He's dropped it again, Lewis Hill, and that would have been the 9th wicket. Hill got to it, plenty of time, can't believe it. He's dropped another head in hands, didn't go too far behind him, but that should have been the wicket, and it wasn't. Leicestershire have dropped 3 good chances today. And again, well, the first 2 were very expensive indeed. Caleb Jewell dropped on 2 and 25. Mike is in, bowls down the leg side, of course. Not too short, really. Stepped inside the line there. Anderson tried to sort of help it on his way. Not too hard, though. Hill again, though.
That was easier than the first one.
Kind of, wasn't it? He had a lot of time to see it.
Yeah.
Too much time, perhaps. And that's what Ben Mike's been bowling for. And he'll be cross. In he goes. Bowls short. Goes for the hook. Anderson doesn't get anything on it. Taken this time by Cox. So 2 for 63 off 13 for Ben Mike. Should be 3 for 62. 314 for 8.
Certainly should. I've just asked if they need me again, but as soon as it's got to 6 o'clock, I'm fairly sure that they don't. So that's good news. It's going to be Rian Ahmed to continue from the pavilion end. 3 overs for 7 in this spell. 6 overs for 24 in total.
It would have given Mike, it made him top wicket taker alongside Van Beek, and I could have interviewed him. I might do anyway. What's it like bowling like that?
What's it like?
Hard
having
work,
catches
mate.
dropped off you. Rian Ahmed into Tickner, who tried to flick it slightly unconventionally into the leg side. There's no run. Four for 8. Still a bit of work for Derbyshire to do here as Ahmed is in. Back into his crease goes Tickner and pushes this one out into the offside. Fielded by Louis Kimber, who's fielding at cover. There is a short leg in place as Ahmed bowls, and he's gone for the big one. He didn't connect, Tickner, unfortunately. Might have got a slight bottom edge into his bat, but that was as much of a connection as he got. People in the nets taking cover. Because it will stay hit. And he's a very big human being. He waits again now as Ahmed bowls to him, but he just clips it nicely into the left side. They've gone through for a quick single. There will be a shot at the stumps. If it hits, he's out. He's not out. It did hit, and I thought he was in trouble there, Blair Tickner. It just knocked one bail off the shy at the stumps. Umpire Watts says not out. Wow. Interesting. It will have been very, very close indeed. And unlike last week, the benefit of the doubt always goes to the batter when there's no DRS, clearly. But I think that was...
Oh, that must have been...
I think it would have been very close.
Impossible to tell from the angle we're on, but plenty of heads in hands.
It's, Anderson's on strike now, and he clubs that down the ground towards Van Beek. Budinger couldn't stop it close in. They pick up another single, 316 for 8. Anderson on to 84 now.
They are very hard to give.
Well, they're almost impossible, aren't they? Yeah, without technology.
Lewis Hill be grinding his teeth even more. He was given out 96 by an umpire going backwards from the stops when he was in.
How it bounces to Tickner, it just defends that into the offside. Well, that was the sort of suggestion. The batter always gets the benefit of the doubt, and always has throughout the course of history, except when the umpire's running backwards and gives him out when he's in.
Indeed.
It's like I before E, except after C. There are so many words. So the over comes to an end. 316 for 8. Another 19 for Derbyshire to reach that follow-on target.
7 overs tonight.
Well, I'd hope they'd get there before then.
Potentially 2 with the new ball, but yes, well, I would suggest with Rehan Ahmed and Ben Mike bowling, that is a likely prospect. Mike charges in and bowls. Anderson swats it away to deep backward square for 4.
Some shot that.
Yeah, aggressive. Ooh, words being exchanged.
He's talking to the umpire.
What's
going
on there?
I think he was talking to the umpire.
Well, Green ran back, so he was started well in front of square as he ran back from.
Oh yeah.
Square leg. You know, it can't have been about 3 behind the. Whether. I'm not sure what that's about really. I wasn't sure they was talking to Peter Hanscom really, who's at deepish gully, and Hanscom might have said something. In goes Mike and bowls again short-ish, just stands still. Anderson tries to thump it away through mid-wicket, comes off the bottom part of the bat, runs out towards Scriven, who's at a tolerably conventional mid-wicket. There is no run. Anderson on to 88 though with that 4, that 100. 6.4 overs remaining, assuming he gets a bit of the strike. Very much on tonight. Mike in. Bowls, backs away, tries to chop him away through the offside. Dangerous game. Thick bottom edge, bounces gently towards point. Hanscom walks up to field. Perhaps he feels that Blair Tickner might not be around too long, but just 12 needed for that 100. It should be a big moment. There'll be a huge cheer from below us, that's for sure, from the, I'm sure, from the Derbyshire. Although, as you say, he's still a relatively new player to the county, but I'm sure over the winter made friends. In goes Mike and bowls. Cut, pulled away towards deep backward square for 4 more. Well now, into the 90s.
Equals his highest score.
He does indeed. I think he'll definitely be your interviewee tonight.
It might take about 4 hours to get out of the changing room, that's the only issue. But
that's
yes.
True. It's true, yeah, I suppose. And he could still be not out overnight as well. He might not want
If he gets to his 100 and he's not out, I'm more than happy to speak to him.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to get to 484. That is slightly fanciful, but if he's not out and he's made 100, Derbyshire will almost certainly have avoided the follow-on, I would suggest.
Mike, a glutton for punishment, is in. Bowls short, of course, round the wicket, pulled. bounces off the chest of Louis Kimber as it bounces towards him at long leg. But he does get that solid chest behind it, so it is just a single to Anderson. Moves on to 93, but a first-class best. 93 not out. Now then.
They finished on time at Old Trafford. Stumps. Lancashire 139 for 4, trailing Northants by 357.
Spin bowled, perhaps. Just the single ball for Blair Tickner to face. Ben Mike is in, bowls to him. He's walking down the wicket at him and steering it wide of the diving Hanscom down to third man, 4-4. So, well, Lewis Hill's 2 drops have been quite expensive ones. 329 for 8, 6 to avoid the follow-on, 7 for Anderson to reach a maiden first-class century. Dave Fletcher, hoping to commentate on both landmarks, will take over.
At some point.
Oh, I don't know. Ahmed in this over, well, the way Tickner was swinging away, we shall see.
It is Martin Anderson on strike, 7 away from 3 figures, off just 117 balls as well. As Rian Ahmed bowls to him and he plays it straight back to him. Just rushed him a little bit there. Derbyshire now trail by 155. Terrific fight back this afternoon. Rian Ahmed is in again. He's pushed into the offside. They're going to go through for the single. 330 for 8. I don't suppose they're in the business of turning runs down either. And Blair Tickner has looked pretty assured out there since he came in to bat. Just Jack Morley left. He'll be slightly nervous, but batted well last week as Rian Ahmed bowls to Tickner, who defends. 3 balls left in the over. Anderson potentially one blow away from his maiden first-class century. As Ahmed is in again, and that one is just hurried through on him. Not sure what kind of shot he was playing, but it hit him in one of the pads outside the line of leg stump. It appeared from here. Ahmed's in once more. That is well, Tickner's trying to guide it somewhere, but he manages just to basically pat it down to point.
I think that was the googly, so it seemed to just come back into him a touch.
He's seen everybody guide the ball off him down to third man for a day and a half, and he's trying to do it himself. He waits now as Ahmed bowls and defends magnificently and stoutly. And the over comes to an end. 330 for 8. 5 more runs Derbyshire required to avoid the prospect of being asked to follow. And I'm not sure there would be now.
No. Nor I. Is Ben Mike going to
Yeah,
continue?
Keep him on. Last over went for 4 fours. 2 of them scored by the man on strike now, Martin Anderson, and 1 by Blair Tickner. That was every bit the equal of what he'd been bowling, but he's going to come over the wicket.
Interesting.
So
Field very much spread.
it is. Ahmed is out on the backward point boundary. Lewis Hill is down at third man.
Have a single, they're saying to Martin Anderson.
That must be Ian Holland out there at point. In fact, they're moving around. They're going to bowl short outside the off stump now and attempting to lift it over the boundary. Will he be tempted to go for his 3 figures with a 6? We shall find out. Ben Mike is in and bowls to him, and he pulls it into the leg side, and he's not even going to take a single. Ben Mike falls over. Went out to the square leg boundary where it was fielded by Ben Green. There was a single there. Decided against it. He's going to take Ben Mike. He's decided Martin Anderson. Takes his time before settling over his bat. He'll bash it on the ground. There we go. And Mike steams in down the hill. That's pushed back to him. Gets a touch on it. Hits the stumps at the non-strikers. And Blair Tickner hadn't even moved a muscle. And therefore could not have been out. Josh Tironi came off the bench for Burton as well, one of the academy products. 2 academy products in the team today. That's good news. 3:30 for 8. Anderson on 94. 4 overs and 4 balls left in the day. The lights on at Grace Road. Mike bowls and he's driven very pleasantly, but he's not going to take the run. Martin Anderson out 2. Oh,
Why not now?
I don't know.
Having... He's close.
Yeah, well, there is that, isn't there? There's all sorts
Much
of factors.
closer.
There's a lot of factors
Yeah.
at play here. There's 6 runs for Anderson. There's 5 runs for Derbyshire. They have battled superbly today. 139 for 6 at one point, 118 for 5 as Mike is in and bowls a short delivery. It's pulled into the leg side in front of square and they will take the single out to Ben Green. There are 2 balls left of the over and the field will come in to a large degree. Anderson moves to 95. 331 for 8.
Might be a day talking to a wicket keeper or something like that, just about from Leicestershire's point of view, in terms of the sort of pitch and how they bowled on it. And
why the gloves keep splitting? Are they a poor batch of gloves? Both keepers have split their wicket-keeping gloves. Short legs in place. Ben Mike around the wicket, bowling to Blair Tickner, who takes a step down the track and then guides it out into the offside. A very bizarre sequence of events, and then they thought about taking the single that wasn't there because the ball rolled straight to Logan Van Beek. There's vast acres that he can drive into. Whether he's given a ball to do that, I'm not sure, but perhaps that's what he's eyeing up between Van Beek at a wide-ish mid-off and Rian Ahmed at point on the boundary. Nobody. Last ball of the over. They won't take a single from this ball. Mike is in and that one is pushed by Van Beek. It was a foolish delivery actually. He turned into a really full delivery by taking 2 steps forward. And it was fielded by Van Beek. It's the end of the over, 331 for 8.
15 tough overs for Ben Mike. Louis Kimber just bowled a couple of
He's done it a
potential
couple of times now,
looseners
hasn't he?
there.
He's desperate to get on.
So he might get the 80th over, the last with the older ball.
Do you think they're concerned about the fact the lights are on and if Ben Mike, Derbyshire would go off? Or would they, because Anderson's on 95? I mean, I don't think it's dark enough for the lights personally, but just a slight delay here as a discussion takes place between a number of Leicestershire fielders.
Hanscom, Cox,
and
Van Beek.
And Rian Ahmed isn't going to bowl, and it's going to be Holland to come back.
And they,
Interesting.
which suggests they will take the new ball.
Yeah. 2 overs time. Now lots of helmets need to go off. But
It is a little bit dark, isn't it? But
at least we're not wasting time here watching people just wander around aimlessly and then change their minds and then wander around aimlessly a bit more.
this is true.
But the over rate's +3, so they can pretty much do as they like. Van Beek's warming up as well.
Roman Walker sheds his gilet and walks off. Sol Budinger is the man he's replacing. The
Gonna remove his
pads on underneath his
bits,
whites,
isn't he?
well,
Yeah.
carrying helmets.
So a change of heart from Peter Hanscom, clearly, because everything was set up for Rian Ahmed to continue. See what Ian Holland can do with 1 over with the old ball.
Well, they are still prepared to give Anderson a single, judging by the field, where with every man is out.
You've got to love county cricket when it gets to this point. Here comes Holland. Anderson on 95, bowls to him and he drives, but he doesn't take the single as it goes straight to Louis Kimber, who isn't going to get a bowl now, clearly. Much to his disgust.
You're surprised if he took the new ball.
That would be, well, I'm thinking outside the box.
Mm. If Cosy had still been captain, you never quite knew. But, yeah.
Here's Holland again. Martin waits, takes 2 steps towards him, then clips it into the leg side, doesn't take the run. It's fielded by Van Beek. Of course, what he can do is wait for the field to come in and then drive and go to 99. But that rather then depends on Tickner and indeed or Morley getting a single and getting one strike. You wouldn't begrudge him the 100 now.
Oh, no. No, no.
125 deliveries he's faced as Holland goes in and bowls to him and he drives into the offside. He's going to take the single off the 3rd ball of the over to move to 96, 332 for 8. So he's 4 away, Derbyshire are 3 away from that follow-on target. And Van Beek is definitely coming on from the indoor school end next because he's prancing like a horse on the, what are those steps? The Spanish steps, aren't they? I think.
What?
There are
in
horses.
Rome?
There are horses in, I don't know. That one is driven by, I don't know what I'm talking about. What are those horses? They're the Viennese, aren't they?
They are.
Then that's nothing to do with the Spanish steps then. But
No,
you know the horses I mean. What are they
The
called?
Spanish steps go up to St. Peter's in Rome.
I'm not a very well-travelled man, unfortunately. I've read a lot.
The horse. What are the horses called?
Don't know.
Well, I thought you were asking.
I was asking you.
Oh, right.
I don't know.
Oh, was that the question?
Yeah.
I thought.
Here's Holland
Okay.
in and bowls to Tickner, who plays that one into the ground. There's no
Are they Spanish? Is that what you? But we think they're Viennese.
I think they're called Spanish horses, aren't they?
Okay.
I don't know.
You keep commentating, and
Okay.
I'll find out.
I'll do my best. Hopefully it'll be enough. There are 1 ball left in the over, and they're crowding around Blair Tickner. Surely they want to give him the single, don't they? Here is Holland in and bowls, and he plays and misses at that one outside the off stump. I'm not sure why they crowded round him there. And Blair Tickner suggested he tried to leave that, or did leave it, and he didn't, clearly.
Andalusian dancing horses. Would that be
Well, they're Spanish,
the
aren't
Spanish? Yes, indeed.
they? Thank you.
Spanish
That'll do for
horsemanship.
me. Where do they prance?
Andalusia.
Oh, okay.
At the Zarzuela Palace, apparently.
Give me something here, Richard. Give me something. I told you it was at a palace. I knew it was at a palace. They're white
It
or
was.
they're grey, aren't they? But they're
Yeah.
white horses.
An equine ballet.
Yeah. Well, that's what Logan Van Beek looked like. An equine ballet.
At the Royal Andalusian School of Equestrian
I
Art.
think you had too many THs there.
I was thinking of Molesworth, Don Jerez de las everything S is TH, isn't it? Yes is yes.
Yeah. That's how you speak Spanish, surely.
Isabel. Isabel, my love.
Here we go then. 4 for a century, Martin Anderson. In comes Logan Van Beek, and it's an edge. It just bounced a little bit on him. It goes down to the backward point boundary. Now the decision will have to be made at some point, I suppose, to bring the field in to prevent him from getting on strike at the start of the next over, and that might be the time to pounce. Derbyshire 3 away from avoiding the follow-on. Anderson 4 away from a century. In comes Van Beek, and this one's pushed up towards long.
Could
They're
be two,
thinking
should
about
be two.
2 here. Can
Yeah.
Tickner get back? He can. Excellent work, and Anderson moves to 98. And Derbyshire are now 1 away. 334 for 8.
Well, this would be an appropriate way of avoiding the follow-on with Anderson going to his century at the same time. What comes first? Do they take the one to avoid the follow-on and leave Anderson on 99?
Chicken and egg, isn't it? We're in chicken and egg territory, and not Spanish omelettes. Here comes Van Beek into Anderson, who drives down the ground. That's a really nice shot. Is it going to go all the way for 4? It's not. It's been stopped on the boundary, but he's got to his century. with a couple of runs there. Martin Anderson, a maiden first-class century for him. And he's helped Derbyshire avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on here at Grace Road. It's been a superb innings from Anderson. 13 fours and 1 6, 129 deliveries. He's been the star of the show this afternoon, no question about it. Shared that century stand as well with Anuj Dal. Derbyshire moved to 336 for 8. Anderson exactly 100 not out.
Well batted, young man. In goes Van Beek, and Anderson on drives again, and he's going to pick up a calm single this time. That's a lovely moment for him, and especially, Fletch, as you say, his parents are here.
I'm sure his parents are here, yes. Yeah.
Looking down for a couple, sort of embracing in joy, but maybe miss the moment.
No, it's these two here. The lady who's standing up, who's obviously very, very nervous, and the gentleman with the cap on.
Oh, who's looking calm.
He looks calm.
He expected nothing less.
I think his mum's in tears.
But Mrs. A, who's coughing.
Oh, she's the one who's been coughing all afternoon, for goodness sake. Congratulations to them as well as to Martin Anderson. Now that's been a terrific knock.
Yes, it is.
Onwards and upwards to the next batting point now. What am I talking about?
Van Beek is going to go round the wicket to Tickner, who advances down the wicket. No idea where that has gone, and he's looking around him. The ball's come off the glove and has bounced out towards Ian Holland, who's at a sort of deepish gully position. Tickner went advancing down the pitch. Van Beek banged it in at his fellow Kiwi, and who says that was trying to punch it away. No idea where it had gone.
Coming up against it. Who did Van Beek play for in New Zealand?
Otago, I think. No, Canterbury. That's short as well, into the body of Tickner, who drops it down at his feet. End of the over.
So they've played on opposing sides throughout the New Zealand summer.
129 balls, including 13 fours and 1 6.
There we go, confirmation of those 13 fours and 1 6 for his maiden first-class century, Martin Anderson. A very nice round of applause from the Grace Road crowd. And now...
Mrs. A still overcome, bless her, down below us.
Yeah, she's struggling, isn't she? She's got a cup of water, but she really is... she's suffering down there. She's suffered all afternoon, and now she's suffering some more. New ball taken?
I assume so, because Holland has had an over, hasn't he? So he should be tolerably warmed up. And we're back to, well, not quite back to normality. We do have 2 slips, but otherwise, Leicestershire looking to give Anderson a single.
What we have is only 2 overs left as well. The shadows are now starting to be cast by the floodlights, by the way.
We'll get them okay,
oh, I think so.
I suspect. Holland is in and bowls and worked by Anderson down to 3rd man and no single taken. I've no idea where we are commentary-wise. Should this be me or should it be you?
No, it doesn't. No, feel free.
I'll do this when you do the last.
I'm too emotional.
You get stuck and baffled. There's quite a discussion going on about Spanish dancing horses on the stream now.
Yeah, there you go.
In Vienna. In goes Holland and bowls. Anderson looks to work him into the leg side, thumps into the top of the pad or thigh pad area and drops down at his feet. Jerez is the Spanish dancing school, but there is, as you say, Lipizzana's in.
So I was sort of getting 2 mixed up.
It looks that way.
Okay.
I'm sure whether there's a sort of Spanish background to the Lipizzanas in Vienna.
I don't know.
You may well be right. Holland is in. Anderson's advancing down the wicket. It comes off the pad and runs down to fine leg for 4-leg buys, but he's so far down the wicket that the appeal for leg before never likely to be answered in the affirmative.
Could have been given out at Taunton, but not here.
Ooh. Yeah.
Did not see that dismissal.
Is it a shocker? Oh, is that, do you mean the D'Oliveira one?
Yeah.
Oh.
He was a long way down the pitch. It hit him about a mile outside the off stump.
He
Was turning in.
But a total guess by the umpire.
Absolute guess, no question.
It was a shocker. I don't know who the umpire was.
No, I don't.
In goes Holland and bowls. Anderson defends stylishly. He's got his eye on the close now. No question of hitting out, getting out. Well, if the 2 wickets were to fall, that would be that, of course, for the day anyway.
Yeah.
Field comes in though. Leicestershire still looking for that extra bowling bonus point, but it's beginning to look as though both sides, well, 14 points place, 13 points perhaps, something like that. Holland is in, bowls. Anderson tries to work it into the leg side, thumps into the pad, drops towards short leg. There is no short leg and there's no run. Ezra Barker, well done Anderson, saved Derbyshire with that knock. Dominic Ford, I wish Anderson could have done that for us while he was at Middlesex. Plenty heading out now towards the gates at Curzon Road. Holland is in and bowls. Woof! New ball takes off at Anderson, and it's taken a roundabout head high by Ben Cox as he tries to carve it away through the offside. 1 over to go. Another absorbing.
It's been terrific day, hasn't
day
it?
of championship cricket.
We've seen all sorts.
We have seen 9 wickets. Just it looks as though the game's heading sort of vaguely drawards now, but you never know. Depends on the weather on Monday, it would appear.
We saw Logan Van Beek put on 83 for the last wicket with Tom Scriven, 61 runs in 45 minutes this morning to get Leicestershire up to 484, 147 runs from the last 3 wickets. That included a first ball duck for poor old Ben Mike in the middle of that. Logan Van Beek beginning the final over from the indoor school end, bowls to Tickner, who very stylish leave. I think even Logan Van Beek enjoyed that. And then Derbyshire got off to a horror start. They lost David Lloyd, caught and bowled by Van Beek for 5 in the second over, and Harry came leg before wicket to Ian Holland in the third. They were 7 for 2, and Caleb Jewell was dropped on 2 as well, with Derbyshire on 8. They could have been 8 for 3. They should have been 8 for 3. As Van Beek is on his way in and bowls to Tickner, who guides that down to third man, all the way for 4. He gets into double figures, moves on to 12, 345 for 8. At that stage, Leicestershire was so on top, it wasn't true, and they really were sort of foot to the throat, really. Derbyshire were in all sorts of trouble. Wayne Madsen scored 22, but was out before lunch. 57 for 3, still a long way behind Derbyshire at that stage. As in comes Van Beek again, bowls to Tickner, who guides that down to third man. But they don't take a run. 345 for 8 it remains. Brooke Guest went for a disappointing 25 ball duck when Logan Van Beek picked up his second wicket. Before Caleb Jewell passed 50 for the 3rd successive match, despite being dropped for a second time on 25. Lewis Rees made 12. Tom Scriven picking up the wicket there. Catch by Ben Cox as Van Beek is in. That one is squirted away into the offside. And Tickner says, no, we're all right. 2 balls to go, I'll take this. Caleb Jewell eventually out for 83, one that kept low. Decent reward though for Ben Mike overall, because he's put a real shift in from a Leicestershire perspective. They got to 205 for 6 at tea and was still in a whole heap of trouble for the getaway. As Van Beek is in, bowls to Tickner, and that one is glanced off a pad, collected by Ben Cox, moving away to his left-hand side. 1 ball to go, so Derbyshire will still be batting in the morning. Alice Darl and Martin Anderson then put on 110 for the 7th wicket before Dahl fell for 43. Zach Chappell, a bright and breezy 37 off 46 before he was caught in the deep by Ben Green off the bowling of Ben Mike. A really nice catch that, as Richard said in commentary. It probably would have gone for 6 had he not caught it. And that brought these two together. They put on 30. Final ball of the day then. In comes Van Beek, and it's Guide. No, don't take the single. They've taken the single. Tick, I don't know why. Tick moves on to 13. But the man of the moment, Martin Anderson, at the close, is 101 not out. Derbyshire 346 for 8. It means they trail by 140. They have avoided the prospect of being asked to follow on. How many more runs can they get tomorrow? That is the key question.
We will be back with you to see what happens when the teams try to answer that question. 5 to 11 tomorrow from Grace Road. Hopefully you'll be able to join us then. But for now, from Leicester, from Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby and myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, it's a very good night to you all.